Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We're right on time for day 2 of the Coronation Sevens. And without any further ado, it is 8:30 in the morning. We'll get underway with the Challenge Cup competition. First, the Challenge Cup Quarterfinal between two junior sides of some very great rivals in Ugandan rugby. It is in green, in the dark green. It is the Sailors from the Black Pirates, and in the other light green, wearing their seniors jerseys, it is the Stallions. And all action will be getting underway in this one as the Stallions kick off from right to left on your screens, deep into the Sailors 22, and there goes Moses Holoport choosing to take the blind side, the short side, but the pass was not gathered by his captain, Moses Holoport. And the Stallions have gone for a quick restart with Papi. Offloads off the floor, it is an open ball. And then a long pass out wide to the lone man at the wing. Faces off with Ignatius, where they will run around him, but does not have the legs to go all the distance. And now the Stallions have made some headway into Sailors' territory, but the ball is fumbled into touch. Mr. Ruben Chihumuro, good morning. How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, I'm just very excited. It has been finally with who's going to take it all and who's taking the coronation in particular. But what I want to start with, very good game. Two teams that I feel like have are evenly matched, and both teams that can play when they are given the opportunity. As we're seeing the Sailors trying to break out of their defensive duck, and does the young man have the legs to go all the way to give us our first try of day 2 of the Coronation Sevens?
It is without a doubt going to be the first try of the game for the Sailors. Right under the uprights from a line out at their own 5-meter line. Well won phase of play through the middle of the line out. Secured the ball, and it was a quick ball out through the hands with Jones Kamiza and Moses Olwenyi. And all the way to the final man at the wing who had the legs cut back inside, did not need a space on the outside, and scored under the uprights. Conversion for the extra points successfully kicked by Jones Kamiza, and Sailors are leading 7-0 early in this one.
Come the right bearing, and usually teams have that early morning jitter and they be a bit disorganized, but it seems like the Sailors are really focused for this one.
Yeah, Ignatius were knocking on the ball there in the kick chase. Looked like there was a high tack on him, but there was no advantage that was gained by the Stallions in that place. So you can see Ignatius where is down there after that contact phase. But it's going to be a Stallions feed for this scrum. Let's see how they will perform on their first set piece of the game.
But now we see the Stallions now getting the opportunity to attack in a 2-on-1 situation. Handling errors there. And it's a case of yet again sports team, but Jones Kamiza very well there in the super role, coming to the rescue of his team, saving their brushes.
Yeah, there's Aaron Atoke noticing that Jones Kamiza was not there on the chase. Kicks the ball out over him, but his arrival at the breakdown was not through the gate, and Jones Kamiza will be lucky to have covered all that ground to chase that kick. Could have called for the mark, but he chose to play, and now he gets a line out. He's going to feed the line out just here right in front of us at the commentary. Is it a box or a tent? Still a tent. Just right in front of us. The sailors will have a feed to throw in this line out. Just midway through between the 10 and the center line. As all sailors' tactics have been this season, you're unable to throw in the line out. They go for the first man. The ball is a bit high for Edekeka Jordan to regather. He knocks it forward. And some consultation with the referees. And surely it's going to be a Stallions feed there.
Yeah, it should be a Stallions feed. That's a bit of confusion
Yeah.
for the referee, but it's always good to see them consult the assistants
Yeah.
so that they can make the proper decisions. And rightfully so, the assistant makes the right call there. It's going to be an advantage to the Stallions.
Ball lost forward in the scrum. So it's going to be a ball lost forward in the line out. So it's going to be a scrum at the 15-meter line. And Stallions now have a net gain of about 20 meters in territory from the first scrum after the other break. So they are making some progress in attacking this one. But let's see how the sailors will shape up. I was looking at the scrum halves and especially how Jones Kamisa defends. Does he follow the scrum half or does he go around to defend in the sweep? And as you can see, Aaron Atoke there offloading to Papi. Papi breaks the first tackle, finds some space on the outside, offloads the space to the short man at the wing. But as we were saying, the sweeper Jones Kamisa has made the ground to make the tackle across. That is how you defend. I think that is how you defend as a scrum half, as a sweeper. When your team has opted for the 6+1 on defense, the sweeper does not follow his opposite man around the scrum, but goes. But then he runs across and makes the cover tackles at the back in case there's a break at the wing. And there goes Moses Solopot breaking tackles, finding some space in the middle there. Secure ball, quick ball out from the sailors. Looked like it was an offside play there from Papi. There's a breakdown. He's running through the passing lane at the channel and knocked forward by the Stallions. Ref's call, and sailors now can feed the first scrum of the game. They did well at the line out. Second line out, they've done well. And so let's see how they shape up in attack for their scrum down.
Yeah, they'll be very encouraged for the fact that their first try came from deep. They were able to garner an attack from deep, and now we see yet again they're a team that backs themselves to attack very well from deep. So can they be able to maneuver out? But the defense by the Stallions this time round is a little better. Regardless, they are able to gain some meters, and it's a case of losing focus there and taking the eyes off the ball. The young man drops the ball and gifting the Stallions possession, but luckily they are saved by the whistle. The Stallions were offside, so it gives sailors a chance to exit their half properly. And Kamisa Jones, I have to say, I'm really been impressed with him. He has been a very key cog to the way the sailors have been playing, both in defense and attack. So
yeah, the young man has certainly stood up to be counted amongst at that high level. It is his first competitive tournament, and straight from high school. As all development channels go, Kamisa Jones has been a very good project for the Pirates and the Sailors specifically. But we see that not all the players for the Sailors have been on the same wavelength. And so Kamisa Jones has been one of those that have helped pull sailors up. They're stuck at rock bottom. I believe once we look at the numbers, they will be losing their core status as their status as a core side in the 7th series. But a couple of young lads have stood up to be counted in Jones Kamisa, in Moses Olwenyi, who was part of the tournament of the sailors side when they earned qualification status. And myself, I played that tournament as well. So
I was waiting for that part.
A couple of these young lads were my teammates. There was my V and Ray, who had gone to Pirates but had been a sailor then by the time of the 7th series. And Camilo, Moses Solopot, forever a sailor. He has been... he has not found a way to break into the sailor squad, but he fits very well as a primary option for Sailors, and he fits his role very well. But when we look onto the other side, Stallions are always a competitive side, especially on the 15s, and equally in the 7s when they come in as an invitational side. They lost their core status when Sailors came in, before Sailors came in, so they had been a core side. Then they got relegated. Impis came back in as a core side, and then Rhinos got relegated, and Stallions came and Sailors came in. So look at the Stallions side. They have a few players. When they were still a core side, we have Malcolm Zokelo, we have Patrick Okelo as well, who are now Heathens players. They used to play for the Stallions. But now we have Aaron Atoke, who played 15 season loan with Impis. We have Papi. We have the Junior Bosco, the other one, playing for Stallions. So you can see that these teams, it's been unfortunate that we've not seen Box for the Cobs, the junior side for the Cobs, but you can see that the development channels for these clubs are actually working and giving some talent an opportunity to play, and they stand up and then they will make some progress into the big side in the top tier, whether 7s or 15s.
Yeah, definitely. And I think it's just one thing that really sets some of these teams apart from the rest. The fact that Heathens and Pirates can have such development sides from which they can always get teams is something that can always keep them in their perpetual dominant roles. As we see kickoff there from Jones Kamiza
He
going.
has overcooked that one.
Yeah, it goes dead. So that means they have to come back to the mark where he kicked from. Giving, I think this is a right way that the Stallions would want to start their second half. Still trailing, and they give it to their reliable big man, Papi, who has, very interestingly, for a man of his style of rugby, he has gone the length of all the circuits that he has been able to feature in without injury. So credit to his fitness as well, and leading the team. As Sailors, Stallions are trying to ask some questions, and a very good step there, dancing feet.
Aaron Atoke there, dancing his way past the Sailors' defense. After that long pass that found him at the wing. Sailors are defending for their lives. Ball well secured at the breakdown. Aaron Atoke will beat Edekeka Joshua, and then he will run over, turning the corner to score Stallions' response try, and probably a comeback into the game for this one. Conversion to come, score stands 5-7 in favor of the Sailors.
Yeah, but those are the things that actually give teams that momentum. The small mistakes sometimes that come over, like not taking your restart well, can give a team the advantage or the platform they need to attack. As we see, the conversion is not successful. So Sailors still with the advantage of 2 points. But it still gives Stallions an advantage to continue attacking. They have started the second half very well, and now the Sailors have a chance to try and receive the ball well. And can they be able to do something from that particular ball they are going to receive, as the Stallions kick off? Take a relatively long one. It's still a bit, you could say, foggy or misty, not so, and the grass is still a bit wet, so the ball could be slippery, as the Sailors are moving the ball now, and Moses Olwenyi, the man that runs very, very hard, and Jones Kamiza there trying to go back to the blind side, but then there was sort of an intentional knock of the ball, which under normal circumstances should be a yellow card, but the referee chooses to be lenient. And he is, I think, for the second time going to consult his assistant, who is Gonzalo May, today. And I think it's potentially going to be a yellow card because it was an intentional knock forward by the defending player. And there was also a high tackle, so there are two things that can be deliberated on. So let us just wait and see what communication the referee has to give in this particular instance, as he stops the time to communicate with the captain for the Stallions. And yes, they're going to focus a lot more on the high tackle, and it's a yellow card. But it's just great to see the referee and his assistant work in such sync that they can be able to communicate and get the right decisions made. As Sailors, now with a numerical advantage, have a chance to attack. And getting themselves in a very good spot, but the ferocious defense of the Stallions quells play, and advantage still remains with the Sailors. Nonetheless, can they be able to use this advantage in numbers that they have? And it starts all with the scrum. If they can be able to eliminate the 3 scrum players and then get to use the pass and elimination kind of strategy, or find a way of making the extra man on the outside count, then they can actually walk in a try. They can get a very, very easy try. But it all goes back to how they understand the game. And because of a bit of time wastage there, Sailors have the opportunity as Moses Olupot passes to Moses Oluen. Moses squared. We saw them yesterday in action. Today they continue. Business as usual. Very good tackle there by the Stallions. You could say it's a try-saving tackle. Sometimes you need one of your players to take one of those big, big hits and maybe swing momentum back to your team.
Try-saving tackle by the youngster called Emma. He has been, he's a new addition to the Stallion squad from this season. And you could see that he's putting in the work that is needed for him to earn that place, and probably could see him next season playing in one of the top tier teams for Chadondo Rugby Club, as the Stallions now put foot to boot, looking at that space at the back that was left behind by Jones Kamiza. And now the Sailors have to track back from inside their own half. Ball well secured at the breakdown. It is open, playing in close quarters. Moses Olupot tries to throw a pass to Andre Maive. Looked like he went forward. Yes, it did. Slipping out of his hands. It's still a wet surface here. The morning dew and the morning dew causing the grip of the ball to be as low as it can possibly be. And a small lapse of attention in looking for that quick and swift pass, the quick, swift spin ball pass as opposed to the pop pass, led Moses Olupot to lose that ball in making that pass. And Stallions now, again, they are making net gains in their attack from a scrum inside their own 22, and now they have a scrum just close to the 10 across the other halfway line.
Yeah, but we have just seen that it's those small mistakes that the Sailors are making that are really bringing Stallions back in the game. And Stallions in this particular case now are the ones fumbling their own play, and that could actually be the play that the defensive play that wins Sailors this game. After having made a blunder there, Moses Olupot with the ball going forward, then they come out rushing on the defense to disrupt any play by the Stallions, who also had a loose pass.
A loose pass to Papi, whose objective there was to carry forward, but the ball was passed just behind him, loses it on the floor, loses it forward on the floor. And now the Sailors are attacking across the halfway line at the other 10, as we see Sailors make a few changes, and Camilo Jadala comes on. But we know Kamiza Jones will not be needing any support. He will run across the whole defense, fading off a few players and scoring a try in the corner for the Sailors. It is 12-5 in favor of the Sailors, but what a beautiful try by Jones Kamiza there. What do you make of that play, Ruben?
Yeah, it's just those particular instances where you know you can have a reliable man that has the ability to slice and dice through the gaps, and then also having the wheels to go all the way. And I think we have talked a lot about Moses Olwenj, but Jones Kamiza has also been very, very reliable for the Sailors. And as
his conversion is just wide. It had the length, but then did not have the accuracy for the 2 extra points. So score remains 12-5 in favor of the Sailors. He will need, though, to make a better kick, a better restart kick than he did at halftime, at the start of the second half. So I'm thinking now he will just need to kick it short enough to force the Stallions players to regather and attack.
Yeah, but basically trying to make sure that the kick is pinning the Stallions back in their half, because they know that time is not Stallions' best ally at the moment. As John Papi tries to get things done by himself, and as we're hearing the hooter there, realistically, it's not possible for the Stallions to make a comeback. But can
yes,
they
it
be
is,
able?
because it's a 7-point gap, you know. So they score in the right position.
Oh, actually,
they
they
could tie
can.
this game.
Yeah, they do.
And since we're in the knockout phase, there will be extra time.
Yeah, they go
at
for
the end of
sudden
this
death.
one.
Yeah,
The
my
ball
math
has
had
been
eluded
lost.
me there. But
Jones Camisa
Jones
will be giving this
Camisa.
ball into touch.
But
And that will be the last piece of action in this
Yeah.
one. Sailors, as a core side, have got one over their challenger, the Stallions. They are an evenly matched side, to be honest. Sailors and Stallions. Ball was lost forward there and turned over from Stallions' possession. And all the Sailors needed to do was look for that ball and kick it into touch. And that's what Jones Camisa has done for the first win of the game. Sailors advancing to the Challenge Cup Semifinal at the expense of the Stallions.
Yeah, like I said earlier on, I think it was a very, very good way to start day 2 with two teams that are evenly matched and that were both ready to attack the game. But luckily for the Sailors, they were the team that were able to get the win. They were able to hold on and take their chances. But now we see the next game in the Challenger Cup quarterfinals, which is going to be the Chisubi Pacers taking on Rhinos. Rhinos, the home side, playing their home games here at Legends Rugby Club. But they are today featuring as an invitational side as well as the Chisubi Pacers. They will be having one eye on trying to get core status back, and probably will have something to say about that later. But their first challenge of day 2 of the Coronation Sevens today is that they need to win this game. But the Pacers will also have something to say about it. Pacers didn't start day 1 very well, but they ended on a high note with a considerable win against the Eagles. And now they get a chance to maybe continue that momentum from yesterday against the Rhinos, as Emmanuel Sama, center referee, gives the go-ahead, and a very, very good kick there. Hang time is good, and Billy Ochen gathers this regardless of the pressure. And Rhinos comfortably setting up the ball. They have a mix of experience and youthfulness in their team. It's a case of a rebuild that they're going through with their coach, Makalama, Brian, and actually it's not Makalama, sorry, it is Marshall Chumkam, and as they're trying to move the ball from one side to the other. Very, very big fend there. But Emmanuel Sama says that the player led with the elbow. Remember, your fend is supposed to be with the hand, with the palm, and usually it's even supposed to be on the chest, not in the face. But if you lead with the elbow, that is taken as a dangerous play. But now we see yet on the counter-attack, the Rhinos are trying to get something going. Pacers failed to utilize their penalty very well, and they might have to pay for it. And the first try goes to the Rhinos in this Challenger Cup quarterfinal between the two teams. It's just those small bits where the Pacers get the advantage, and still, maybe because of their inexperience or their lack of technical ability at its maximum, that they fail to utilize the chances they had. Kicking away possession there, and it's gathered by the Rhinos, who are significantly bigger in stature, and they make them pay. The conversion is good as well, taken expertly there to give them 7 points. The Pacers finding themselves in a very uncharacteristic position, and they need to have an immediate response, as we're seeing the experienced Ivan Chirabo there, ready to take the kickoff. He has played for the Betway Cobs, he has played for the Warriors. So he's a man who has journeyed around and played quite a number of rugby. He has also played in Kenya for Cabras, if I'm not mistaken. And he has also played on the national team. So Ivan Chirabo is one of those more experienced players in Uganda rugby. And his leadership and his know-how is something that is very, very vital to this Rhinos team and their revival, as
they try to go back to the top of Uganda rugby. Pacers with the throw, and they have been really struggling with the throw there, but you can see Rhinos yet again gifted with possession, and they get a chance to move the ball. Ivan Chirabo with the ball, playing the short one, and Pacers being gifted the ball back. Both teams, I guess it's the fact that the ground is still a bit wet, so the ball is still slippery. Not being able to protect the ball very well, and no team is really dominating possession. But so far the Rhinos are the ones that have utilized their chance and are in the lead. However, the Pacers can have something to say about this with such an attacking platform there. A scrum just slightly ahead of the center mark. Can they be able to set up a proper attacking platform? We have seen that when they get in their full bearing and with their confidence that they can have sometimes, when they switch on, they can really play some good rugby, but they're not always switched on. That is their biggest challenge. As the feed goes in, big scrum there by the Rhinos, but Pacers is able to get their ball. As James Mwesige for the Pacers, I cannot explain what happened in that particular instant. He was holding the ball and he lost the ball. Case of wanting to probably do a lot of things at a go. Emmanuel Sama there making his call, much to the disagreement of the Pacers players, but referee remains sole judge of fact on the pitch as Rhinos get ready to effect a feed. And as we're seeing, a very good movement of the ball, but handling is still a challenge because of the conditions. So teams need to take care of the ball a lot better, and they're not doing that well at the moment. Very good tackle there by the Pacers, but we come back for advantage for a high tackle there. So Rhinos just having the slight advantage in this game, and they're having the calls going their way as well. So a long pass there, and can they be able to utilize the overlap? The big man taking on three people, and he stumbles, but luckily he gets them some very, very good meters that they will be grateful for. Rhinos patiently playing and going all the way, sniping through the gaps, and the Pacers defense proving to be very, very porous there. Try time for the Rhinos with the conversion to come, making it 12. Can they get the extras? Conversion successful, making it 14 for the Rhinos, putting themselves in a very, very comfortable position as we approach halftime. The Pacers not starting day two the way they would want to. Remember, we are at the final circuit of the National 7 Series sponsored by Guinness, and a lot of action bound to happen. A very, very long kick there by Ivan Chirabo, probably targeting to pin the Pacers in their own half, and the big man goes for the carry, but he meets a shoulder that dislodges the ball, and the Rhinos get the opportunity. And with a quick start, they could hurt the Pacers yet again. Very good last-ditch tackle there, clinging to the ankle, and gives them a couple of extra meters there. What does the referee say? It's a penalty there. The Pacers get a get-out-of-jail card there, and you can see the referee sharing a light moment with the players as he's trying to disseminate some knowledge as to why the penalty was given. The hooter for halftime has sounded, and Pacers moving the ball but not in a convincing manner, and yet again they kick away possession, probably trying to get some pressure off themselves. They had the ball deep in their own half, but that has just gifted Rhinos the ball yet again, who also kick it away. So it's a case of both teams kicking it away and handling errors. Those two things have been the story of this first half. But Rhinos will go into this halftime break the happier of the two. Six circuits come down to this one day. Everything that the teams have been striving for comes down to this particular day, as we are looking at day 2 of the Coronation Sevens, halftime here of the second Challenger Cup game between the Rhinos and the Pacers. The Rhinos still in the ascendancy with 14 points. The Pacers yet to have anything to respond, and they will know that the way you start a day is particularly important. So some hard conversations going on there with their coach, Senteza Charles. But off-pitch, Pacers is a team that is very dedicated to their cause of pushing for mental wellness and mental health, especially among us sportsmen, but also in general for everyone. And they're a passionate team all the way from Chisubi, a couple of youngsters in there. Maybe from Chisubi University, many of them, others from around the Entebbe Road area and Entebbe at large, the city of Entebbe. As we see the Rhinos, Ivan Chirabo with the ball, he has been very instrumental for the way they play. Just making sure that he's really working that ball, moving it from right to left in that distributor role, that pivot role for the Rhinos. Rhinos, the team under the stewardship of Marshal Chumkam. Yeah. As the second half is soon to be underway. Later on, we'll be having the main Cup Quarterfinals. So let us know, who are you backing today to go all the way, but who are you also backing in the quarterfinals to go to the next stage? Remember, it's the business end of the Coronation 7, circuit number 6. Everything ends today. Everything goes down today. Who is going to be the overall winner? Who's your prediction on that? What's your prediction for the who is going to be the Coronation 7's winner? Remember, the Coronation 7s are being hosted by Betway Cobs, and they are definitely in contention for the overall prize. So today is going to be a big day. Lots of action coming up. Just let us know who your money is on, and make sure you're grabbing a Guinness. It's a rugby Sunday, so it's never too early to get a Guinness. Just make sure you get yourself a 6-pack. Call over the friends, share the link with someone, send someone a couple of Guinnesses as well. Enjoy rugby, enjoy Guinness, as we see the Rhinos with an attacking platform yet again. They're looking to add more damage to the Pacers as they nice show and go there. Can he be able to free himself? It's a 2-on-1. He doesn't seem to need the support, and he did not release the ball in the tackle there. Once you are tackled, you're supposed to show that you have released the ball, then you can maybe attempt to get it back, and he didn't do that. That is why Pacers have the advantage. Can the young man go all the way? The kick was very good, but the tackle as well makes him fail to have the chase. A bit of soccer there for the Rhinos there. You could think it was a right back kicking the ball back to the center back, but luckily it has worked out for them. So whatever works, the end justifies the means. So as we are seeing a big fend there, the young man has been very instrumental for the Rhinos, and he passes the ball to Andre Kalali. And can the Rhinos finally get that third try that they are really, really looking for? They are a couple of strong men, and the young man scoring his second try of the game, and Rhinos' third try, which takes it to 19 with a conversion. Rhinos really being comfortable in this particular game. With a conversion to come, who will be able to get the extras? Unfortunately, they don't have the bearings to do so, so the score remains at 19. But the youngster, he has been very instrumental. He has seen the gaps when the gaps are there, and he has the legs to go all the way. So it's one thing to have the vision, but also having the confidence to back yourself to score. And he has a brace in this particular game. I think he's one of those at the technical bench will be very happy to have in their ranks as they continue to build for the future, the Rhinos. Another long kick there for from the Rhinos by Ivan Chirabo, as they tend to pin the Pacers into their own half. And you can see the defense comes with so much aggression and intensity, not allowing Pacers any comfort. And you can see the player not supporting his body weight at the rack, so it's a very, very good advantage there for the Rhinos. And they go long, and I think this is going to be a very easy try time for the fourth for the Rhinos there, taking their score to 20-24 with the conversion to come, and that makes it 26 for the Rhinos. The Pacers have not really come to the party in this particular game. But the rugby at the end of the day is always the winner. They will go home with a lot of experience. They will go home with a lot of a chance that they have gotten to really rub shoulders with many of the teams over the course of the circuits that they have been able to play as an invitational side. High tackle there by Ivan Chirabo. Could be a yellow card. Yes, it was a dangerous one. And he knows it. He doesn't even have take time arguing with the referee. So Rhinos are down to 6, and I think that is they will have to play with those particular players for the rest of the game. As the Pacers now trying to see if they can come to life with that yellow card from the Rhinos and maybe stress them in the absence of their extra man. But the Rhinos now get the ball back, and now they try to move all out wide. Can they be able to instead inflict more pain on the Pacers? They can do. And the speedy winger dots down there for yet another try. Comfortably entering into the 30s. That is going to be 31 for the Rhinos with a conversion to come. Andre Kalali hits the woodwork and does not. He actually converts it off the woodwork and inside. So it's going to be 33 for the Rhinos. The Pacers have been blown out in this particular one. Andrew Kalali, one of those long-serving players in this Rhinos team, and he embodies the culture that is Rhinos Rugby Club and Rhinos Athletic, and one that surely is who the team is building around. And we can see him there getting the ball and not afraid to get the extra meters, and not really being fazed by the attempted tackle, which was a very weak shot, and he scores to surely add the icing to this particular game, and that could be the last action of this one with a conversion to come. Of course, the score goes to 38. If the conversion is successful, they could see their first 40-pointer of the Coronation Sevens. Can they be able to get the extras? Andrew Kalali, the experienced man himself, going to take the extras. Does he have the legs? Does he have the direction? Unfortunately not. So the game is at 38 for the Rhinos. The Pacers nil, and I think there will be a chance for one more kickoff with a hooter sounding, and another long one to the big man, and it goes into. It is actually gathered on the second attempt. It looked like it had.
Muno mpira guliwo mpira screen tunulazayoko it is okay awo wamala ojja muvaamu mpola katolabaawo Samondi now.
Impis bring the good look as they done down for the first try of the game.
I told him, let me say
Yeah, as we approach the halftime of this third Challenge Cup quarterfinal, this Challenge Cup quarterfinal here with Impis in the ascendancy against the Rams 2. Two teams that are familiar with themselves. Impis had a very good day one, but unfortunately because of points difference and all, they were unable to get into the main cup, so they had to focus on the Challenge Cup. And but they're a team that is growing through the paces. They have really pushed, and Rams 2 has also at least put in a couple of efforts, and you can see the development that's coming in from Coach Richard Lumu. As I'm joined by a very passionate gentleman all the way from the camp of the Rams, who is here to just give us a bit of an insider on what the camp what is happening in the camp and how they train with the Rams too, and what you think. What have you been thinking of this particular game and how it has been? Maybe you can just first start by introducing us, telling us who you are and what you think about this particular game, how it has gone for you, and what day 2 of the Coronation 7th is going to be like for Rams in general.
My name is Arnold Musazi. I play scrummer for Rams, and about this game, apparently it's very interesting because Rams 2 is a lower side, and Impis, as you can see, is a top flight club, and the game is 7-0 at halftime. You would of course expect much more from Impis, which is why yes, the game is very interesting. It's 7-0. 7 to Impis, 0 to Rams. Rams 2. Yes.
So in general, we have been seeing Rams and particular circuits previously. They have been performing well. They have been trying to get some of the results going, but then they reach at certain points, and I think that they dropped the ball, in my opinion. So what do you think in general, Rams? What has been the undoing of Rams? Because they seem that they're so promising at certain points, and then at certain points they drop the ball. What has been the undoing of Rams? Not in this particular one, but in the series overall.
I would say it's a bit of confidence. The boys are very promising, but then when it comes to the bigger teams, they lose confidence a bit. But today, we are psyched up and just wait for what's going to happen. We promise you a shocker.
Yeah, as you've heard it, they are promising us a shock, but it's very good to see that Rams is really trying to use a lot more youngsters and try to grow the team. And I think today you'll be hoping that maybe Rams too can make a comeback in this second half against a team that is what we can call your squatters or your landlords, and your very big rivals in what is a Makerere derby. But the responsibility of maybe getting the win here is on your juniors. Do you think they have what it takes to go all the way?
Of course they have what it takes, and being a junior side, you can see how good we are. You get, and I'm sure they're going to win this game.
Yeah, for those that are not familiar with the colors at the moment, in white is the Rams 2, the junior side of the Mulago Rams, and in green the Makerere Impis. There as we're seeing Keith Weraga trying to make a tackle there. The young boys moving it from left to right. They have not been afraid to attack, and we're going to see a yellow card there. Yet to see what center referee Ivan Kabagambe has to say, why that yellow card has been given. He hasn't indicated as yet, but Impis finds themselves, oh my God, they were at 6, but they might be getting yet another yellow card. So Impis is down to 5 in just a space of seconds. Indiscipline there, one at the contact to the way they tackled, and the other one was a deliberate knock forward. So Impis now has to defend with 5 men. They are still in the lead, so anything could happen. But these young boys, the way they are running and the way they are playing, anything is possible. Moving the ball very, very wide, looking for the extra space. Can they make the numerical advantage count? Trying to usher it from one side to the other. The step and the show and go. And at the last moment, they butcher it. They butcher the try. That was brilliant play by Rams too, and that's what they can do when they have the ball. And finding a very disorganized Impis team at the moment, having gotten 2 yellow cards, they find themselves in a tricky situation where they almost conceded a try, but they have been saved by the knock-on, saved by the error of one of the Rams 2 youngsters. There, earlier on, I was just joined by one of the Rams players who was trying to just showcase what is and tell us what is happening in the Rams camp, what has been happening, and hopefully today we shall have more insights, more in-depth insights from the various camps, as everything, as we said, ends today. The 6 circuits all culminate today. Whoever is going to win the Coronation Sevens, it is going to be seen today. Whoever wins the overall series, will it be Pirates, will it be Cubs? Remember, there's a lot of mathematics in this, but just to give you the summary of it, Pirates needs to win the Coronation Sevens so that they can have a mathematical chance of getting the overall trophy. That means they will have to go in a conversation of points difference, and if points difference is equal, then they will have to go into tries difference as well. But for Cubs to win the trophy, all they have to do is win the Coronation Sevens, and then they'll also be Guinness Sevens champions. But back here, we're seeing Henry and Sekuye trying to do something as Impis is back to their full complement, and Rams too will rue themselves for not having punished Impis for the indiscipline that they showcased, and but they can still get something going. As we're seeing a quick substitution there by Rams too. A couple of changes, maybe bringing in some fresh legs in the scrum so that they can have better impact and the feeds. The first thing they need to do is win the ball, and that they fail to do. And Keith Wiraga stealing the ball. Does he have the legs to go all the way? The captain for the Impis sets up and moves the ball. Very good step there, but does he have the legs to go all the way? Seemed to be a bit of a seatbelt tackle. The referee lets it slide and the ball keeps moving. Kennedy Muhumuza seems to be with one intention, to go all the way, and he does so, getting Impis's second try. After such a Navi period, they are able to weather the storm and get the try. Taking it to 12 with a conversion to come. Can Keith Wiraga add the extras? He was instrumental in kick-starting that counter-attack from a scrum that wasn't theirs. Unfortunately, he does not have the direction on the conversion, so the score remains at 12. And Rams too, unfortunately, for all their efforts, they do not have anything to show. The set piece has not been, especially the line out, has not been the best attribute for many of the teams in this 7th series, but at least we're seeing Rams too has gathered their line out quite well, and a bit of dancing feet there, looking for some space. He's wearing his headgear pretty loose. I don't think that is how you need to put on a protective gear, especially in sport, but it seems to be working for the youngster. And unfortunately, they gave out possession, and just like that, Kennedy Muhumuza, one of the players in the leadership group, breaks the line and toying around with the defender, and then passing it to Keith Oraga for yet another try for the Impis, who are now trying to show the distance and the gap in quality between themselves and Rams 2, taking the score to 17 and 19. 19 with the conversion for the Impis, the visitors. As you can see, Kennedy Muhumuza there, just strolling and attempting to taunt with the defender there, and then passing it to Keith Weraga. Luckily enough, they had the focus right. In those instances, you could drop the ball, and then your coach might punish you with a couple of laps and push-ups for such a silly play. But they got the try, and with that resultant kickoff, that is the end of this particular game, this particular Challenge Cup quarterfinal, and Impis winning this one 19-0. And we shall wait for the final Challenge Cup quarterfinal, which will be between the Jaguars and the Eagles. This is going to be a very interesting game. Remember, after the Challenge Cup quarterfinals, we shall be having the main cup, the big one. So keep yourself ready, keep yourself set wherever you're watching from. We do appreciate you. Let us know what your experience is like, and make sure you have your Guinness with you, and make sure you also have enough data, because today is going to be a blockbuster day. Lots of action happening, lots of fans also walking into the Legends rugby grounds here. And also for those that have the capacity of making their way to Legends, there will be free vaccination here. So all you have to do is come with yourself and maybe your national ID so that you get vaccinated. Let us fight COVID-19. But in the dugout there, we're seeing with a black and a shade of orange, the Eagles, and in the fully orange are the Entebbe Jaguars. Two very athletic teams. As we're waiting for the match commissioner, the tournament director, to give the thumbs up for the teams to go into the pitch. He is the man that is coordinating everything, Mr. Robert Boali, and he has done a pretty good job for 6 circuits. As we wait for the teams to be given the nod to get onto the pitch. And there they go, the Entebbe Jaguars and the Eagles. Eagles playing their second tournament, their second ever competitive tournament. So you can imagine how that feels for the team coached by Uganda legend Edmond Tumusime. Edmond Tumusime played for the Betway Cobs, at the time called the UTL Cobs. And he also played for Uganda 7s and 15s. He was a graduate, a rugby graduate over the Namilyango College. So he's a man of rugby heritage. And he finds himself in a different role today as a coach of the Eagles, trying to make sure that he gives out a wealth of knowledge to these youngsters who are playing just their second competitive tournament. And in their way today are the Jaguars. The Jaguars, for the past circuits, have been the tournament favorites, but they find themselves in a particular position where they did not have a good day one of the Coronation 7. So a lot of wrongs to right today as they prepare to kick off. And it's a long kick, a long deep kick, collected well by the Eagles. Jaguars trying to get the first chance to attack in this particular game. They have a couple of speedsters in the team, and there you can see the first exhibition of their speed. Can they be able to go all the way? The last ditch tap tackle, and he loses the ball in contact. That is what you call a try-saving tackle. And sometimes it's better to keep the ball and not force the offload. But he tried to force the offload in contact, having been tackled, and he dropped the ball. Scrum there by the Eagles. Can they be able to get themselves out of their half, or can they turn this very, very deep piece of possession into a try-scoring opportunity? And we are seeing a loose ball there, and off a handling error, they have a chance to score, but unfortunately they are unable. That was a very good chance for them to really hurt the Jaguars. Both teams still trying to play a lot of unstructured rugby here, so it's a case of playing game situation as it is. And the scrum there, I think will bring back a semblance of structure to this game. But that was a brilliant a piece of adventure from the Eagles to try and kick long and turn what was a very deep attacking position into a potential try-scoring chance, which they fumbled. But they find themselves in a better territory. Can they be able to feed and then get the ball out? Loose ball, lack of coordination there between the sweeper and his number 10. But luckily enough, they clean up. The winger looking for the fend, and aggression on both sides. And footballing skills, it has been a bonanza of everything in this particular game. Remember, rugby is called rugby football, so you can have some footballing skills and if you have the opportunity to maybe showcase what you can do and it can help the team, then why not put the ball to boot? Eagles not really having a plot there, a case of overdoing it, and the Jaguars get yet another opportunity to attack. We are yet to see what Abelalele can do. Ball in hand now. He has been in the playmaker role so much, and this time we find him in the space with a very good cut, and he goes all the way. That is what Abelalele can do for the Jaguars, with the fans that have come in early here celebrating that very good piece of play. From a bit of a disorganization, they get the ball back. He sizes up the drift of the defense, and he backs himself to have the will to go all the way, scoring under the posts. What a way to turn defense into attack, and the conversion coming. Let us see if they can be able to add the extras. And they make it 7 to the Jaguars, and the Eagles 0. According to the communication we have gotten, the conversion wasn't converted, and I just reiterate what I was saying yesterday. Never trust a Ugandan kicker. There goes yet a chance to give them a comfortable 7, so their score remains at 5. The Eagles now have to show if they can respond, and that is a very good way to start. Very good step there, almost wrong-footing the defender, and center referee is not happy and will be issuing a yellow card there. Jaguars down to 6 men in discipline there, and the Eagles get a chance to attack. And there you have it. Ball in hand, Koma catch for the Eagles, passes the ball to Owen Oka. And the ball goes out wide, trying to utilize that extra man, and he comes into play. Jaguars really struggling to cover the extra gap left by the man given the yellow card, and it's try time there, much to the celebration of their loyal fans that came along with them, and that is Mugisha Keith for the Eagles, who scores a try, a conversion yet to come, and he might just have the responsibility to take his own conversion. Still dealing with the trauma of the previous kicker who fooled me into thinking he had converted. Let us see if this one will do the same. This kick as well misses, so it's going to be 5-all. I think coaches in Uganda need to focus a lot on the kicking for goal, whether it is by drop kick or whether it is a ball on tee. But the Eagles will be happy at least at their back level in this particular game. Remember, this is the 4th of the Challenge Cup quarterfinals, and after this we shall have the main cup. The big boys coming up to play the business end blockbuster day 2 of the Coronation Sevens, hosted by the Betway Cobs. Who will win the Coronation Sevens? Who will take the overall Guinness series? As the hooter for halftime is sounded, can the Eagles make one last attack? And it is a chip and chase. The Jaguars rather are the ones in the attack, and a very, very good tackle there, finding a clumsy ball carrier. Referee says the ball knocked while in contact, and that will take us into halftime there in this particular encounter. Thank you for keeping with us at Kawowo. We appreciate the fact that you have taken this journey with us from the Mileke Sevens a couple of months ago, and 6 circuits later we find ourselves at the Coronation Sevens, and there's a bit of a drizzle that could influence the style of rugby we get today, and hopefully that doesn't come into play. But we are seeing the passionate Regina Lunyolo there, showing that she's really, really not happy with the way the Jaguars have been playing. And on the other side, we are seeing Edmond Tumusime, the Uganda legend there, former Uganda fly half, Cobs fly half as well, trying to tell the team that this is what you need to be doing. He's one of those guys that has been there, done that, so when he speaks, they surely listen. But thank you for keeping it, Kawowo Sports.
Black, it's not dark, it's bright. Black is bold. Black is every color, all together. My thing, your thing, our thing mixed together. Black shines brightest.
And that is Mugisha Keith with the ball, scorer of Eagles' try in the first half, getting ready to kick us off for the second half of the final quarterfinal matchup in the Challenge Cup. The drizzles are increasing, so if you see a lot more handling errors, that could be one of the contributors. So the teams need to take care of the ball a lot more. As we're seeing at the far end, the Pirates trying to move the ball around in their warm-up. They will be ready to play. They know what's at stake, but on pitch right now, the Jaguars have the opportunity to have the first attack of the second half, but they have to initiate that attack from their own half and ball to Abel Alele, and you can just see what the loose pass has done. Possession changing hands, going to the Eagles, and That is Komakech with the ball, passing the ball to Willie Araptai. Patient play there by the Eagles. Like I said, the teams now need to take care of the ball a lot more because of the drizzles that are contributing to what would be a slippery ball. And that knock-on results into possession back to the Jaguars. A bit of clarification there by center referee with both teams to make sure that everything is done right, to make sure that the scrum is safe and the technique used is the legal one, both for the players' safety and both for the make sure that continuity of the game is paramount. Abelelele moving the ball, and that is an extravaganza of speed. The man is so quick that even our cameraman was being taken for a role there. But luckily enough, thankful for technology, we were able to catch up. I can't say the same for the defender. Second try there for the Jaguars to take them to 10 with a conversion to come out. What blistering speed. That is what they call natural all-out pace. And conversion not successful yet again. The Ugandan kicker curse comes into play. That is no longer the commentator's curse. The score remains 10 for the Jaguars, and the Eagles will be disappointed in themselves. Surely they would have drifted better there, but sometimes maybe the pace is a little too much for the winger. You can't blame him, but now they need to get themselves out of this deficit, and they have the opportunity. If they are to score and convert, they put themselves in a very good situation. But right now, they need to start the attack, and they started now. Getting some extra meters and pumping there. Very, very strong. Leg day is important in rugby, so never miss your leg day while you're in the gym. And the ball comes out wide, and the fans are making as much noise as possible to make sure that the team is doing well, and that is a very good offload from Henry Ruthongeyo. Very interesting names there for the Eagles. I really like their names. It's a diversity of tongue twisters that showcase the culture, that showcase the different tribes in Uganda. As we're seeing there, it's going to be a scrum for the Jaguars as the referee stops time to clarify something. Could be a case of a blood bin or an injury. We're yet to communicate to see what the communication is. As we're seeing the Pirates walking to the tunnel, walking to where they're supposed to be, running onto the pitch for the first of the main Cup quarterfinals. They will be taking on the Ginger Hippos, who are already waiting for us there. But these guys know what is at stake for them here, and you can see very focused there, Alex Aturinda. So if you're a Pirates fan, that is the time to maybe log on and wish your team the best and support your team online. As we come back to action here. And the Jaguars now get an opportunity. And yet again, Abelalele with the fake that he's trying to get the switch. And he wants to go all the way. Could it be same tactic, same result? Yes, it is. The dummy switch. And he has the pace to go all the way. Brilliant, brilliant. Conversion and successful there, so the score is 15 for the Jaguars, and Eagles still on 5. But that was a very, very brilliant try by Abelalele. faking the dummy, and then going out wide. Abelalele, when he is on song, you can see the kind of impact he brings. And now the Eagles have to dig themselves out of quite a big hole. And it starts with this very good fend. Very good fend there. And the momentum by the fend gets him some good meters. But again, they are trying to force the offload so many times. Sometimes it's better to just set up and let your team recycle the ball. But they choose to always go for the offload. And a lot of pressure is on their hands or on their shoulders, you can say. And they have fumbled yet another potential brilliant attacking opportunity, and they are condemned to defend now as we push further into the second half, which I think is coming to its end. Yet to hear the hooter, but according to our assessments, it is soon coming to an end as the referee has a glance at his watch as well, as he's also trying to stabilize the scrum. And when the ball is fed, Abelalele this time decides to pass the ball out wide. And it's a case of really trying to run so straight, like so lateral, to create the overlap. But this time the Eagles defend better. Patient play there by the Jaguars, trying to exploit the blind side to see if the defenders are still awake. And the last ditch tap tackle there. But on the resulting play, can he go all the way? Instead of looking forward, he's looking for the support play. Yet he can go all the way. He doesn't seem to back himself, much to the frustration of the fans here. But you could see from his body language, by the time he broke the line, he did not back himself to go all the way. He didn't think he had the legs to do the entire course of the race. Looking for the support play. The support play was counting on him to go all the way. So they could have gone in for their fourth try, but unfortunately, now it's going to be a scrum to the Eagles. Eagles, any points they get at this particular inset will be just for consolation. I don't think they can come back in this game. I don't think time is on their side. And the hooter sounds as I said that. And they try to keep playing and maybe get something out of this, moving the ball from one side to the other. They have to attack from deep. A wobbly pass there, and you can see it's a forward pass, and that will condemn us to full time as we close the Challenge Cup quarterfinals with the Jaguars winning this one comfortably, 15-5. And up next, we are now entering the business end, the main Cup quarterfinals.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, very beautiful game from the Eagles and the Jaguars to conclude the Challenge Cup quarterfinals. But now, it is to the big boys. It is the main Cup quarterfinals. In the player holding area, you can see the Black Pirates and the Ginger Hippos. Black Pirates, who struggled through their day yesterday, have, without captain's leadership, Ivan Magomu, who is away preparing for his oral exams at the Law Development Center, over 300 kilometers in Barara. And Desire Herrera, who was away due to an illness, have been boosted by Desire Herrera's miraculous recovery from the illness. Is back in the team. And in place of Ivan Magomu is the man with a smile, always wearing a smile, William Ukore, wearing flashy white boots. And you can see the energy that the Pirates have now is much bigger than the energy that they had yesterday. But they have a big challenge in front of them, and it is the Ginger Hippos. Ginger Hippos finished second in their pool. They could have finished first, but for the calculator, when Mongas got one over them in the top three criteria were matched, but it's only the final one where it was on to tries scored and tries conceded that Mongas were able to get the top spot in Pool D. And so in this main Cup quarterfinal, Black Pirates need to go through this so they can keep their title chances alive. Ginger Hippos need to go through this one so they can put up a very big challenge and increase their chances of winning their first title. To kick off is Conrad Wanyama with his usual slow routine from left to right on your screens, and he will be kicking this one, I believe, to his left side and onto the side that has David Wako, Jacob Ochen. and Medi Bagalana. The ball is regathered, is well gathered by, slapped back by Jacob Ochen and Kelvin Balagade in the contact, but center referee Ronald Wutimba has a better view of that and judges that Kelvin Balagade has lost the ball forward in the slap pass for Alex Atrinda to regather. So it's going to be the first scrum of the game in the first play of the game, set piece for the Ginger Hippos to feed. Is Ayman Bagalana feeds on to John Echeru. John Echeru finds Dennis Otawa with a long pass, but he's arrested by Isaac Massa. And Timothy Chiga is the first at that breakdown. He will earn the turnover. Quick restart by Isaac Massa. The Ginger Hippos players are not 10. Isaac Massa will skip over the first one. He stretches over. No, he is short. Slow ball by Conrad Wanyama onto Alex Aturinda. Now Kelvin Balagade. He has Haruna Mohamed on his outside who steps back inside. He will dive over for the first try of the game, Haruna Mohamed. The Pirates lead 5-0, conversion to come. But it is that pressure that has led them to score this first try of the game. Knocked forward on the restart. Dennis Otoa finds himself isolated at the breakdown, brought down by Isaac Mas, and turnover one by Timothy Chisiga. And from there it was one-way traffic with the Black Pirates over in the corner. Conrad Wanyama. It looks like it's a good hit, but not in the eyes of assistant referee Sama Emmanuel, who keeps his flag down. So the scores will remain 5-0 for the Black Pirates. Timothy Chisiga looks like he's going to be taking the kickoff. No, he isn't. It's going to be Conrad Wanyama with kicking duties today. He takes a lot of time to get the ball going, Wanyama. But raises a very good kick for Kelvin Balagade to chase again up against Jacob Ochen, who leaves the ball to bounce. But he's a strong man, isn't he, Jacob Ochen? Fends off Alex Aturinda. And it's a ruck secured for the Ginger Hippos. John Echeru onto Eman Bagalana, finds the gap in the middle. Offloads to John Echeru again, but it's a forward pass. And the Black Pirates now have an attacking scrum just at the 22-meter line. Conrad Wanyama to feed, but there will be need for a reset. There, Ronald Utimba making sure that there's stability in the scrum before the ball is gone in. Conrad Wanyama, slow ball at the scrum. Runs around the scrum, carries, feeds Timothy Chisiga a short ball, and the Ginger Hippos will trip over each other. He will not need any support, Timothy Chisiga. He scores the Pirates' second try. It is 10-0. But let's take a look at that once more. Conrad Wanyama there, offloading to Timothy Chisiga, and then Dennis Etwao in the cross-covering tackle is tripped by his scrum half. And Timothy Chisiga has an open channel for the try. High fives from Haruna Mohamed, who scored the first try of the game. And he will be converting his own try. Let's see if he has more success than his scrum half, Conrad Wanyama. He doesn't. So the score remains 10-0. The Black Pirates will need to be more clinical in their conversion of points, knowing that this tournament is going to go all the way to the wire. And for them, it is not just about winning the games, it's about getting as many points as they can, because they are the ones chasing this one. Jacob Ochen has had the tough task of regathering kicks. And Kelvin Balagade not making clean work of that chase. He loses the ball forward. Alex Aturinda tries to contest at the breakdown, but Haruna Mohamed has not rolled away, so it's advantage to the Hippos. Quick restart there. Owen Mugogo picks on to Jacob Ochen, who is now playing in the close quarters. Breaks Timothy Chisiga's tackle, but Timothy Chisiga's attempted tackle was high, and Bagalana will tap for a quick restart. John Echeru swinging his way, changing direction. He's brought down by Haruna Mohammed. Contested the breakdown by Timothy Chisiga, but not enough power over John Echeru. And now the prop turn sevens player, David Wako, onto Taufik Bagalana. Now Dennis Etwao. Very high tackle, dangerous tackle by Arnold Atukunda. You can see the frustration in Dennis Etwao as he tries to kick, and some handbags are swinging. Kelvin Balagade is a man with a huge temper. And the Ginger Hippos have overpowered him there. Haruna Mohammed with Dennis Etwao, whose reaction was too much for Kelvin Balagade to contend with. Someone's going to be going to the bin here. First, that will be, I believe, Ronald Butimba's duty to ensure that all calm is restored in this one. And then we can see what decision he's going to take. But first, he'll have to consult his assistant referee, Ivan Kabagambe. Yeah. And there we saw the players swinging handbags and saying hello to each other. But Ronald Butimba there consulting with, making his decision known with Captain Isaac Massa and the Ginger Hippos captain, Dennis Etwao. But let's see what decision he's going to take. So someone's going to be going to the bin. It is Arnold Atukunda and Dennis Etwao going to the bin too. So the two gentlemen, Arnold Atukunda for the high tackle and Dennis Etwao for the retaliation, will be sitting next to each other in the sin bin for 2 minutes as they cool their tempers. For the reaction, the penalty has been turned over from the Ginger Hippos, and it's going to be a scrum for the Black Pirates. And you can see the tempers are still high with the two small men, the scrummers. That is Yasin Waswa and Conrad Wanyama, the two small men. If you have a scrum off that isn't annoying, then you do not have a scrum off. And that's what Yasin Waswa and Conrad Wanyama are doing to each other. Slow feed by Conrad Wanyama. He takes the blind side. Owen Mugogo is there for him, but he steps in to touch, and it's going to be a line-out feed for the Ginger Hippos. Yes, Ivan, Conrad Wanyama there stepped in to touch right in front of assistant referee Ivan Kabagambe, who is a Black Pirates player in the 15s series, in the 15th season. But for this 7 series, he has done his refereeing courses, and he attached to the Kabale, the Chigezi Silverbacks. He is representing the Western region as one of the officials, so it is a line-out feed. And David Wako there with a big carry, gaining some meters for the Ginger Hippos. Owen Mugogo on to Yasin Waswa. Now John Echeru, they're playing 6 men against each other. John Echeru sells the dummy but loses the ball forward. Isaac Massa will regather, dances his way past John Echeru, loses the ball forward. No, he doesn't. Someone else is going to the bin. Who is it going to be this time? It's John Echeru. John Echeru is going to the bin. Let's see what the referee has to say. We did not get the referee's hand signal there, but it must have been a foul play, major infringement that called for a yellow card. And now Desire Yera switch to Haruna Mohammed. Haruna Mohammed finds Conrad Wanyama. Conrad Wanyama has Alex Aturinda on his outside, who stands in the tackle there. Black Pirates into the 22. It is well contested by the Ginger Hippos. Playing advantage is Ronald Butimba for sealing poor arrival at the breakdown. Haruna Mohammed with a quick restart. The Ginger Hippos players are all offside. He finds Alex Aturinda, who will dive over for the 3rd try of the game. But 3rd try for the Black Pirates. Alex Aturinda finds the whitewash, dives over. The Black Pirates will take a 15-0 lead into the half-time break with conversion to come. But we have had such a messy first half. Lots of indiscipline from both sides that culminated in 2 players being sent to the bin for the Ginger Hippos in John Echeru and Dennis Etwao. and 1 for the Black Pirates in Arnold Atkunda. Timothy Tsiga sends his second conversion wide as well. So the Black Pirates have left 6 points begging on the board, which will come to hurt them eventually in the day. But they lead 15-0 to the Ginger Hippos, who have not had a response to the Black Pirates attack. And they have not been able to pose enough questions. They have not been able to pose enough questions for the Black Pirates defense. That was the last try of the second half, of the first half, by Alex Aturinda. And that was Timothy Tsiga being chased by Dennis Eto'o, who tripped over. And Timothy Tsiga had a clean channel for the try. And earlier we saw some handbags swinging and some collars being checked for textile strength between the Black Pirates and Black Pirates and the Ginger Hippos. Kelvin Balagat is a man with a very short fuse there, because he has been involved in very, very many scuffles, especially with the Ginger Hippos, and especially where there is a Jacob Ochen. And that is the second man going to the bin, John Echeru, for slowing down possession. And so Ginger Hippos will be back to full complement in this half, but there will be some consultation with them, their captain. And the center referee, Ronaldo Timba, there. He's making sure that the Ginger Hippos are in the right side of the law in his eyes. But there will also be word, I believe, of caution for the Black Pirates for their discipline on the pitch. Earlier today, as Ronaldo Timba crosses the T's and dots the I's of the laws of the game to the Ginger Hippos, we had some light drizzle and shower of rain just before kickoff of this match that looked like we're going to have a change of weather, but I was assured by the Beyond Sports Organization Twitter admin that the rain is being held somewhere, and I asked the admin to tell the rainmaker to hold the rain even tighter, because we have some action coming our way in the main Cup Quarterfinal. And what a way we've had. What a way this one has turned out. I believe it's going to be even tougher in the coming games, because we have the Chadondo Derby, and then we have even closer contests later in the day between the Mongas and the Rams and the Cobs. And the rest of all the teams that are looking to make their statements in this Coronation Sevens tournament. We will be having some royalty with us from the Kingdom of Buganda, who are in celebratory mood today. It is the Kabaka birthday run today. We've seen some people running in red bibs. And later today we'll be having the Prince himself, who is a fan of rugby, is a fan of Ugandan rugby and the Coronation Sevens, Prince Wasaja. And there's been word that the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Buganda, representing the King, His Royal Highness Kabaka Mwenda Mutebi, the Katikiro, will be here. Mr. Charles Peter Maiga will be here to grace the occasion, and what an honor that is going to be. But we are underway in the second half with John Echeru raises a very good ball for Taufik Bagalana to chase, but Desire Ayera is there to regather And Isaac Massa loses the ball forward on the floor. So the Ginger Hippos are playing advantage. John Echeru, Taufik Bagalana tackled. He loses the ball in contact there. Now Desire Yera. Switch for Haruna Mohammed, who finds Alex Aturinda. Plays moving on. Throws a loose pass. Conrad Wanyama, who loses it forward. Some scrappy play from both sides. Ball lost in contact by Taufik Bagalana. After Isaac Massa had lost the ball on the floor at the breakdown, and then possession was turned over, and the Black Pirates on the break, after that switch to Haruna Mohammed, could not make it count as Alex Aturinda threw a loose pass for Conrad Wanyama. And now Yasin Wasa is going to feed at this scrum down. Yasin Waswa on to John Echeru. Shows and goes. Finds Jacob Ochen, who loses the ball on the floor, but he went backwards. Now Dennis Etwao against Arnold Atkunda. It's a speed race. Arnold Atkunda, does he have the pace? Yes, he does. It is advantage for the Ginger Hippos. High tackle by Arnold Atkunda. And Arnold Atkunda will be very lucky to survive this one. After the second time he's faced with Dennis Etwao, he tackles him high. He's living dangerously here, the young man, Arnold Atkunda. Yasin Wasa, slow hop step to John Echeru. John Echeru to David Wako. Short ball to Owen Mugogo, who loses it forward. Regathered by Haruna Mohammed. Offloads on the floor to Isaac Massa, who dances his way in front of the opposition. Desire Yera, the power ball carrier over Jacob Ochen, is brought down. Rock well secured by Arnold Atukunda now. Isaac Massa does a better job at the breakdown. Conrad Wanyama, long skip pass over Timothy Tsiga. Arnold Haruna Mohammed sells the dummy over Owen Mugogo. This time, Onsele dummy finds Conrad Wanyama, who will go over under the uprights. The short man, a very experienced Conrad Wanyama there. For the first try of the second half, it has been a long time coming in this one. But the Black Pirates have extended their lead to 20-0. Timothy Tsiga has a much easier conversion in front of the uprights to make, but let's see if he makes good use of it. Yes, he does. So the score is 22-0 in favor of the Pirates. And Ginger Hippos surely will be looking for a way to get some points on the board in this one. And now we see the fans' favorite, Eliphaz Emong. I love seeing Eliphaz Emong on the pitch, but it's going to be more fun seeing him. You can see his smile there. Seeing him on the Savage pitch as the Black Pirates make some changes in their team. Mubarak, Wandera, and Stephen Alul on. Raises the ball high. Yasin Waswa. Well secured there by the Ginger Hippos. Eliphaz Emong loses the ball forward in his first touch of the game. A bit of, you could say, butterfingers at the start. He's not at the same wavelength as his teammates, the Giant, who came from Kenya at the start of the 2021 season. Loses the ball on the floor and turns over possession for the Black Pirates. Stephen Alul is a man who plays slow ball contrary to the style of the Black Pirates, which has had some pros and cons for the Black Pirates. But let's see how quickly he picks this one out. Seatbelt tackle there by Taufik Bagalana on the short man. Timothy Tsiga sells a dummy, finds Desire Yera. It's a 3v2 situation. Desire Yera finds Isaac Massa, who sends it back in the pocket for Kelvin Balagade. It is lost. Forward there by the Black Pirates. And there's still some collar checking between the Hippos and the Pirates. But the ball was lost forward there after that pocket pass into the pocket by Isaac Massa. So it will be Yasin Waswa feeding at this scrum down with Eliphaz Emong on his should be his loose head, but it is his tight head. And Stephen Alul is offside. A little bit too eager to get that ball going. So Yasin Waswa now, who goes himself, tries to offload to Emong, but it is stolen by Desire Yera, who is brought down by Eliphaz Emong. Mubarak Wandera on to William Nkore for the first time in this series, in this Coronation Sevens. On to Stephen Alul. Isaac Massa has Joshua Ngo on his outside, does not need him, carries for himself. Recycled by Stephen Alul. I said he chooses to play the slow ball, and you can see the scramble defense by the Hippos does not allow him to play the ball. And now the Ginger Hippos have been penalized for not releasing, but there's a man on the floor, William Ukore, with a quick restart. Mubarak Wandera picks the ball off the floor on to Kelvin Balagade. First with Emong, he chooses not to go for Emong, goes for the smaller man in Yasin Wasa, brought down by Jacob Ochen. It is a very good contest by Eliphaz Emong. Someone's going to be going to the bin here, but let's wait to hear what the ref's call is going to be. He's calling Jacob Ochen for repeated infringement, sending some warning there, not rolling away, Ronald Utimba says, and he is sending Jacob Ochen off for repeated infringement. And Isaac Massa is begging the referee to turn that yellow card into a red one, but Ronald Utimba has made his decision already, and the Black Pirates have a penalty. Jacob Ochen to the bin, slowly walks there. He will need to get there as quickly as he can for the clock to begin ticking. But the Black Pirates now playing against 6 men. Stephen Alul with a nice grabber kick over for Kelvin Balagade, and the Black Pirates will score the 5th try of the game. Kelvin Balagade over, an easy try, smart play by Stephen Alul there to catch the Ginger Hippos defense napping. There are 6 men already, so there's no one at the back, and William Nkore converts to make it 29-0. Quick restart, they will need to put as many points as they can on the board in this one. But the Black Pirates are certainly walking into the semi-final after this game. Stephen Alul there sends some signals to Desire Yera and Mubarak Wandera, so he will certainly be sending it to the left side. Desire Yera telling him that he needs it short, but time is off for Isaac Massa to fasten his laces for this play. Stephen Alul. Some changes being made. David Wako returns and Taufik Bagalana is off. It is going to be the last play of the game. Can Ginger Hippos put some points on the board in this one, or can Black Pirates extend their lead even further? Stephen Alul raises a deep kick to pin the Ginger Hippos in their area. On to Eliphaz Emong, who is first with Mubarak Wandera, but decides to go for Desire Yera. Is stopped in his track by Mubarak Wandera. Rock well cleared by David Wako. Yasin Waswa recycles, faces Kelvin Balagade. Offloads in the tackle to John Echeru. John Echeru fends off Mubarak Wandera. Offloads to Kelvin Balagade. Brought down by Mubarak Wandera. It is not rugby, it is Chigwo Gumbia, as the Kingdom of Buganda likes to play their wrestling games, but the Ginger Hippos are forced back into their own try area. Ball is grounded in the try area. It means that will be the last piece of action, and Isaac Massa swings some handbags onto Yasin Waswa with some stance from Kelvin Balagade, asking Yasin Waswa what options he has available for him in case the rugby is not going to be played. But you can see it is the brotherhood with the rugby players. Desire Yera with Eliphaz Emong, Isaac Massa with John Echeru, and then William Nkore. That is the spirit of brotherhood and respect that is embodied in this beautiful game of rugby that we may be applying
Yo. Mana naga ungambire Brian ankubire koneta nakuba. Soko mungambire ko kwa mwana ebintu byatabuse dda bagaye bandi bubi.
Understand it. Lawrence Oliva, just take the difference.
Heathens on the attack now, wide spaces on the left flank. Aaron Ofoiroth onto Michael Okora, cuts back inside, ball in one hand, basketball pop pass to Aaron Ofoiroth, who is tackled by Eddie Kaima, a very dangerous tackle, but he did not pin his player to the floor, and so he will be lucky to get away and stay on the pitch in this one. It's a tip tackle as a center referee, and former Lady Rugby Cranes star Rosenberg Kanyunyuzi indicates, so it is advantage Heathens with a penalty at the intersection between the 15-meter line and the 10-meter line inside the Buffaloes half. Nicholas Kato turns, finds Aaron Ofoiroth with space to Michael Okora. Alone on the outside, tries to run over Solomon Agani, but beautiful tackle from the flanker there. And Michael Okora has been judged for having held on, but Eddie Kaima will need to take his mark for the restart. Very good defense there from the Toyota Buffaloes against their senior brothers, the Heathens. And now they can attack, but it is deep inside their own 22. So let's see what they will use this ball for. Eddie Kaima, floating ball out wide to Odoch Morgan. Aaron Tuke on the reset. Skip pass over Levis Ochen. Well secured that breakdown on the outside. Slow ball out. The Heathens are contesting at the breakdown, but the rack has already been set. Aaron Tuke puts the ball to the boat for Aaron Ofoiroth, who gathers calmly, scanning for his options. Decides to go himself with an overhead kick onto Vincent Otim, who lands into the shoulders of Cloud Otema. And the Buffaloes slow ball out wide. That is slows forward there by Isaac Ngwalu. And now the Heathens are on attack with Aaron Ofoiroth. Patrick Okello onto Nicholas Kato, who changes direction again. Finds Cloud Otema. Cloud Otema with Norbert Okeni on his outside, doesn't need him. Offloads on the floor to Norbert Okeni. Norbert Okeni is one of the most prolific try scorers in the series, but does not find space for the first try of this game. Now, Lawrence Sewuliba, Aaron Ofoiroth. Long pass out wide to Michael Okora, who gathers this time, breaks the tackle of Dutch Morgan. And the second one, he will be over for the first try of the game, Michael Okorach. It is Heathens 5, Buffalo 0. But there's Solomon Agani picking Dutch Morgan up. We've missed some tackles, but let's keep our heads held high because it is still game on. But what a beautiful try from Michael Okorach. Long ball out by Aaron Ofoiroth to find his captain, Michael Okorach. It looked like it was a ball to the knees, but he gathered well and he scored. And now let's see if Aaron Ofoiroth will make good use of this conversion. It is a good hit. Yes, it is. The flags are up, and it is the full complement of points for the Heathens. 7-0 against their brothers from Chadondo. Aaron Ofoiroth for the restart. He goes for a cheeky one. Finds it. Yes, he does, like Richie Muhunga in the Super Rugby at Tiroa in 2020. Offloads. Loose ball to Lawrence Sebuliva. Lawrence Sebuliva finds Norbert Okeni. There's space on the outside. No, there isn't. He's brought down by Levis Ochen. Offload on the floor to Claude Otema, who returns the ball to him. And now it is a recycled ball by the Heathens onto Nicholas Kato. There's two men on the outside. It's an overlap for the Heathens. Finds Patrick Okello, Aaron Ofoiroth, who doesn't need the man on the outside. Tackler did not roll away quickly enough for Eddie Kaima to contest at that breakdown, and Heathens are just 1 meter shy of the try area. Aaron Ofoiroth, long ball out wide to Lawrence Sebuliba, who looks like he'll go himself. No, he won't. Finds Cloud Otema, doesn't need the man on the outside. An offload on the floor to Norbert Okeni. And the try, which could have been scored on the other touchline by Patrick Okello with Mike Okrach on the outside, is scored by Norbert Okeni, the most prolific try scorer in the series, on the far right corner. So Heathens now extend their lead to 12-0 against the Buffaloes. Aaron Ofoiroth to convert from about 30 meters away, and even more with that angle. He gives it a good hit, but only good enough to score a goal and not the conversion. So the score will remain 12-0. In favor of the Heathens. Heathens are out of the title question, but they can be party spoilers, knowing that if they go through this one, they will be facing the Black Pirates. Very good kick by Aaron Ofoiroth, but well gathered by Odoch Morgan and Solomon Agani, working on the kick reception. Agassi now to carry. He makes his way into the other half. Very good contest by Aaron Ofoiroth at that breakdown. Solomon Agani hits the gap in the middle, offloads the ball out wide to Vincent Otim, who will run past Lawrence Sebuliba. Lawrence Sebuliba, very good cross-covering tackle. It is lost on the floor by Eddie Kaima, and the try, which looked to have been a sure one for the Buffaloes, goes begging. But very impressive defense by Lawrence Sebuliba. He is a very quick man, Lawrence Sebuliba. Look at that burst of pace from Lawrence Sebuliba. Vincent Otim did not have enough speed to go all the way. He's stopped in his tracks by Lawrence Sebuliba. Offloads the ball to Eddie Kaima. Could have been a better offload, and it's lost on the floor there. And now the Heathens can attack from inside their 22, as we see Trevor Chan across there getting his warm-up routine, preparing to jump on, I think, in one of those half-back positions. But Nicolas Cato will feed. Goes for the blind side. He's brought by the forward zone, the Buffaloes forward zone retreat. Is it a turnover ball? No, it isn't. Patrick Okello sells a very big dummy, and the gap opens in front of him. Brought down by Doroch Morgan and Agassi in a double tackle. Aaron Ofoiroth tries to fend off Levis Uchen. Is brought down. Norbert Okeni dances his way past Vincent Otim. Offloads to Claude Tema. Claude Tema has wheels of steel. Will fend off and offload to Norbert Okeni. Norbert Okeni goes into contact. Brought down by Levis Uchen. The two wingers face off against each other a lot in sevens training. But arrival at the breakdown by Vincent Otim was illegal. He went through the side there. It's going to be the last play of the game. Heathens are looking to even add more points on the board in this one. Michael Okorach to restart. Plays it up, sends it out wide to Nicolas Cato. Short ball to Lawrence Sebuliba, who cuts outside, inside step, outside step, and a hop step. Lawrence Sebuliba is over for the third try of the game. It is 17-0 under the uprights. Conversion to come, but the Heathens have been too strong, you could say, for the Buffaloes, and they will be marching into the semi-final. It is halftime. They will be marching into the semi-final unless there is a comeback to face the Black Pirates. I think this is going to be a repeat, if I were to recall very well. Yes, this is going to be a repeat of the Sorority Sevens, where Heathens face Black Pirates in the semi-final. At the break, Heathens will look to consolidate this 19-0 lead. Heathens will look to consolidate this 19-0 lead, but also put as many points as they can on the board, as we see Eddie Kaiman nearly pulling off a very dangerous tackle on Aaron Ofoiroth. And there's Michael Okorach breaking a few tackles. Very good defense from the Buffaloes, but some risky business there by Eddie Kaima. Aaron Ofoiroth to restart. There's a very good balance of hairstyles in this one, with some cornrows, some dreadlocks, some short locks. A beautiful hairstyles there, and even equally beautiful kick restart routine by the Heathens for Aaron Ofoiroth to find Michael Okorach. And now to Lawrence Sebuliba, who does not need the man on the outside. He will sell the dummy. Running that angle, turns the corner and scores in the far left corner there. A very beautiful try. One phase try from the Heathens for Lawrence Sebuliba to extend the lead even further from 19 to 24 conversion to come. But it is this maturity that Cobs have, that Heathens have over the Buffaloes. Let's see if Aaron Ofoiroth will pull off another dominant restart there with Michael Okorach on his outside. It looks good, but the Buffaloes have a response to that in Solomon Agani on the outside in what has been termed as the Lion King kick restart reception. Isaac Ngwalu goes himself, bumps off Trevor Ochan, but the tackle was good enough for Nicolas Cato to contest legally. There's the first of the breakdown now. Nicolas Cato offloads to Aaron Ofoiroth. Aaron Ofoiroth is much, much quicker than Aaron 2K, and he will go over with a very, very beautiful try celebration there. Aaron Ofoiroth showing some dance moves. And Heathens have turned defense into attack, and they are as venomous as they can possibly be. Score now 34. Conversion to come. Let's see how that goes. Yes, he is accurate and to the point. So the score will now be 36-0. Heathens against the Buffaloes as Malcolm Zokelo now comes on. Alongside Joseph Oyet, more popularly known as Ojo. And Kato Reynolds on the far end. So let's see if Heathens will have a similar dominant kick restart routine when Michael Okorach is off. This time it goes in the middle for Malcolm Zokelo to chase. The ball bounces, very well contested by Malcolm Zokelo. He taps it back for Trevor Ochan, and now Aaron Ofoiroth dances his way in front of the defense. Trevor Ochan running a dummy pass, finds Norbert Okeni on the switch, who injects some pace in his run for Aaron 2K. Arriving from the side there is Isaac Ngwalu, and off his feet. Yeah, he did not go through the gate. So Aaron Ofoiroth will now get the Heathens going again. Long ball out wide to Joseph Oyet. The two can throw some really long passes. Joseph Oyet finds Malcolm Zokelo. Malcolm Zokelo sells another dummy. He dives over for the other try of the game. 36-0 the score. It will be extended even further to 41. The Buffaloes could see themselves concede 50 points in this one. But the Heathens' tactic this time has been the ball carriers running a straight line, and there's some dummy runners, which leaves some gaps in the middle, some gaps open in the middle there for the ball carriers to attack. And with just a simple dummy, the Heathens are over with the gap in front of them. The Heathens are over for the other try. It's been done in the first half. and it's still being done in the second half. But Buffaloes have not been able to find a solution to that, as Aaron Ofoiro sends what looked like a very good conversion kick attempt there, sends it out wide, and he will take a break as the kicking duties now go to Joseph Oyet. And the Heathens are now able to maintain that tempo in the games. Another very good kick routine, well gathered by Solomon Agani, brought down as he's being lifted in the air by Odoch Morgan. Loose pass on the floor for Agassi. It is Watman Farouk, aka Musomesa. And now Solomon Agani running on the loop. Basketball pass to Levis Ochen, aka Vimbos, who offloads on the floor. And Norbert Okeni from the side there at the breakdown is penalized. Eddie Kaima sells a dummy, but is tackled very dangerously. And someone's going to be going to the bin for sure. A couple of tip tackles from both sides. And center referee Rosenberg Kanyunyuzi has had enough warnings for everybody. And he decides to send off Ochan Emma for 2 minutes for that repeated infringement. So Ochan Emma will spend the next 2 minutes in the bin. Advantage to the Buffaloes, but can they put some points on the board here? Restarted by Eddie Kaima. Odoch Morgan face to face with Kato Reynolds, but there was only one man that was going to win that one, and it is Odoch Morgan. Now Levis Ochen in the pocket to Eddie Kaima. Eddie Kaima to Agassi, who decides to go himself on to Kato Reynolds again, who is doing the hard work. Trevor Ochan holds on, and now recycled ball by the Buffaloes. Watman Farouk there with the carry. Aaron Tuke. Looked like a high tackle. Yes, it did, and the referee's hand is out for the seatbelt tackle. The ball is lost forward there, but the Buffaloes are playing advantage. So Eddie Kaima can now make a quick restart as the Heathens are retreating. And the referee has called the players back in for not being 10. Heathens not doing enough to retreat. Eddie Kaima now can play the slow ball off the mark. Heathens not 10. Now Aaron Tuke to Agassi, who carries into Joseph Oyet. Is held up. No, he isn't. Recycled out wide for Dodge Morgan. Now Aaron Tuke. Aaron Tuke to Levis Ochen. Heathens are playing with 5 men as Trevor Ochan is on the floor there. Last play of the game. Levis Ochen is brought down by 2 men. Joseph Oyet from the side there playing advantage. Heathens are already 5 men as Trevor Ochan gets back onto his feet. Joseph Oyet, for coming from the side, has been sent to the bin, and Heathens will be finishing this game as 4 men, 4.5 men, because Trevor Ochan is playing these last minutes with a limp. And now Aaron Tuke sells a dummy, sends a long pass. Loose pass, not the best of passes that he could have sent out, but it is well gathered. Now Agassi cutting back inside. Odoch Morgan fends off Kato Reynolds, and it is a try under the uprights. Kato Reynolds there being the recipient of some heavy carries, and when it came to the business end of things, first by Odoch Morgan, he did not have left in the tank to make that tackle, and Odoch Morgan scores the try. Aaron Tuke converts. It is full time, 41-7 in favor of the Heathens. Dutch Morgan there fends off Kato Reynolds, who had been doing a lot of tackling, and he was over Dutch Morgan for the Buffaloes. Consolation try in this one for the game to end 41-7. Now we go on to the second half of the main Cup Quarterfinals. It is the Mongas up against the Warriors, which will be followed by the Cubs up against the Rams.
And there you have it. We have had so far 2 blockbuster main Cup Quarterfinals. And here we have our third quarterfinal. If any of the two that happened before are anything to go by, then this is going to be one heck of a game as well. The Warriors, they had taken a bit of a time out of the main Cup quarterfinals, but now they are back, and hopefully they can at least get into their first semi-final for the final circuit of the Guinness 7 series. The Mongas also had a change in fortune. They actually topped their group after having a lackluster 5 circuits, but they topped the group and they got a matchup against the Warriors. So this is going to be a game of two teams that are very familiar with each other, that have played each other, and the players are well acquainted with one another. As you see, the Warriors with just having the last few words, and the Mongas as well. Mongas clad in their blue jersey, and the Warriors in their predominantly purple jersey with a shade of pink and a shade of yellow and a touch of black. This is going to be the third main Cup quarterfinal. Go big or go home. Henry Musisi will be getting us underway. Center referee will be Gonzalo May. Can the Warriors make their first semi-final of the Guinness 7 series? And can the Mongas as well make their first semi-final of the Guinness 7 series? Both teams have not been at their best. Struggling with trying to usher in new players and trying to make sure that they are creating continuity, but they have been struggling. Quarterfinal is the highest stage both teams have reached, as Mongas receive that kickoff very well and they get to attack from deep, a loose ball and a lot of pressure there. But that is Otala Xavier at the far end, battling it out with Gabriel Laredo, who bundles him into touch. But the referee said the ball is still on, and Warriors get it back, and it's now advantage to the Warriors. Tago recycles, and Ivan Mujiria to Samuel Odinga. Samuel Odinga looking to beat the man on the outer defend, but Abba Patrick there holding his ground. Simon Peter Nyeko, the captain, moving it. Long pass there, and Gabriel Laredo in the pivot role there, sending a long pass. Marvin Agaba not having the hands to really make impact off that attack. They had created some space on the outside, and you can see him communicating with Gabriel Laredo. Maybe a miscommunication in how the passes are working. Players usually have particular ways they'd like to receive the ball, and maybe a bit of miscoordination there between Gabriel Laredo, coach player, and Marvin Agaba. And then we're having the scrum there. Scrum to the Mongas. Lukwago William Mark was very instrumental to the Mongas topping the group in day 1. Can he carry on that very good form in day 2? As the referee just makes sure that everything is set right. Remember, technique and the way players position themselves is very important in the scrum for player safety and for continuity of the game. As Lukwago William Mark is a little bit slow off the base, but they are able to get the ball out wide. And Otala Xavier, who seems to have found his role in this team as a danger man and the go-to finisher, tries to test the Warriors' defense, which is a bit in a case of disorganization. The Warriors try to play it quick, but Ivan Mujiria unable to build on that opportunity. But they luckily have a scrum. Can they be able to utilize that scrum to have something come out of it? Mongas all the way from Entebbe, and the Warriors are playing on their home ground, the Legends Rugby Ground. And you can see at the far end, Guinness, our sponsors, and our other sponsors, Coca-Cola as well. So if you're not drinking a Guinness, get a Coca-Cola. But if you're a beer person, Guinness is the thing for you, as Isaac Tago tries to test how strong the team is in the middle, and he finds out just how strong they are. Mongas with a turnover, and that is Edgar Kairu looking for the space. Cheche Morgan, player not 10, so they get a restart on their penalty with extra meters. Edgar Kairu restarts it to Abba Patrick with the interesting hairstyle. Otala Xavier calling for the switch. Cheche Morgan not in sync. Abba Patrick deciding to take matters into his own hands, and it takes Simon Peter Nyeko to use his body weight to make that tackle. Cheche Morgan. Very good movement there by the Mongas. And it is Lukwago William Mark who continues his very good from day one and comes into day two with expertise, sniping through the gap. That was a very good series of play from the Mongas. That was very, very good there by Lukwago Mark William. And you can see spotting the lazy defender, going through the gap and strolling to score, getting himself some extra meters. And the conversion is good. So Mongas lead this one 7-0. Very good phase play that started in their half, moving the ball considerably well, as Edgar Cairo gets ready to kick off again, and a high kick there. Can the Warriors collect? Samuel Odinga there gathering well and buying his team some time as they move the ball. As Samuel Odinga there tries to look for the gap. The two enforcers on one side, Cheche Morgan versus Marvin Agaba. Cheche Morgan with a good tackle. And the ball moves Mujiria Ivan to Henry Musisi, who passes to Gabriel Laredo. The two bald-headed assassins combining to release Isaac Tago. Isaac Tago kicking. And the advantage goes to the Mongas. Unfortunately, the referee calls for play. Something happened that he did not agree with. What can the call be? It's going to be a scrum to the Mongas. Isaac Tago failing to hold on to the ball. What we thought was a kick was actually him losing the ball and attempting to kick it, but missing it regardless. Warriors trying to make sure that they come back in this game and probably not concede another try before they have any score. And Lukwago Mark William collecting to Edgar Cairo, who tries to go for the adventurous kick ahead. There is no sweeper, but Simon Peter Nyeko is in the perfect place. The tacklers are not releasing, and the referee sees it. And Henry Musisi to his partner in crime, Gabriel Laredo. They work in sync. You could think that they rehearse these moves or these body movements, but they just have played with each other for so long. And the ball is moved out wide. Odinga to Ivan Mujiria, who wants to cut back in. Trying to test the defense in the middle has been one of their main things. And yet again, the turnover. The Warriors' defense is so slow on the support play there, and it's unfortunate. But Abba Patrick looking for the stool. Very low tackle by Henry Musisi, one of the wiser players in the league. And in rugby as in general, penalty there. As Henry Musisi probably needing some medical attention. Hoping that the man is okay. He usually has those shoulder problems. Trying to tell the doc what I think he thinks should be done. When you have an injury for a particular time, then you get to maybe know its remedies. And maybe he just needs a bit of resetting in regards to a slight shoulder dislocation. He's very important to the Warriors. He is not the kind of player that they'd want to lose at this point, especially with the fact that they are trailing this particular game. Remember, this is the third of the main Cup quarterfinals, as Henry Musisi gets off temporarily and Owen Kinyera comes on, and we see Abba Patrick there with the ball in hand. He has been tussling it out with Odinga Samuel in this particular game. They are really going at it, as we're seeing Oroma Brian getting some extra meters, but a player not supporting their body weight according to the referee Gonzalo May, and the ball is now being moved, and Samuel Odinga failing to gather the ball off a very high pass, and that takes us into halftime with the teams separated by 1 try. 7-0 to the Mongas as the Mongas will be the happier team going into this halftime break. And the Warriors will be a bit disappointed, not taking their chances and being a bit late on their own racks, giving away turnovers that could have been avoided. And you can see Tusime Trevor really encouraging the boys. Today he's joined by team manager Jerome Buyonga, who is also a very experienced and old servant of the Mongas Rugby Club with a specialty in the 15s. But they have a wealth of knowledge to give to this predominantly young Mongas side. And as you can see Gabriel Laredo now turning from player mode to coach mode and trying to communicate with his team. His team has a couple of new players in it. One of them is Emmanuel Duku, who is on the bench. Could come on to score some vital tries. He has been growing in confidence, and we have seen it even yesterday when he scored a very vital try that got them one of their important wins that gifted them, or you should say deservedly, awarded them a place in the quarterfinals, which they are playing right now. It will be interesting to see what strategy both teams will be wanting to apply. Edgar Cairo and his team will be looking to play more in the territory that is for inside the Warriors half. So they will be looking to kick long and then trying to manage the game and maybe snipe out another try as they go for a high kick. Samuel Odinga collecting with relative ease. Cheche Morgan trying to clutch onto the powerful man who still pumps regardless of the man attempting to tackle. Patiently moving the ball. Simon Peter Nyeko there in the pivot role. Gabriel Laredo skipping out of 1 try, and then the offload was unnecessary there. The offload was quite unnecessary, and you can see the Warriors players getting into a bit of a conversation about what should have been done, maybe seeing things from 2 different wavelengths. But now they have given out possession in a very, very uncomfortable position. Can they be able to defend their lines and maybe get something going, or can the Mongas hurt them as Lukwago William Mack attempting to feed the ball. He scored their first try. Can he be instrumental in getting them their second try? A loose ball off the scrum, and Simon Peter Nyeko holding Edgar Cairo up. Edgar Cairo, ball unplayable. There, an advantage to the Warriors, according to the referee. They took their time not playing the ball, and it became unplayable. So it's a bit of a time off there to tie shoelaces. But you can see Edgar Cairo still having a conversation with the referee, not happy or not in agreement with the call. But how many times are players usually in agreement with referees' calls? So I think it's a case of just playing your role. As the scrum gets steady, the ref gives the go-ahead to have the feed, and Gabriel Laredo goes on the blind side, likely to kick the ball, and the ball is blocked there. It is legal to be played in that particular instance, and Otala Xavier looking for the offload, and beautiful, beautiful play there by Otala Xavier. And they punish yet another mistake by the Warriors, extending their lead with the conversion to come. And the conversion is good. But you can see the Mongas patient in their defense, and when they get their chance, they strike. Taking that score to 14 for the Mongas. And Warriors yet to have anything on board. They need to respond and respond immediately if they are to have anything to say about this main Cup quarterfinal, or that dream might be over for yet another National 7 series. They might have to wait for the next year. And there we have it, the long kick going to Simon Peter Nyeko, who passes it even deeper to Henry Musisi. Henry Musisi sending the ball out wide, and Owen Kinyera beating his first tackle, beating the second tackle, but the third man doesn't buy into his antics. The ball comes out wide. Simon Peter Nyeko with a long pass, and Odinga with the long kick, and he's backing himself. Lukwago Mark William is in the sweeper role. Does he have enough time to clean up? He's bundled into touch, which gives the Warriors a perfect opportunity. It's not every... but preventing the quick start gives the free kick to the Warriors. They have an opportunity to play, and Samuel Odinga dots down for the score. He initiated the attack. It's not every day that you see a forward kicking long or choosing to kick the ball anyway. And credit to him, and they were able to get the advantage. They were able to utilize it, and just rightfully so, poetically justified. Samuel Odinga scores a try. Can Simon Peter Nyeko do the honors and get the extras? They have not been the best at the conversion, the Warriors, regardless of which kicker they choose. And it had the distance, it had the... we're waiting to confirm if it is converted. The assistants didn't seem to raise their flags. No, it is not. So it is going to remain 5, but he had the direction, just a bit of power. As the Mongers are sensing Warriors who might want to do a comeback in this one, so now they know that they need to play, and they need to play hard. Simon Peter Nyeko is down on one side of a tackle with Cheche Morgan, and it's going to be a penalty. The penalty is going to be to the Mongers. A bit of deliberation there between the referee and Tago Isaac. As we are saying, Captain Simon Peter Nyeko in considerable pain. He's put his body on the line for that particular tackle that stopped Cheche Morgan, but he paid the price. We hope it is not very serious. Simon Peter Nyeko still in a lot of pain. Trying to understand it. It looks like an ankle injury, and those are usually not some that are easy to recover from, and it could be the end of his day too, as he needs support to get off the pitch. It must be an ankle, as unfortunately Simon Peter Nyeko is carried off the pitch. And we hope that he gets better and gets better soon, as Edgar Kairu initiates the attack. Luirika Benjamin there passing the ball, and Abba Patrick deciding to go on the inside, running a bit square and sending the hallelujah pass that Cheche Morgan doesn't gather. It's going to be a knock-on there, and it's going to be advantage to the Warriors. Can they be able to get something done? They're in the second half, and they do not have time. They need to score quick, and they need to score twice if they're to have anything going in this game. And it all starts with this scrum. If they can't win this scrum, then they will all but have condemned themselves to another quarterfinal exit. That is Henry Musisi, who now goes into the sweeper role in the absence of Simon Peter Nyeko. And penalty there. Over eagerness there by the Mongers, who are caught offside, and the ball goes long, and it is Owen Kinyera finding the gap. Owen Kinyera beating 2 tackles, and again a case of an on-rushing player, not really anticipating the offload, thinking about the ruck, but then the lack of coordination leads to a knock-on, and it's going to be a chance for the Mongas to manage this game and see this game off surely. Warriors not good enough on the day. Mongas still continuing with their purple patch from yesterday, topping their group. Although the group did have some mathematics in it, topping it slightly ahead of the Hippos, and they kicked the ball into touch. And that will see this game off with the Mongas winning 14 and the Warriors 5. Warriors not good enough on the day, letting in two tries that were too many for them to come back from. You can see a dejected Gabriel Aredo along with Abdallah Latif and Ochan Juma. Their journey in the main cup ends there. Probably have a couple of possession playoffs coming up next, but for the trophy for the Coronation Sevens, their journey is done. The Mongas are sent to the next. And for the final main cup quarterfinal, we see the Betway Cobs in their blue jersey taking on the Mulago Rams. Joseph Aredo there with ball in hand, waiting for the referee's signal. Center referee Raymond Chiseka attempting to kick the ball. Can he be able to get his kickstart, which I think at this point we all know how that goes. The high kick, and Ian Munyani with the gather textbook, and Haji Manano to Byron Oketayot, who attempts the quick offload but throws the ball ahead, and it was the case of a hallelujah pass. So Rams get the opportunity to kickstart and have the first proper attack of the game off a scrum, but their first role will be to win that scrum. Good feed there by the Rams, and a quick exit as they go for the long kick. Nelson Mandela trying to put the Cobs on pressure. The Cobs have actually been susceptible to the kicking game in the sevens. It has really disturbed them, but the return of Adrian Casito could be vital as he's attempting to clean up. He gets them so many meters off that gather. But the pass is loose, and Byron Oketayot breaking one tackle and offloading to Ian Munyani. Two very, very big and long gentlemen as the ball goes out wide. Long pass. Adrian Casito. He always finds a way of niggling into gaps. Carl Edo complaining about obstruction, but the referee has none of it. And Adrian Casito will score in the corner. Brilliant, brilliant there by Adrian Casito. He always has the way of sniping through the gap, and he takes it with so much speed. And you can see he races off to dot down in the corner for Cobs' first try of the quarterfinals. And Joseph Aredo will be looking to add the extras. One of the better kickers in the National Sevens series, and he has the distance but not the direction. So the score remains at 5 for the Cubs. Rams yet to have something. Joseph Aredo with the restart, and this time it is short. And the rule is you let the ball bounce and don't play it. And in that particular case, it didn't cross the 10-meter mark, but Nelson Mandela played it, and he made a knock-on. That is why it's advantage to the Cubs. I think he was in between two minds. Should I let it bounce and we have the advantage, but I could hold it and then we could play. And he failed to make the decision in time, and gifting Cubs possession as Adrian Casito tries to feed the ball. And there was a bit of confusion there at the scrum time. Raymond Kiseka just clarifying a couple of issues with both sides. Adrian Casito gets an opportunity to feed again. And the ball is out to Justin Kimono. Justin Kimono, who wants to go all out with Kinyera Emmanuel. Kinyera Emmanuel not having the legs to match Justin Kimono. We haven't seen Justin Kimono in full pace for quite a while. It's been a rare sight. He has been in a lot of physical contests, but in that particular thing, he shows us that he can be able to run all the way. Joseph Aredo attempting to get the extras. 10 for the Cubs. Rams yet to score. And yet again, Joseph Aredo doesn't find the mark. So the score remains at 10. Joseph Aredo giving a glance to Ian Munyani, and yet again sending it. Ian Munyani has done his role so well, gathered there by Byron Oketayot, and they do it so quickly and so systematically. Long pass to Pius Ogena. He's a big man, he's a strong man, but he's also a fast man. Show and go there. Take Jude Rakayanga, wrestles him to the ground. Joseph Aredo picks. Ian Munyani moves the ball. Justin Kimono attacks the line, and Alhaji Manano, who rarely scores, but he finds himself in a position of a perfect position to score. He dots down for Cubs' third try, making it 15 with the conversion to come. Dominance there by the Cubs. Dominance, but you can see it all goes from the restart, the high kick. Ian Munyani, no one has done that role better than him. Slaps it back, and from there they just attack. They just exploit the space. Vision from Joseph Aredo with a long pass, who gives it to Pius Ogena. Pius Ogena does the damage, and when the ball moves out wide, it's just a try. And then yet another conversion unsuccessful. Joseph Aredo unable to really find his footing with the conversion. So the score remains 15, Rams nil. Comfortable lead there for the hosts of the Coronation Sevens. And a high kick there, this time longer than usual. Nelson Mandela gathers and sends it to Aziz Karim. And the switch, Kinyera Emmanuel, who's held up by the two enforcers, but he's able to throw the ball back. And Nelson Mandela moves it. The Rams are figuring out a way of getting themselves out of their half, but the pressure is too much. No advantage. It's going to be a scrum to the Rams. Rams have been condemned to a lot of defending, And now they get the rare opportunity to attack, but they have to effect that attack from their half. Nelson Mandela having a chat with his teammates, probably wanting to try out one of their training ground moves as they try to feed and get the ball well. But in case of wheeling there in the scrum, and while the hooter has been sounded, Rams want to at least go into halftime with something to show for it. And Raymond Chiseka says that the player did not release the ball. And Aziz Karim trying to argue his case. Trying to argue the case that maybe the player was trying to still present the ball and there was no daylight shown. And yeah, sometimes it can be a debate with two sides seeing things from a different standpoint. But the referee ideally has the last say. As Joseph Aredo snipes through a gap, looks for the offload. Adrian Casito is always there on the support line. It's like he knows telepathically where to be. And Justin Kimono looking for the long pass to Alhaji Manano. Can he get a second try? Not usually a try scorer, but he has one today in this particular game. Ian Munyani putting his knees on the ground, so the tackler should release. And it's going to be advantage, rightfully so. The Rams seem not to catch, to be listening to the referee. And that's dangerous play. It could result into a card with a sort of DDT kind of try. I mean tackle and handbags there. But handbags are just a more aggressive way of embracing each other. And you can see Alhaji Manano standing his ground and not agreeing with the way he was tackled there. It was a bit dangerous. I'll be surprised if there is no card given in this particular position. The captain inquiring with the referee. Remember, in rugby, not everyone approaches the referee. You have to go through the channels, the right protocol, speak to your captain, then your captain speaks to the referee. Ian Munyani moving the ball, and Joseph Aredo, Adrian Casito trying to power his way, and he does so. Small man, but with a lot of energy and a lot of speed, motors his way in for Cobbs' fourth try, taking the score to 20 with a conversion to come. Then you can see he's embraced by Justin Kimono. A lot of experience on that Cobbs team. A lot of ability. Let's see if Joseph can get the extras, which will be the last action of the half. Then we get into the breather before we wait for the second half. This is the final main Cup quarterfinal. Joseph Aredo having the distance and the direction this time round. He gets it right. 22 for the Cobbs Rams, going into halftime without anything to show for it. Two contrasting conversations there, and we are seeing Joseph Aredo and Adrian Casito just maybe talking about a couple of things they could have done better. And just seeing the guys off the bench, Marco Suna, James Ijongat, Aaron Jurua, so much weaponry that can be brought on. And Davis Chewalabe, who has served for the national team and served Cobbs for the longest of times, will be having a wealth of knowledge to impart to this already experienced side. And the Rams there, in the absence of Richard Lumu, the assistant there trying to give some advice to the boys. They know they have not played to the standards that they can play to. Their defense has been very suspect. And when they had the ball, they have looked without any idea. And the referees just also take the break as a chance to maybe refresh and review how the half went. What could they have done better? How could they have coordinated better? We're seeing there Raymond Kiseka, Emmanuel Sama, and the other assistant referee, or Luke Emmanuel. Just to confirm the name, that is Umar Barikana. And you can see Justin Kimono. I think it's also the time when some of the leaders in the team can come and maybe consult about a call or two. Joseph Aredo, they are seeking clarification on something as well. We're yet to see the Rams captain coming to maybe confirm something, but the Cubs are ready for their second half. The Rams yet to get into position. As the second half is just a couple of seconds away. Just the referee getting in position and his assistants as well. Rams will be kicking us off. Nelson Mandela, will they have an answer to Cubs' 4 tries from the first half? Can we see a miracle of a comeback? The team all the way from Mulago there. We are seeing that is Kinyera Emmanuel, the speedster for the Rams. He has been condemned to defense, and he was shown a clean pair of heels by Justin Kimono, who was saying that he hasn't really shown his out-and-out pace in the Guinness 7 series that much. But with that particular first try they scored, he beat Kinyera Emmanuel for pace with relative ease, I should say. Nelson Mandela communicating something to Carl Edo on the far end, and he signals that he's ready. I assume it's going to be a long kick with hang time to allow the chaser a chance to contest. And there you have it. It is very high, and even Alhaji Manano misses it. Conrad Mukwaya steps in touch, so it's advantage to the Rams, and I think that's a proper way for the Rams to start the second half. And they have the first attack, the first chance to attack, but the first role for them will be, can they win their own line-out? Line-outs have not been one of their strongest assets. As the referee, we've been having a lot of breaks for shoelaces. I wonder why. People, the footwear is maybe being a bit suspect, as Carl Edo gathers well, but he's bundled into touch by Joseph Aredo. And it's going to be a free kick because Jude Rakayanga was obstructing the quick start. Joseph Aredo going for the short one. James Jongat, who is on now, passes to the other substitute, Conrad Mukwaya, who fails to gather. But his errors are cleaned up by Ian Munyani. And Joseph Aredo finds some space. Always willing to give out the ball, not willing to be so selfish with it. And James Jongat, a bit of broken play. Not every time that you see the Cubs failing to handle the ball multiple times, but in that particular instance, they failed to. Rams' captain has been very, very vocal with the referee for this particular encounter. At every breakdown, having something to communicate, having something to clarify. And yet again, he does, as we're seeing some changes coming on for the Rams and as well for the Cubs. In the with Adrian Casito out, Joseph Aredo goes to the sweeper role as a ball is fed, but it's a case of illegal hooking, but the referee might just give Rams another chance to play it off the scrum. Yes, he does. The Cubs scrum has been quite dominant, but they are managed well there by the Rams. Aziz Karim has to start the ball from deep, and Kinyera Emmanuel has his work cut out for him, and the switch is knocked on. And the referee says it's a try, but you can see the players on the far end disagreeing, saying that Conrad Mukwaya knocked on the ball. And if we can actually focus on Conrad Mukwaya, he's actually having an interesting grin on his face as well. Sometimes the referees never see everything, but you could see even the players on the far end were really disagreeing with that call. That was a try that maybe
It was conversion successful.
And there we see the conversion is successful by Joseph Aredo. 27-0 there to the Cobs. Actually, it should be 29. But the scoreboard operator is taking his sweet time to adjust that. As the Conrad Mukwaya is attempting to score another try, and it's a penalty there, and Nelson Mandela starting quickly. James Jongat off the loose ball. Possession has been changing hands so much. Ian Munyani, I think he deserves the try for all the work he has been doing, playing his role with relative ease from the kick restarts to just making sure that the ball is being distributed well, and he gets a reward of a try as Cobs enters the 30s. The lanky man standing at about 6'4". And Joseph Aredo will be looking to add the extra. And the score is 34 for the Cobs. The Rams have not scored anything as yet. They have been whitewashed in this one. As Cobs Joseph Aredo there looking to restart, going for a relatively longer kick this time, but chased by Pius Ogena, the kind of man you'd like to have over your breakdown. And you see he contests, but the referee is not happy with something there from the Cobs. Advantage to the Rams. And what can they do as we are in the evening of this second half? Unfortunately, it's too much to ask for Rams to make a comeback. At least we can maybe ask them to score a try. A long pass there by Nelson Mandela. Penalty, offside. Marco Suna being overly eager in his press. Nelson Mandela not afraid of the contact and running into the shoulder of James Jongat. Ball goes out wide. And Carl Edo, the lanky man, sending to Kinyera Emmanuel, who goozes and goes back in, tackled by Aaron Jurua. That ball is open, but patient defending there by the Cobs. Rams equally patient in their attack. No advantage there. So you could think that maybe the Rams could want to employ a kick for touch so that they can get some extra meters. Carl Edo asking for the ball, and he starts as the hooter is sounded. What can happen? He's trying to step his way out of the tackle, beating Conrad Mukwaya, but Marco Suna is able to rip the ball, gets it, and he has a chance to cap off that defensive play with a try. Marco Suna running interestingly, but the player not held in the tackle, and he scores a try to send Cobs to 39 with a conversion to come. If Joseph Aredo can add the extras, then we'll see Cobs into the 40s. Marco Suna there really pushing, and it's going to be James Jongat with the kicking responsibilities for this one. Another reliable kicker. His most notable kicking moment will be the Gulu Sevens, where he slotted the penalty that won them the final against the Pirates. But this one is sent wide, so the score will remain 39 for the Cobs against the Rams. Cobs are sent to the semi-finals. The Rams are condemned to the positional playoffs. At the Coronation Sevens, the main Cup quarterfinals come to a close as we wait for the next stage of action.
Intense action from all the quarterfinal matchups that we've had. Started off with the Black Pirates against the Ginger Hippos, where the Black Pirates were able to go over in that one. Set up a semi-final clash with the Heathens, who went over the Buffaloes. In the third semi-final, it was the Mongas against the Warriors, and the Mongas came over in that one. So they will be facing the Cobs, who have been too strong for the Rams. But now we go to the Challenge Trophy semi-final. And this one is the placement game. It's going to be a 14-16 placement game between the Stallions and the Kisubi Pacers. Stallions in green and the Kisubi Pacers. Stallions in green and the Kisubi Pacers in the red, yellow, and grayish kind of kit. But it is Kisubi Pacers, as you can see at the center there with referee Luke Emmanuel. It is the Kisubi Pacers that are going to be getting us underway. Very well gathered by Aaron Atoke in the air. Good contest. But it looks like he's going to be banded into touch. No, he isn't. Finds Papi. Papi has been making meters with the ball there. Offloads it to Onyango Pride on the floor. And now Papi again in the middle channel there, with Onyango Pride running support. Stallions have made their way from the 10-meter line onto the 22-meter line. Very good contest at the breakdown, but it is hands in the rock for Omona Emmanuel for having his hands in the rock. And now the Stallions can restart with a free kick just at the 22-meter line. Kafero John runs the dummy line, sends the ball out wide to Mehdi Abdallah. The winger, the first winger there, this young man has wheels and some good side steps, and the Stallions have found the first try of this game through Mehdi Abdallah. But with a conversion to come from Kafero John, let's see if they can get the full complement of points. John Kafero. Very long kick, looks beautiful. Yes, it is a full complement of points. We've seen beautiful kicks in this series and on the calendar all year round, but this is one of those beautiful ones from the youngster. And an equally beautiful kick restart. Yes, it is, bounces on the line onto Abdallah's path, and the winger will now break a few tackles to go over for the second try. Kisubi Pacers are really off their mark today. They've been caught napping on that restart, and Mehdi Abdallah has got his second try of the game. One touch on the ball, the kick restart by Kafero John. Bounces just on the 10-meter line, so it is a legal kick. Well gathered, the bounce in favor of Mehdi Abdallah, and it was try time. Conversion in a similar territory as the first one. Let's see if John will be able to get this one over. He gives it a good hit, but this time it is wide, so the scores will remain 12-0 in favor of the Stallions. The Kisubi Pacers need to get their hands on the ball and, you know, begin to make some positive gain in territory and in possession in this match. This time John goes for a deep kick. Some bit of communication there for the Kisubi Pacers, but well received. Cuts back inside with a nice chicken wing pass onto Musabi Brian. Musabi Brian offloads to James Mwesige. James Mwesige, and now the ball has Mabugere. Keith Mabugere is a strong ball carrier. He hops his way, presents the ball now for Omona Emmanuel Raphael to pick. It is Musabi Brian. Musabi Brian is unable to throw the long pass. The Stallions have found a player isolated at that breakdown, and they've turned over possession. And now Onyango Pride is running on the outside of Wilson Tumwebaze. Tumwebaze, but does not need him. Finds Mehdi Abdallah. Mehdi Abdallah releases Okwera Regan. Okwera Regan, there's some space on the outside for John Kafero. He cuts back inside, offloads back to Okwera Regan. Okwera Regan finds Mehdi Abdallah. It's a loose ball, so the Stallions are playing backwards. Very good defense from the Kisubi Pacers in Musabi Brian, but it is a secured ruck there by the Stallions. Slow ball out this time to Musoke Douglas Papi. Fends off the first man, bumps off the second one. He has an open channel in front of him with Onyango Pride in support on the left. Throws a long pass to Aaron Atoke. Aaron Atoke will run out wide, put some brakes on, and then some very beautiful side steps. Aaron Atoke. He has enjoyed this one. It is the third try of the game for Aaron Atoke and the Stallions. Kafero John thinks about converting from behind the try line, but it is a safer option to just kick the ball through in the right direction, and they have the full complement of points for 19-0. Stallions lead. There goes Aaron Atoke. Slams the foot hard on the brakes. And then he was over for the try. Could have scored it in the corner, but a full complement of points is needed to go all the way to 19-0. And now Musabi Brian offloads the ball out wide. Mwesige James, Aaron Atoke is smart in the tackle, slaps the ball backwards. No, it has been judged to have been a knock forward by Aaron Atoke in that tackle. And now the Kisubi Pacers can attack from just inside their half. Omwana Emmanuel Raphael could possibly have the longest name on the series. Is going to feed at this scrum for the Kisubi Pacers. Opposite him is John Kafero, who has had a good game in this one with two very good conversions and some very good support play. It's a slow ball for the Pacers. Chris Tukesige would have been on attack there, but the ball is fed. It's not a straight feed by the Pacers, and now Kafero John finds Winston Tumwebaze. Tumwebaze is a powerful man. He loses the ball there in contact, turned over by Chris Tukesige, and now James Mwesige picks at the breakdown. He goes himself, hits the deck, offloads through the legs. An optimistic kick for territory by James Okwi, the Kisubi Pacers captain, was charged down, and the Kisubi Pacers know better than to play from their own try area, and they go for the touch, which sends the game into the break at 19-0 in favor of the Stallions. There goes try scorer, breast try scorer, Mehdi Abdallah, and his creator, Kafero John. And we see Aaron Atoke, who scored the third try of the game, sharing some small moment with his opponents. There is Musabi Brian. But we can see the Stallions, the third team at Chadon Rugby Grounds, being coached by one of the most instrumental coaches, in not just at Chadon but in Ugandan rugby, and that's Coach Sky. If there is a rugby player in Uganda, especially one who has gone through touch rugby and who has gone through tag rugby, and at the grassroots level in development rugby, he has certainly gone through the hands of Coach Sky there with in a black top and a black cap. He is all black everything, but the cape is just to the back. So you can see he's giving instructions to some of the players who will be playing for the most successful club in the country, and that is the Heathens. But across you can see the Kisubi Pacers, very, very good club led by Charles Senteza. Kisubi Pacers have good initiatives going on. They are the mental health champions of Ugandan rugby. They always have these campaigns, these clinics with the different clubs and with communities in Kisubi and in Entebbe where they are based. That even through sport we can champion some good causes that will help us live in our communities as better people and to the best of our abilities through the mental health campaign. But we are underway in the second half. Let's see which team has the better campaign when it comes to rugby. Kafero John there with a very good kick for Mehdi Abdallah to chase, but he went short, and so now the Kisubi Pacers can attack from the halfway line. Short ball out wide to Musabi Brian. Musabi Brian on the offload, flows from the floor to Chris Tukesige. Chris Tukesige finds Jonathan Godoy. Jonathan Godoy is a very strong man in that carry. Ball is lost, is fumbled on the floor there between the Stallions and the Kisubi Pacers, but center referee Oluko Manuel signals that it was a high tackle against Jonathan Godoy, and now the Kisubi Pacers can continue their attack deep into the Stallions 22 dummy run there, and ball lost forward off the long pass by Jonathan Godoy. And so possession has been turned over to the Stallions. You can see some communication there between Aaron Atoke and his scrum half, and you can see he's still looking there for the move that is calling Kafero John. So I think there will be an interesting set-piece play that they are going to be doing. He feeds it from the left side, so his run to pick the ball will be in the favor of sending the ball to Aaron Atoke, but let's see what option he goes for. Yes, he does. Looks for Aaron Atoke. It's a 2v1 situation. Aaron Atoke has acres of space in front of him, and he has enough horsepower to run around his opposite man. There's nothing that Dennis Gutse Mutebi can do to stop Aaron Atoke from scoring the try. And the Stallions are cantering away in this Challenge Cup 14th to 16th place playoff match against the Kisubi Pacers. Try time by Aaron Atoke, conversion to come by John Kafero. Let's see if he's going to pull off another beautiful conversion like he did the last time. No, he isn't. So the scores will remain 24-0. And we've seen quite a number of games where the team that is leading move away without conceding a single point or even a single try. And the Stallions are doing just that with the Kisubi Pacers. Very nice kick restart there by Kafero John. Well gathered by Dennis Gutse Mutebi, who will redeem himself after being taken for Sports Day run by Aaron Atoke. Slow ball out wide by Omona Emmanuel onto Musabi Brian. Musabi Brian throws a loose pass to James Mwesige, but it has been found by Jonathan Godoy. Jonathan Godoy offloads it to Musabi Brian. Now James Mwesige goes to the blind side. Will he take the pocket? No, he won't. Chooses to go to the floor. He's brought down in the tackle there, but you need to arrive at that breakdown legally if you had to contest at that ball. For that ball, Mr. Musoke Douglas, very good pop pass into space for James Okwi, the Kisubi Pacers captain. He's a strong ball carrier. Bumps off and makes the offload to James Mwesige, who makes a loose ball out wide to Jonathan Godoy. And then off the floor, he plays like a scrum half the winger, James Mwesige. But the Kisubi Pacers are playing quite some good offloading game, but they need to be more clinical, as they are throwing loose balls, they're throwing forward passes, and the balls are being lost on the floor. This time, in this case, according to center referee Oluke Emmanuel, the call is that was a forward pass. As now we see Kafero John, 2 assist tries, 2 conversions. He makes way, he will take a break. Very good game he has played. He will take the break and he will be served. We will get to see who that is, the player that has come on for him. But it is the same style the Stallions run, with the ball in 2 hands onto Musoke Douglas Papi. He's a big man. He has found some space in he enjoys himself in sevens. And there we see a loose ball lost on the floor at the breakdown there by Opira Ivan. And so we see possession being turned over in very, very easy means. You could say you could go away. You could hope that if you've won the ruck, you would play the ball out wide, but they've not been able to handle the ball much better, the Stallions. Well fed by Chris Tukesige now. He turns the corner, but is tackled by Winston Tumwebaze. Offloaded there onto the path of James Okwi. He sends it out to Mona Emmanuel. Very well secured by the Kisubi Pacers now. James Mwesige has a man on the outside, doesn't need him, turns. Looks like he had suffered a mental block. Goes for the opportunistic offload. It looked like it had been lost forward. But no, it hasn't. It was ripped backwards. And Musoke Douglas on a late charge, for a late charge on Dennis Gutse. Oh yes, the ball was lost forward, called back by Ivan Kavagambe. Ball was lost forward by James Mwesige. And so the Stallions now will get to feed. Gwang Ronald, who came on for John Cafero, is going to have his first opportunity to feed, second opportunity to feed at the scrum, and hopefully with no one on his blind side, there will be a break in the Kisubi Pacers defense. Slow setup, very well won by the Stallions. And now Musoke Douglas on to Emmanuel Odong sells some dummies and offloads to Musoke Douglas, very well secured by Ogwang Ronald. And now Winston to Aaron. Aaron cuts back inside, tries to break his opposite man, offloads the ball to Ogwang Ronald. Ogwang Ronald hits the deck, offloads on the floor to Winston Tumwebaze, but the ball is lost forward, and some handbags are swinging yet again in this one. But it is the small boys who are showing each other that they are strong. Winston Tumwebaze there with Jonathan Godoy. It is going to be the last play of this game. The players will need to keep temperatures on the pitch in within the legal limits as Cafero John returns to the field of play. Chris Tukesige now. Kisubi Pacers need to get this out very well because it's going to be their last game. It is fumbled backwards, taken back inside the try area. James Mwesige grounds it, and that is going to be the last piece of action in this 14th to 16th place playoff semi-final. Stallions much stronger than the Kisubi Pacers in this one, and they walk away with a 24-0 victory, which will see them play for the highest possible finish later in the day. But we set our eyes now for the other 14th, 16th place playoff semi-final between the Eagles and Rams 2. The two teams are running on, Rams 2 and the Eagles, from the player holding area. Rams 2 led by Mukunkunziza Bakali. In green there. And now we get to see the Eagles, who are playing with a number of guys who have stood up to be counted in this one. This has been their first competitive tournament in a long time. But let's see how they will shape up for this one, as Willie Araptai, the captain, finds his place at the back. But the kick is going to be taken by Batamukwize Brian. He's a young man who has been in the Rams development program for a long time. He has done his refereeing courses as well. He was assistant referee and center referee. He was assistant referee in the men's series earlier, and center referee in some of the Tier 2 games for the women. But Brian gets us underway in this one. Very well gathered, a deep kick, but well gathered by Owen Ocha and the Kisubi Pacers. And the Eagles now can attack with Captain Willie Araptai. Dances his way past Jakuma Pius, and he will be going all the way into the corner for the first try of the game. Dives over. There's nothing that Pius could have done to stop him, and Araptai is over for the Eagles' first try of the game. You can see there in the corner, the Buffaloes guys are being entertained and with some words, but they will be giving some advice to both teams how to score and how to defend there, with Eddie Kaima laying across the boards. But what a try that was from Willie Araptai. Breaks the line, and he has the speed and the skill set to give a cheeky sidestep on his opposite man, the sweeper, and he was over for the first try. Conversion is not successful, and so now the Eagles can resume their attack. Kicked into the channel where Katongole is defending, but well gathered by Mungu Regan. High tackle there by Mugisha Keith, and now Rams 2 can attack. We know that they enjoy playing the switches like their senior brothers in Rams. They carry by Bakali into Mugisha Keith, leads into a very huge tackle. And now the Rams are beginning to play their customary switches. They create some space on the outside. They fend there by Mukunzi Bakali. He likes to play in the contact zones. Offloads it out wide to Mungu Regan. And now it is contact rugby, but the ball has been turned over by the Kisubi Pacers, by the Eagles. And so we have just similar break like we had for the first try by Araptai. But now this time there's a solution to that mazy running of his. Bola White, Hamza Abdallah. Hamza Abdallah offloads to Oenocha. Oenocha carries. The Rams attempt to hold him up, but the ball is well secured at that breakdown, and now it's a 3v2 situation. The Eagles are unable to get a clean ball there. Slapped back by Kabogoza Ashim. But Sama Emmanuel says that was an intentional knock forward, bordering on the line of a full penalty and a scrummage. But Sama has opted for the scrummage. And now Owen Ocha will be feeding in this one, as the clouds now continue to gather here at Legends Rugby Grounds. Owen Ocha, not exactly the cleanest of balls he could have fed in there. Mugisha Keith puts football to the boat, well gathered by Rams in the far quarters of the pitch. Someone's going to be going to the bin here. Sama Emmanuel has had enough. He says the Eagles are playing the ball on the floor. And for his sins, Willie Araptai, the try scorer, will be spending the next 2 minutes in the bin. The Rams now have a chance to attack with a man advantage. Very good contest by the Eagles at the breakdown. It's an open ball. Gets back on his feet. Chobe Daniel. But now this time, can the Rams get a clean ball out? No, but then they still maintain that possession. Brian now fumbles the ball, offloads it out wide to Kabogoza Ashim. Kabogoza Ashim finds Katongole. Katongole loses his footing on the floor there, and he is penalized for holding on and slowing down the opposition from contesting for the ball. Now Henry Ruthongoye onto his opponent, but the Rams tactic, this is the Rams tactic that we've been talking about. They will hold the man up, force the turnover because the maul has been called, and the resulting play will be a scrum in their favor. The Rams do it in the top tier league. Rams too are doing it in the challenge. So we know that this is a Richard Lumu textbook tactic that he employs for all his players. And even when you watch Makerere College School in the schools league, you will see that they employ that double tackle, hold up the man kind of style of play. Sukuma Pius to feed. But there's an early hooking there by the Kisubi Pacers. And Pius, in an attempt to play the quick ball, needs first take his mark, so he is pulled back. Bakali sends the ball out wide to Katongole. And now Mungu Regan. Ball out wide to Brian. The Rams are playing a very deep move. Now Brian sells a few dummies, finds some space on the middle, sends it out to Mukunzi Bakali. The Rams are making headway in this one. Mungu Regan finds some space on to Kabogoza Ashim. It's well secured. Players need to roll away, so the Rams will maintain possession. Catching the defense, snapping. They need to retreat 22 meters. It is going to be Mukunziza Bakali who scores Rams 2's first try of the game. It's in close quarters. Very good opportunity to add extra points, but he is in a rather concerning situation after scoring that try. So the score stands at 5-5 in favor of Rams 2. Is a draw with conversion to come, but Brian will be converting so that the score can be in their favor. Going into the break. And you can see walking across your screens there, you can see Mama Mileke Sifuna Aredo of the Aredo brothers, and she's been a parent to not just the Aredo brothers, but almost everyone in the rugby fraternity, especially for the Warriors. She makes sure to attend all the games on the calendar, and she has graced us with her presence today.
Wow. Wow.
I'm taking out the whole system. Even your support play. What? Bring an apple, like
Okay, yes, bring me one. I hope you have your own sweater because I'm not giving you mine.
Black, it's not dark, it's bright. Black is bold. Black is every color all together. My thing, your thing, our thing mixed together. Black shines brightest.
The clouds are slowly but steadily gathering here, and with the way they are moving over the skies, as we can see on the far end from Nakawa and Naguru, surely in a few hours we'll be having some rain, unless the rainmakers can put some more smiles on our faces like the ones we've just seen on Sama, Emmanuel and Rosenberg Kanyunyu's faces. It is the second half getting underway. Kisubi Pacers, oh my God, it's the Eagles to get us underway against the Rams too, as Brian collects a very good kick from Mugisha Keith. Carries forward, brought down by Francis Bogere. And now the Rams too are on the attack. Brian sells a dummy offloading game by the Rams, but there was no advantage gained for that high tackle earlier. So it is the Rams too in possession of the ball. Masa Elijah sends the ball out wide to Mungu Regan. Well secured by the Eagles. Long ball out wide to Brian. Brian has a man running on the channel in Ashim. Ashim sends the ball out wide. It's a big carry there, but they well secured on the face, and now they can recycle it out. Sending some long passes, these youngsters. Elijah this time throws it on the floor. Well gathered by Mungu Regan. Mungu Regan breaks the first tackle, and the second one. He's on his way. Is there any support for him? Lands into the strong shoulder of the sweeper there. But the support was just in time to secure the ruck at the breakdown. Another good stiff tackle. And now the Rams can recycle. They're making some gains in territory here. Brian sends the long pass out wide, runs the loop like the Rams have always done, and then looks for the switch. Breaks the first and the second tackle. Brian is still going. There's a support line in the middle. Doesn't need it. He does. There's a side step. Let's see if there'll be some offloads. Settles for contact. Yes, it is try time for Rams 2. Kawowo Ashim over. It has been a good team try by the Rams, starting from deep inside their own territory, making some gains steadily, slowly and steadily. And Kawowo Ashim was in the right place at the right time to get that offload and score the try that sends the score to 12-5 in favor of the Rams. Conversion is not successful, so the scores will remain 12-5 in favor of the Rams, but the Eagles are still within touching distance. A converted try will make this a draw, and we could certainly be going into extra time. Brian on the restart. But his kick is short. But you can see that try there by Kawowo Ashim after a very beautiful phase of play by the Rams. And now the Eagles are in attack. Well held up as usual by the Rams. It is a tactic that they know well to use. The ball is moving. It has been called by Sama Emmanuel. And since the ball is unplayable, possession will be turned over, with a few handbags swinging, and Sama Emmanuel have some word to say to both teams so that they can maintain the discipline as the dark clouds continue to fill and cover the skies here over Legends Rugby grounds. Rams still now on the attack. Another loop run by Brian. Fends off the first man. It's an overlap situation for the Rams. And a side step, sweet step in the middle by Katongole. Tackler not rolling away, but some handbags are still being swung here. Tempers are always flaring. Started with the Ginger Hippos and the Pirates. Every team has wanted a fair share of the action, and things have got out of hand now. Very unnecessary stuff here from the Rams and the Eagles. And handbags are still swinging and collars being checked. Some consultation between the referees and the players from both sides.
Black. It's not dark. It's bright. Black is bold. Black is every color all together. My thing, your thing, our thing mixed together.
And Kunziza Bakali, who has been shown yellow, so it is 5 against 5, but after 2 minutes, someone will be returning, and tempers are still flaring in this one. It's a high tackle there, and Eagles will be suffering even more as Francis Bogere is at the mercy of Sama Emmanuel, and he has been shown yellow. He will need to run all the way across the sin bin, so it is now 6 against 5 for the Rams, and they are playing advantage here. Well recycled by Elijah. Elijah out to Brian. Brian sends the ball out wide to Ashim. Ashim, the try scorer, sends it out to the winger on the outside, who finds him on the arrow flood. Now the Rams can settle with possession. Very good recycled ball. On to Elijah. Elijah to Brian. And now there's space on the outside. The showers have started falling at the facility here. There's a near try by the Rams, but they are short. Assistant referee has her flag in. There's going to be a lot more consultation between the teams. Rosenberg says there was a high tackle there, and Sama Emmanuel runs to the center of the uprights and awards the penalty try, which leads into the full-time whistle of this game. The Rams too have won their game, and they will be marching on. They will be finishing in a higher position as number 16, as number 14 if they perform well in this one, and the Showers are unforgiving in this game.
As we see the Sailors and the Rhinos coming in for the Challenge Cup semi-final, the second Challenge Cup semi-final. Sailors having won their first game of the day earlier on against the Stallions. The Rhinos were comfortable winners in their matchup against the Chisubi Pacers, and they lock horns in this particular encounter. The Sailors all the way from Boyogere, Rhinos at home, playing at their home grounds, and we see Ivan Chirabo there with the long kick as the rain starts to fall in its full complement. And the first attack of the game is going to be with the Rhinos attacking. And the line out there as they opt to go for a short one, but the referee says it was not straight. The weather at Legends has changed for day 2 of the Coronation Sevens, as the fans try to look for as much shelter as they can, but the rugby action continues nonetheless. We consider rain to be a blessing as the referee calls for a scrum. Ivan Chirabo feeds and opts to go himself. Can he make it all the way? Confirmation by the referee awaiting. And Ivan Kawagambe, center referee, confirms that that is a try with the conversion to come. The first try of the game in this semi-final, 5 to the Rhinos, and the Sailors will have to have a response in this particular encounter. Let's see if they can get the extras. Unfortunately, they do not have the direction and the bearings for that, so the score remains at 5 for the Rhinos. The Sailors with 0. Sailors need to respond, but a great consultation between the center referee and his assistant to make sure the score is confirmed and the score is right. The conditions are very tricky now, but the teams have to continue playing nonetheless. Another long kick there by Ivan Chirabo. We can see the strategy that he's using, trying to pin the Sailors into their own half, and it's going to be a 22-meter dropout. And the Sailors start. And Andre Maivi there trying to get some extra meters. They get a chance. Can they have a response? But the referee says they did not take the proper mark when they were making their start. So it's going to be a case of them having to reset. And Jones Kamiza organizing his team. Moses Olupot there just standing behind Jones Kamiza. The referee is still not finding. Actually, I think that was a case of time wastage, and the Rhinos now get the opportunity to attack yet again. Sloppy mistakes there by the Sailors, and they could be punished for that. And patient movement of the ball as Andrew Kalali there, setting up patiently, releasing and holding the ball yet again. Experience might come to the fore in this particular encounter. And that's a short ball, beautifully held, but Moses Olwenyi has to cling on as Ivan Chirabo is tackled and loses ball in contact. Andre Maivi trying to clean up for the Sailors, but no advantage gained there, so it's going to be Sailors with a scrum. Very, very tricky weather for players right now. The ball can be very slippery. The conditions can be very slippery. As Moses Olupot tries to get some meters, but unfortunately loses the ball in contact, and it's again Rhinos with the advantage. As you can see, the team's opting to go for the shorter spaces in which they play from, not wanting to play expansive rugby. The team's looking to play some short kind of games. They're not trying to play anything expansive because of the weather and the way you protect the ball. As patiently moving the ball from left to right, back to left. The Rhinos engineering space as much as they can. A 2-on-1 situation there. Does he have the legs to go all the way? No, he doesn't. The tackle, Andre Maivi attempting to go for the jackal, but he fails to. And Andre Kalali is put on pressure in such tough conditions. Moses Olwenyi gathers. Now the Sailors want to punish Rhinos, and the referee says there's a penalty there, and Moses Olupot moving the ball. And the recycle patiently moving it. You have to be extra careful with how you hold the ball. Moses Olwenyi taking 2 men down with him, and it's a case of tackler not releasing, the ball carrier not releasing the ball, and Rhinos now get their chance to attack. A man who's not 10 meters tackles, and it could be the case of a yellow card there, and rightfully so. Yellow card to, we're yet to confirm the name of the Sailors player that has gotten a yellow card, but Sailors is down to 6, and this is an advantage for the Rhinos. Can they be in a position to punish such mistakes, such numerical disadvantages? And he snipes through the gap, but unfortunately, the weather and handling are not being the best friends of players right now. Yet another beautiful run, but every time a player gets into contact, the ball is dislodged, and it's going to be another scrum as the halftime hooter has been sounded. The rain seems to continue falling relentlessly without stop. We hope that at a certain point it can, you could say, have mercy. We still have a lot of rugby to be played later today, and we would love to have it in better conditions. You could say that Legends did not subscribe to the Rainmaker. We're not sure if that is it's a true phenomenon of things that happen. I don't know how true Rainmakers apply, but in this case, you could say it is the only circuit where we have had rain this intense. So out of 6, something should have been done differently. As Ivan Kabagambe, after that series of disorganized and dislodged play, calls for halftime. Andrew Kalali, they are trying to confirm a couple of calls with the referee, but the teams will have to go to their respective camps and deliberate on how to go through the second half better. Rhinos still in a narrow lead, leading 5-0 with the second half in this Challenge Cup to come.
Black shines brightest. Black, it's not dark, it's bright. Black is bold. Black is every color, all together. My thing, your thing, our thing mixed together. Black shines brightest.
Second half restarts, and we're seeing Jones Kamiza with a relatively long kick, finding touch on the on and off. Quick start there by the Rhinos. Andrew Kalali looking to commit the defender. Very good hands there by Ivan Chirabo, setting up, patiently playing. And the player not supporting their body weight, and it's going to be an advantage to the Sailors. Sailors know that they have the deficit of 5 points, so they need to come out attacking, literally. They need to get the first score if they are to have a comfortable proceeding in this particular game. Couple of switches there, finding Moses Olwen, who tries to inject some impact there. Ball unplayable, so it's going to be... Unfortunately, they were playing advantage, and in case the tackler not binding in their tackle, so it's going to be yet again Sailors with a chance to get the first score in the second half. They're in the perfect territory, and you can see that's a training ground move, and the ball always ends up with Moses Olwen because it's their hardest carrier. And Andrew Maivy moving the ball out wide. Can they be able to create the space? A case of being a little bit too selfish in that particular set play. He had 2 men outside him. Andrew Maivy. There is no support play there by the Sailors, and the Rhinos turn the ball over. As the rain starts to reduce a little bit, could there be a ray of hope that we could see the sun yet again today? Both teams playing very narrow, playing the very physical game because of the conditions, of course. And then we have a little bit of 2 speedsters meeting each other in what they call an embrace and a physical embrace there. That was very interesting to watch, but the Sailors get the penalty, the Rhinos get the penalty. Man has been tackled, rack set up, and the recycle. Patient defending by the Sailors, who have been able to keep the Rhinos at bay, but a case of the commentators' curse that in that particular instance the Rhinos actually broke the line, and we see a stool there as they're patiently moving the ball from left to right, and it's a 2-on-1 situation there. The pass goes out wide, and the relentless defense of the Sailors is finally broken in the second half. Try for the Rhinos with a conversion to come. The score is 10. The Sailors are yet to score a point in this game thus far, and this is not a situation they want to find themselves in, because now they are trailing by 2 tries. And conversion is good. Is it? We're yet to confirm. Conversion is good, and that is 12 to the Rhinos, and the Sailors with nothing to show for their efforts at the moment. But you can see there the committing and the passing, just basic rugby. Commit your man and then pass to the man outside, and that was an easy stroll in for Billy Ochen to score the try for the Rhinos to give them the lead. Another long kick there. Kamiza Jones there. Breaks a tackle there, and they're able to get themselves out of their half. But yet again, it has been the same story, finding themselves in contact situations and losing the ball. They should be able to protect the ball better. But Ivan Kabagambe calling for a scrum. Fast offense. It's going to be to the Rhinos. Jones Kamiza trying to create something out of nothing for the Sailors. He has been their most dangerous player over the 2 days of the Coronation Sevens, and all through. As the scrum is affected, referee says feeding, and it's going to be Sailors with yet again another chance. Sailors have had a fair share of the possession, but they have failed to make anything out of all the possession they have. And yet again another training ground move. You could say they're a bit flat-footed, not really attacking the gain line, so the defense can just watch them do the move. And patiently defended there by the Rhinos, who get a line out and can be able to exit their half if they can win the throw. Good to see the rain reducing finally. Could we be able to see some sun shine back? The conditions in Uganda of late have been a bit hot and cold. You never know what to expect. You just have to brace yourself for whatever weather comes. But regardless, rugby continues nonetheless. And the Sailors trying to ask a couple of questions. Rhinos with a bit of disorganized defense. That is Ignatius Were there, trying to look for the offload as the hooter sounds. And it's a penalty, not going through the gate. Can they get a consolation try? The Sailors, Moses Olwenyi, but the pass was forward, and surely that should be the last action of this particular game. Rhinos getting the 12-0 victory in this Challenge Cup semi-final. Sailors, unfortunately, losing this particular encounter.
That will be the last piece of action. Competitive piece of action for a trophy for the Sailors, as they have bowed out of the Coronation Sevens, and in the same vein losing their core status as a sevens team in the national series. But we see the Impis running on against the Entebbe Jaguars, a very, very skilled side of the Entebbe Jaguars, against an Impis side who were rather unlucky this weekend, choosing to play much to the disappointment of some of the players and a couple of other rugby people here at Legends, how Impis gave away free walkover points in a spirit of sportsmanship with the Mongers, and they found themselves in the Challenge Trophy, while Mongers found themselves in the main Cup Quarterfinals. But Impis now will need to redeem themselves by playing against the Entebbe Jaguars, who have had quite a colorful Sevens series performance with the Mileke Sevens, the Henry Jumba Sevens, and now the Coronation Sevens. Umar Balikanda will blow the whistle to get us underway. It is the Jaguars that are kicking off from right to left on your screens. The showers have stopped, but the skies are not yet clear. And the kick long out to the back to Jerome Tasiku, who goes onto his left, breaks the tackles, finds some space in the middle, and the rack is secured by Keith Weraga. Henry Sekuye picks, flows to Jonathan Luhoni, the speedster, fends off a couple of defenders there, is tackled rather dangerously by Abel Alele. No, that's not Abel Alele, is it? And there's a player supposed to be going to the bin. We'll get, there's no jersey number, so we will be looking for the name by consulting some of the officials from the Entebbe Jaguars. But we have 7 men of Impis attacking against 6 men of the Jaguars. And ball has been sent out wide to Kennedy Muhumuza in space. He has the legs to go out wide. He's first with Abel Alele, puts out the fend, but Abel Alele is up to the task, brings him down. Well secured at the breakdown by Manuel Sediabane. Sliding out on his way. There is the Impis winger. And now Emmanuel Sediabane forces his way over. He stretches. He thinks he has reached. No, he hasn't. So he has been judged to have knocked on the ball. A bit too ambitious in looking for the try. Emmanuel Sediabane, and a scoring opportunity goes begging. But the Jaguars now have to attack from deep inside. There are 5-meter and 22-meter territory. Makere Impis penalized for shoving illegally sideways in the scrum. Now the Jaguars can attack from a penalty. Slow pop passes that Kawowo has been playing. Jonathan Lohoni has been taken for Sports Day, but is quick enough and uses the 8th man as his defender. Able to turn over possession. Quick restart there. Keith Weraga running, looking for the options on the switch. He's brought down, but well secured by Jerome Tasiku. And now Kennedy Muhumuza on to Sediabane, who cuts back inside. It's a slippery surface. Finds Jerome Tasiku. Henry Sekuya sells a dummy. Finds the offload to Kennedy Muhumuza, and the Impis are now knocking at the door of the Jaguars. Emmanuel Sediabane yet again, or is that Jonathan Lohoni? He's penalized for diving at the breakdown. It's an illegal entry at that breakdown. Abel Alele finding some space, reduces some speed for a while, but is brought down. The very good cross-covering tackle by Jerome Tasuku. Bernardo flows to Jagbon. Jagbon finds some space, but is also tackled by Kennedy Muhumuza. It is crumbled defense by Impis, and the ball is lost forward there on the floor by the Jaguars. But what a break from Abel Alele. Seems to be running at full pace, but not full throttle, and he pumps the foot on the gas even further, but good cross-covering tackle by Jerome Tasiku. Offloads, and the counter-attack by the Jaguars is halted by a lost ball just about 15 meters shy of the try area. Henry Nsekui, a very good kicker. Finds some space at the back. McDonald cross-covering right from that scrum down, but is brought down by Kennedy Muhumuza. Bata recovers the ball there, but Kennedy Muhumuza is off his feet at that breakdown. And Jack Bo with the ball there for the quick restart. A bit of a farmboard ball. And now Bruce to Abel Alele. So now Eben. He's running out wide. Does he have the pace to beat Jonathan Luhoni? No, he doesn't. Jerome Tasiku is looking for the quick restart. Yes, he finds it. Finds Keith Weraga. Keith Weraga will attack that space in the middle. And now a long pass out wide to Kennedy Muhumuza. Can Muhumuza throw a long pass? No, he won't, but he will find the offload for Emmanuel Sediabane. Sediabane offloads after committing to Keith Weraga. Keith Weraga breaks the tackle. No, he doesn't. Floats on the floor to Muhumuza. Now, Jerome Tasiku. Impis have a 2v1 situation with Sekuya on the outside. But it is Ocheng Blair who will go himself. The ball is lost forward there. Very good defense from the Jaguars. And Blair playing the ball in an offside position gives the Jaguars a chance to attack. A beautiful defense there from the Jaguars. Scramble defense, good cross-covering tackles. And they are doing well as we see Pius Mpoza come on with David and Nico for the Impis in substitutions. Ball turned over, and Aniko now has a chance to play his first touch on the ball. Offloads to Pius Mpoza, the substitutes pairing with each other to advance Impis's attack. Good contest at the breakdown by the Jaguars. Is it a try? Yes, it is. It's Pius Mpoza who will take the credit for this one. Some celebration from fellow loose forward Kennedy Muhumuza. They have a very good combination of 6, 7, and 8. When you add Emmanuel Sediabane to that, and it is that energy that has helped them cross over for the first try of the game as Jerome Tasiku prepares himself to take the conversion. Conversion is short, and that is going to be the last. We have one more play. The last play. No, we will not. It is going to be halftime. Impis leading 5-0 against the Jaguars. Skies cleared, but only just a bit. And now the drizzle continues as Emmanuel Katuntu gives some tactics to the Impis players. He looks to be speaking direct to Asimwe Happy there. And with some further consultation with his players, Impis will need to close out this one because the Jaguars always have that one try in them. You don't know where it will come from. Could be Ngom Gerard or Abel Alele or anybody on that team because they play as one unit, the Jaguars. Henry Nsekuye to get us underway. Kicks it deep, and it is well regathered by Keith Weraga. Playing advantage is Impis, well gathered by David Aniku. And playing advantage is Impis as Pius Mpoza goes himself. Ruben Opesa picks. And now, Jerome Tasiku on to Jonathan Luhoni, standing stop. He fends off Ongom Gerald. He'll run around him. No, he won't, because Ongom Gerald has the pace to make the tackle. Henry Nsekuye slips as he arrives at that breakdown. He looks to have hurt himself. No, he hasn't. Well recycled. Can Keith Weraga throw a good pass? Yes, he does. Onto Jerome Tasiku. Now Pius Mpoza looking for that opportunistic offload, but Data Khalid knocks it down. And we have a knock forward, an earlier knock forward from Pius Mpoza as he looked for that optimistic offload to put a teammate into space. And like we've been saying, Jaguars always have that try in them, and it starts with their defense, scramble defense. And with consultation with Sama Emmanuel, possession has been turned over after that knock forward in the tackle by Data Khalid. Keith Weraga telling his teammates there to relax, especially the backline, as he sends the ball out wide. Quick ball to Jerome Tasiku, picks it off the floor, will go himself, turns the corner, finds the offload to Henry Nsekuye, who sends it out wide quickly to Jonathan Luhoni. Jonathan Luhoni faced with Ongom Gerald, does not beat him the first time, he beats him the second time, finds the offload to Henry Nsekuye, who will dive over in the corner for the second try of the game. It is Impis 10-0 against the Jaguars. Very good support play after that scrum down from the Impis, finding some space, offloading to the man on the outside. And it is that support play that Henry Nsekuye did for Jonathan Luhoni that put him in a place, the perfect place to score that try. Jerome Tasiku gives it a good hit, but it sails just wide, and the scores will remain 10-0. The kickers today haven't been the most efficient, but it is even going to be a harder job, a harder task to kick today, given that the ball is slippery, the grass is a bit damp and wet. But on the restarts, you can be sure to give it a good thump that will need to be gathered well. Now on to Data Khalid. Decides to go himself first by Emmanuel Sediabane and Pius Mpoza. He is held up. The maul has been called. Possession will be turned over. Beautiful defense from Impis. Data Khalid had 3 players on his outside, but decided to go alone. He braced himself for that impact, but the Impis, who are an experienced score side, was smart enough to read that and hold him up, turning over possession, and they now get a chance to attack and extend their lead even further in this one. Keith Weraga. And there, Jesse Jackson was offside at the scrum there. Tackles man without ball, and now Pius Mpoza throws a loose pass out to David Aniku, but the Jaguars are not 10. Took so long to retreat 10 meters, and what looked like was a chance for them to gain possession in this half just went begging as the defense were unable to retreat 10 meters. Now a short ball to Pius Mpoza. Impis playing 15s rugby in 7s, and it's a huge hit from Pius Mpoza, sends his opposite man Jesse flying on the floor, and now Jerome Tasiku looks to hit that same gap where Jesse was. Henry Nsekuye securing that breakdown. Pius Mpoza again. It's going to be a penalty try. Center referee Umal Barikanda would like to consult with Abel Alele there. Reckless defending from the Jaguars. Abel Alele has been sent to the bin there, and the Jaguars have been punished even further. And now it is 17, full complement of points. No need to convert because that penalty try. And now the Jaguars have been reduced to 6 men. a situation of coming from the frying pan, from the flampen, as we call them here, into the fire. Henry Nsekwe, a very good kick, appeared to have overcooked it, but it bounced just inside the field into touch for a Jaguars line out. It's a slippery ball. The bodies are slippery because the rain had just come. But let's see if the Jaguars will be able to throw a good ball. Jesse Jackson throws a long one out over the top, regathered by Data Kali, but he loses it in contact. And now Jerome Tasiku has men on his outside, finds Henry Nsekwe. Henry Nsekwe sells the dummy, cuts Gerald inside outside, but his offload to Jonathan Lohoni finds a shoulder. Data Khalid, Kennedy Muhumuza, the flanker, puts the foot to the boot for a chip chase. It's a foot race. Kennedy Muhumuza will score the try under the uprights. It is 22-0 for Impis. They've been far ahead of the Jaguars, denying them the chance with the help of the wet and slippery ball and the surface due to the rain, to take a 24-0 lead in this one, denying the Jaguars, who we know always have a try in them, an opportunity to attack and play and give us some razzle-dazzle that we know them for. That will be the last piece of action in this one. The Challenge Trophy semi-finals have ended, and now we go into the 5th, 6th place playoff matches. It is the Buffaloes in the player holding area alongside the Ginger Hippos. The two teams would have loved to make it all the way to the semi-finals, but we will have a new semi-finalist this time. Not the Buffaloes and not the Ginger Hippos. The two face off in a placement playoff match.
Yeah, the two teams just waiting for the tournament director to give them the go-ahead to take the pitch. But for now, they hold on as further organization is finalized and the pitch is being cleared by the previous teams. Action still coming thick and fast for you. These are the positional playoffs, but later on we shall be having the main cup semi-finals and lots of action coming. You can let us know in the live chat, who are you backing to win the Coronation Sevens? Who are you backing to win it all? Don't forget to tag us on social media as well. Support your team, back your team. Whether you're not here, you can enjoy the experience from wherever you are. And you should always have a Guinness with you if you're watching by yourself. Get yourself a 6-pack. If you're watching with some friends, get a crate. Guinness is the beer synonymous with Sevens rugby in Uganda. As the teams run onto the pitch, for those that are not familiar with the colors, Buffaloes in their customary red and black all the way from Chadondo, and the Hippos all the way from Ginger in their white and gold. Hippos there who are engaged in a very fiery quarter-final matchup that they lost to the Pirates. They'll want to end their day on a high, regardless, and maybe have something to take home with them to Ginger. In Kabale, their man, Timothy Mugisha, was the MVP. We are yet to see Timothy Mugisha on day 2. Last we saw of him was on day 1 when he got a red card for a high tackle against an Impis player. But there's a very, very much changed lineup for the Hippos here, as we're seeing Jonathan Echeru with ball in hand, just waiting for the referee's signal so that he can give us the thumbs up or the whistle so that the game can kick off. And with the kickoff, a long ball that is fumbled, and David Wako, very good chase there by the big man, setting up there. The Hippos putting a lot of pressure. Referee not happy with something. Center referee for this one is Gonzalo Mayanja. And there is a player who is down in considerable pain. We hope that it's not as serious as it looks. We're yet to confirm who is down. Is it Jacob Ochen? We're yet to confirm. Hippos wouldn't want to lose yet another man at the beginning of this game. They will be facing a very, very resilient Buffaloes side that lost their quarterfinal matchup against the Heathens. The Heathens were just better than them on the day, washing them to a 38-point score. And yeah, it's Jacobo Chen. I guess it was a case of just getting a bit winded or facing a bit too much contact. The doctor says he needs to first get off for further assessment. We're not sure if we'll see Jacobo Chen coming back, but we hope that he's okay. An early sub for the Hippos is being forced as Jacobo Chen shrugs his way on the sidelines in clear discomfort there, you can see. And action continues nonetheless. Eliphaz Emong. When you see Eliphaz Emong on the pitch, he has surely come to do one thing, not to pass, not to sidestep, but to go route one. And he shows just why. They are flowing two Buffaloes players and getting the penalty for his team. Very good attacking opportunity for the Hippos there. And sniping through the gap. A case of double movement there, but there's a card going to be shown probably to a Buffaloes player for... we are yet to find out what it was. For maybe it's a case of offside, repetitive infringement. And again, you see they're trying to find Eliphaz Emong in those short spaces, trying to test how good the Buffaloes can defend. And they give it to their biggest man, and you can see he's very ready to take the contact. They are not even having any shame with it. When you have artillery at your disposal, you use it. And surprisingly, Eliphaz Emong sends the long pass, and somehow the Hippos have not yet scored with all that. And finally, the Buffaloes let loose. With a man down, Jonathan Echeru scores for the first try of the Hippos, a conversion to come. With the conversion there, the Hippos lead this one 7-0. Buffaloes are no stranger to playing a man shot or two-man shot. This is not the first time we have seen them. Yesterday they had to play a particular game with two men down, two men off the pitch. So they are quite familiar with such circumstances and are relatively comfortable defending in such scenarios. Let's see if they can turn this scrum into an attack. And they always find ways of scoring, as we see the scrum going to get affected. Just a case of timeout for shoelaces. You need to have your foot gear right. 2K Aaron with ball in hand, getting ready to feed. Very heavy Hippos scrum against a relatively lighter scrum for the Buffaloes. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of pressure put, but they hold their ground. And Adrian Kaima moves the ball. Levi Sochen tries to attack the line. It takes two men to put him down. Taufik Bagalana does the job. And now the Buffaloes looking for every space they can get. Hippos struggling to really put out the proper tackles. Aaron Tuke, he had to first struggle to hold the ball, then the tackle met him, so it wasn't really an ideal situation for him, and because of that, the Buffaloes have lost the ball because it was unplayable. And a bit of back chat there We're not sure if it was Edwin Kaima trying to say something to the referee, but now it's a full penalty, and he intends to make sure that they pay for that indiscipline. And Edwin Kaima should know better. He has been a referee before. You do not back chat to the referee. You have to go through the right channels. You have to speak through the captain. And the ball goes to Elifaze Mong, a training ground move, and the ball goes out wide. Jonathan Echeru looking to pass on the outside, but instead the Hippos have lost a lot of ground. Still trying to carry the ball, and their captain Dave Wako with gaining some extra meters. They get the ball out to Taufik Bagalana. Plays at center in the 15s. Comfortably playing in the forwards here in the 7s. And Jonathan Echeru trying to slow the play down. And Levis Ochen holds him. And it's a case of an intercept. Can they make them pay for that? And Levis Ochen looks like he has the legs to go all the way. And a beautiful offload. Great interchange there between Levis Ochen and Tukey Aaron. Tukey Aaron finishing it with a try. Conversion yet to come, but it was a case of Jonathan Echeru taking way too much time to prepare himself, and then when he wanted to release the ball, he did it in panic. Let the ball go, intercepted by Aaron, offload to Levis. Levis did the hard work, offload back to Aaron, who scored the try. Now can he add the extras? Unfortunately he can't, so the score will remain at 5. Hippos will remain in the lead, and Buffaloes have a deficit of 2. The conversion was unsuccessful as the hooter for halftime goes. Buffaloes have the opportunity to restart before the halftime. Can they send a high kick and probably get an attacking opportunity? Can the Hippos, on the other hand, maybe do something? And it was a case of the chaser running ahead of the kick. So it's going to be a free kick there to Hippos, who get a chance to have the final response of halftime. And Captain Dennis Etwao says, let's go get a breather. And it's halftime, with the Hippos having 7 and the Buffaloes having 5 in this particular encounter. See there, Kevin McMahon trying to explain something to his Hippos side. As you can see some of the action from the first half of this particular encounter. Elifaze Mong brought on for one particular job, and he's doing his job right, frustrating the defense of the Buffaloes. And you can see that the interplay between Levis Ochen and the brilliant offload, and Aaron Tukey with the good hands to finish it off. Buffaloes are a very stubborn side, and they don't give up. If you give them the opportunity, they will punish you. As the teams come back for the second half. And Buffaloes to put us underway for this second half of the 5th-6th playoff. And Dennis Etwao lets the ball bounce, forgets that it's a wet surface, so the ball will be moving faster and across a wider surface. So it's going to be a line out to the team from Chadondo, who get the first good opportunity to attack in the second half. Actually, it is going to be the Hippos, rather, who are going to attack. It didn't go straight out. It is the Hippos off the on and off, in touch. Ball not straight, according to center referee Gonzalo Mayanja, so it's going to be a scrum for the Buffaloes. Buffaloes have a perfect opportunity now to attack off a scrum. If they can be able to win that ball with relative ease, they can come up with something. They have some very dangerous players, as we're seeing Adrian Kaima standing just behind the scrum. Aaron Tukey ready to feed. And off that, Adrian Kaima moves the ball. Levis Oche never afraid to attack the gain line. And the setup is there. It was a very scrappy play there, silly mistake by the Hippos, and they could pay for that. Adrian Kaima deciding to change directions and trying the dummy. No one is buying his dummy though. Aaron Tukey trying to free his hands, looking for the offload, and then choosing to keep the ball. Ball is recycled. Adrian Kaima. And route one, it was a case of as if a high tackle. Yes, they are playing advantage for the high tackle. Solomon Aganyi sends the ball out wide, and Aaron Tukey should be able to score. He has actually been tackled. Very, very good tackle there by the Hippos. And resilience there. Brutality in the defense. But they were playing advantage, and Buffaloes get another chance to play. Adrian Kaima taking his sweet time, not trying to rush this. Remember, the conditions are not their best. The ball is slippery, so you have to be extra careful with the ball. And long pass there out wide to David Agassi. David Agassi never afraid of the contact as well. Ball is moved from left to right. Patient defending by the Hippos. And it's the cross kick. Who can gather the cross kick? Gathered brilliantly there by the Hippos, by the Buffaloes, but they lose a lot of meters. And ball is open for anyone who's up to grab. And very good defense there by the Hippos, weathering the storm of that series of defense. Jonathan Echeru and not Aaron Tukey, one of the other players, having a bit of a melee off the whistle. And you can see there the reason why the penalty was given. And Jonathan Echeru with a hit after the whistle and the resultant reaction. So both players trying to send a message, but we hope Solomon Aganyi is fine. He's down as Gonzalo Mayanja at the far end tries to consult with his assistant Ivan Kabagambe. The referees have done a relatively good job. You could say I know we have a lot of criticism with referees as Solomon Aganyi limps off. Will he be able to come back? Let's wait and see, but doesn't look likely. We're just saying the referees have done their job. Of course, here and there are some errors that happen, but they have done a good job. I couldn't say kudos. We should sometimes give a little bit of credit here and there. Definitely there's room for improvement, but they have done good. As the Hippos trying to find touch, and it's going to be a line out just at the 10-meter mark for them. Line outs have not been an area of assurance for any of the teams. So sometimes they work out, sometimes they don't. It depends on maybe what mood your hooker and your jumper are in. As we're seeing the Hippos with yet another opportunity to attack. Loose ball there, collected by the Hippos yet again. Jonathan Echeru with a quick pass. Dennis Etwao with the long kick ahead. Adrian Kaima trying to go and gather. He knows he has Dennis Etwao behind him, and it's a howler there. A bigger howler. Oh my God. What is that? This is a case of having a little bit of comedy. And we can just see that play, that after a mistake by Eddie Kaima, who missed the ball, then Dennis Etwa says, I can even do it better for you. He holds an invisible ball, and he didn't score. That was very funny. That's my moment for day 2 of the Coronation Sevens. So it's going to be back to the first offense, luckily enough, that the Hippos get to attack, and it's Aaron 2K being offside, and full penalty there to the Hippos. Jonathan Echeru going to the other side, and scoring with relative ease to put the Hippos in a considerable lead, 12 with the conversion to come. The Buffaloes still on 5, and you can see Jacobo Chen, who has just come back from an earlier injury, congratulating his guys and then having a conversation there with Levis Chen. They have been teammates on the Uganda Sevens as well, and also being the Sevens training camp. So despite the fact that they share hairstyles and maybe have different jerseys today, they are well acquainted with one another. Don't be fooled by any handbags you might see. Dennis Etwao trying to get the extras. That looks like a very good kick. Yes, it is. Very, very good kick. Keeping the score perfect for the Hippos. 14. The Buffaloes now have to score twice if they are to get ahead in this particular game. As the hooter sounds, will they have enough time for just maybe a consolation? The Buffaloes have been second best in this particular encounter, regardless of a spirited fight. Day 2 hasn't been their day, really, as much. After a hard game against the Heathens, then they lose to the Hippos here. But they want to maybe have one last hurrah, and it is Levis Ochen against Jacob Ochen. I told you they are friends, but when you have opposite jerseys, jersey colors, sometimes no one really cares about that friendship. You will remember that friendship at the final whistle, and there goes the final whistle as Adrian Kaima maybe having a little bit of pain off that hit from Jacob Ochen, who comes to check on him. The spirit of sportsmanship is there. Brilliant, brilliant. That you can be on opposite sides and hit each other hard, but once the final whistle goes, you are friends, and that is why rugby is called the sport of gentlemen.
Black, it's not dark, it's bright. Black is bold. Black is every color, all together. My thing, your thing, our thing mixed together. Black shines brightest.
As we see in the tunnel, the Warriors and the Rams are going to square off in yet another placement playoff game. The Rams, for those that are not familiar with the colors still, in their white with the stripes of maroon, and then the Warriors in their cocktail of colors, predominantly having purple with a bit of yellow, a bit of black. And you can see we have the main Cup semifinals also coming up later on, but you can see very focused the Hima Cement Heathens going through their paces, trying to get some warmth, some strength in their bodies, get the muscles warm. They will be featuring against the Pirates in one of the semifinals. And we are seeing there Edwin Kaimar having some pain there off that hit from Jacob Ochen. And we hope that he is fine. Luckily enough, his work for the day is done, so he can get comfortable medical attention as the Warriors and the Rams come onto the pitch for yet another placement playoff at the Coronation Sevens Day 2. We hope that you're enjoying yourself. We hope that you have a couple of Guinnesses with you. Enjoy with friends. Share the link, share the banter. Enjoy the experience. A few last words there with the Rams, a few last words with the Warriors. two teams that are very familiar with each other. They square off a lot in the 15s league and in the 7s as well, so they'll be familiar. Nelson Mandela in particular has played for both teams. Henry Musisi, another man who has played for both teams. So those are two guys that are on opposite sides but have been in the various jersey colors that you're seeing on your screen at the moment as Gabriel Aredo gets ready to kick off this particular encounter.
These are the two teams that are in 8th and 9th place on the core series standings of the 2021 Guinness 7 series. So there's something to play for. They'll survive relegation for sure, but they'll need to have an all-time finish at the end of the weekend when the season ends today. Now Gabriel Aredo raises a high ball. It is short enough for the chase, but well gathered by Carl Edo there. Sends it out wide to Arnold Musazi. Now Nelson Mandela finds Aziz Karim. Aziz Karim hits that gap in the middle with a switch to Emmanuel Kinyera. Long switch, not well gathered by Emmanuel Kinyera, and it is lost forward. So the gap appeared to have opened, but closed almost immediately by the Warriors defense. We'll now have a scrum to feed. Just about 30 meters, could be 28 from the try line. Now Henry Musisi, as you heard, has played for both teams, but he has been a very loyal servant of the Warriors ever since he made that move from Rams, playing in scrum half. He will be taking the honors to feed in this one. Henry Musisi, quick ball out by Ivan Mugiria. Now Isaac Tago carries into that channel. The Rams' tactic of holding him up appears to have been working, and it's lost in the tackle there for Nelson Mandela, who finds Emmanuel Kinyera. Was unable to gather the first ball, but he has broken through. Brought down by Gabriel Aredo, but rack well secured by Jude Rakayanga, the experienced man. And now there's an overlap on the outside. Carl Edo steps back inside. It's brought down by Marvin Agaba. No contest at the breakdown. It looked like it was an open ball for Gabriel Aredo, but Rosenberg Kanyunyuzi, the center referee, says you need to go through the gate. And the Rams now are making some territorial gain in this one. The free kick just at the halfway line. Arnold Musazi coming back to the blind side, looking for that loop and switch. Doesn't find it. Gabriel Aredo this time will have a very good contest at the breakdown. No, he doesn't. And now we have Kaledo running. That loop pass dances his way through Gabriel Aredo. It's a very good tackler. Brings him down, contests, he's on his feet, hands over the ball. But he has been told to release the ball. And now Jude Rakayanga, slow ball out wide for the Rams. Aziz Karim skips Nelson Mandela for Emmanuel Kinyera, who cuts back inside, breaks the tackle of Isaac Tago, but slips right in front of Henry Musisi, who is off his feet. But Marvin Agaba was legal and effected that turnover. And now Henry Musisi with a quick restart. Ball goes through Emmanuel Duku's legs, but finds Ivan Mugiria, who fends off Kaledo. Now looking for the options, finds Isaac Tago, but he threw a forward pass there, Ivan Mugiria. Bit of a lapse in concentration. From the Warriors. Turnover possession after doing all the hard work in defense. These placement games are going to be very important if these teams need to get as many points as they can available in their pool from the weekend in the placement games. Stability at the scrum, not yet achieved, so Rosenberg says Musazi can wait, then gives him a go-ahead to feed off the floor to Nelson Mandela. Aziz Karim running the switch. Finds Carl Edo, the space on the outside, hop, skip, step. Marvin Agaba doesn't have the pace. Yes, he does, to stop him in his tracks. And now quick ball out wide by Jude Kalyango. Simple passes from the Rams, but not the cleanest of them, as Arnold Musazi has to stop it like a footballer. Finds Nelson Mandela, who is swinging around with Emmanuel Duku, but the Rams will have advantage for offside after an early charge on defense for that quick sprint, that blitz defense by the Warriors. Arnold Musazi now makes the switch for Nelson Mandela. He skips a couple of skip passes but doesn't find anyone, but it bounces its way to Kaledo, who's swung by Marvin Agaba, and the ball is lost forward by Emmanuel Duku into touch. So the Rams have an option to go for a scrum or a line out. They choose to play the quick ball out wide from the line out, and they are attacking that same spot, you know, hammering the same place. And that breakdown, they keep going to the blind side. Ivan Mugiria off his feet, but the Rams were able to secure that ball. Nelson Mandela, short ball out to the two quick men, lost in the contact there. And the Rams will have that chance go begging after multiple phases of attack, while the Warriors held on for their dear lives. And now they have a scrum, an attacking scrum from deep inside their 22-meter territory. Henry Musisi, quick ball out wide. Very good partnership with his hooker, and some violence applied to the ball there by Gabriel Redo with Isaac Tago on the chest, but well gathered by Nelson Mandela, who runs on the outside. And Gabriel Redo yet again not going through the gate for his contest at that breakdown. The Rams are now pounding again, knocking hard at the door of the Warriors. Ziz Karim sells a dummy, hits the gap there by Isaac Tago. Isaac Tago contesting at the ball, but it was already picked up and recycled by Jude Rakayanga. It bounces forward, it bounces backwards into the face, into the hands of Kinyera Emmanuel, who is tackled close to the try area, and a very good contest by Henry Musisi. But yet again, he needs to go through the gate if he is to win possession at that breakdown. And now the Rams are just 5 meters shy of that try area. They send the ball out wide through through Emmanuel Kinyera, who will hop step and will go over despite being tackled by Henry Musisi. The Warriors being punished yet again for illegal entry at that breakdown, which has cost them some precious points. And now they are 5 points down as the halftime hooter goes. Let's see if Aziz Karim in this last play of the first half will make it full complement of points. No, he doesn't. So the score will remain 5-0 at halftime in favor of the Rams, who have attacked the most. Heathens are probably the most entertaining squad here when they are not on pitch with their dance moves. And there's Aaron Ofoiroth leading them midway through their warm-up session. Heathens with some good halftime entertainment and some fun for themselves in this Coronation Sevens circuit, the final round of the 2021 Guinness 7 Series. We do not have a definitive champion yet, but there will be no need to wait for the final whistle at the end of the main cup final, for people to begin their celebrations. As we see there, Samuel Odinga also pulling off some moves, the big man. Pulling off some moves at the half-time break as he now joins Latif Abdallah. The Warriors shape up to receive the kickoff for this second half. Nelson Mandela for the restart. Making some consultations and thumbs up check for his backs. Rosenberg Kanyunyuzi will get us underway. Nelson Mandela raises a very good kick for the chase, gathered by Samuel Odinga and brought down. He loses it forward to the path of Jude Rakayanga, so advantage to the Rams. Arnold Musazi now Starcode. Latif Sebagala contested that breakdown, but there was no advantage gained by the Rams. So Samuel Odinga losing the ball in contact after that kick means that the Rams get a chance to attack after kicking off in the second half. They lead 5-0, but you can see the smiles on Carl Edo's face, the other Rams counterparts, as they know that they win this ball, they will have had a good chance to finish with more points ahead of the Warriors. Now Nelson Mandela, hop step, goes back to the blind side. Does he find some space? No, he doesn't, but he's able to find the offload. And another offload. Now Kaledo with the ball. Hop step, the long man has some quick steps, finds Nelson Mandela, who is tackled high by Samuel Odinga. Samuel Odinga apologetic as Nelson Mandela was sort of going down in that tackle. But the law is the law, and in the eyes of Rosenberg Kanyunyuzi, that was not playing safely, so the Warriors got a chance to attack on the penalty. Running another switch is Nelson Mandela to Kaledo, who will cut back inside in front of Emmanuel Duku. Brought down by Latif Abdallah with a warning from center referee Rosenberg Kanyunyuzi for that high tackle. Arnold Musazi to Aziz Karim, and now Emmanuel Kinyera. Emmanuel Kinyera slow but steady. Takes the pocket, Arnold Musazi, who sends it out wide to Nelson Mandela. Nelson Mandela running with the ball in two hands, meaning he provides questions for the defense, knowing is he going to pass, is he going to carry. But Emmanuel Duku needs to stay on his feet if he is to contest at that breakdown, not supporting his own body weight. He gives away another penalty. It is repeated infringement from the Warriors, who are defending dangerously, and they could risk having a man sent to the bin by the center referee Rosenberg Kanyunyuzi. Arnold Musazi, very certain that Rams will be running a switch, yes, onto Nelson Mandela, and another switch onto Jude Rakayanga. Now the line has shaped up on the right side. Ball shuffled quickly all the way to Emmanuel Kinyera, who injects some pace. Looks like he's going to cut back in. No, he doesn't. He's brought down by Owen Kinyera, his namesake. Loses the ball forward. There, Aziz Karim after that offload from Emmanuel Kinyera. And now the Warriors can attack for the first time in a long time in this match against the Rams. Score is 5-0. They need to put points on the board. But first they need to get a safe release from this break, from this scrum down, as Henry Musisi slowly makes his way there with ball in hand. Stability at the scrum achieved. Henry Musisi feeds legally, and now Gabriel Aredo puts the foot to the boot, sends a long kick out wide. He is a quick man, but Nelson Mandela will get there before him. Now has enough time to scan for his options. Decides to cut back to the right side, sends it out wide. Carl Edo Now Kaledo is arrested there by Samuel Odinga. Jude Rakayanga secures the ball at that breakdown. Arnold Musazi. Now Aziz Karim with Emmanuel Kinyera on his outside, looks for the switch, has Emmanuel Kinyera to beat on the defense. When Owen Kinyera is a strong defender, he needs to release as Aziz Karim has put his knee to the ground. Ball out wide to Isaac Azama. Now Jude Rakayanga, the dentist, with the Mulago Rams. Ball lost forward in the tackle by Latif. Sebagala Kaledo swings it out wide in the offload, finds Jude Rakayanga. The pressure from the Warriors is too much to handle for the Rams. And Nelson Mandela has no choice but to kick the ball into touch there. Now Warriors, that pressure could amount into some points if they're able to throw a clean ball at this line out, win it, and put some attacking front for the first time, I could say, inside the Rams territory. But first, Henry Musisi with Emmanuel Duku looking like he will be doing the jumping. Feigns the jump, does not go in the air. Henry Musisi throws a straight ball out. It finds Ivan Mugiria. Slow ball, it's available for Henry Musisi to use. He sends it to Gabriel Aredo, who finds Owen Kinyera. Owen Kinyera has to beat his namesake. Emmanuel Kinyera looks for that cross kick, but he loses it backwards, and now position has been turned over. Arnold Jude Rakayanga with the ball. Switch to Nelson Mandela. Nelson Mandela looking for the long pass out wide to Aziz Karim, who loses it on the floor, and yet again, Rams cannot get out of their territory. But the Warriors are not able to make maximum use of the chances that they have in attack. The sun has slowly but steadily started shining after that heavy downpour. And now Henry Musisi sends it out wide to Gabriel Aredo. Gabriel Aredo looking for that cross kick option for Owen Kinyera. Owen Kinyera gathers legally, and it is try time. Owen Kinyera partnering with Gabriel Aredo. There was space on the outside as the Rams were defending short. And a good kick, pinpoint by just Gabriel Aredo. Finds Owen Kinyera, who dived over to tie the scores at 5-5. He makes the conversion. It could put them in the lead. But if the game is tied, they will be going to extra time. Gabriel Aredo with that heavy breath for stability as he shapes up to kick. Gives that one look over. He gives it a good hit. The flags have gone up. And he has converted. Gabriel Aredo, what a kick from Gabriel Aredo. The Warriors have won this one. Clutch points from Gabriel Aredo there, the coach player, ensuring that the Warriors come out of this one with a win. Some smiles from his opposite coach, Richard Lumu, but what a kick from Gabriel Aredo there. And you can see he's not pumping up and all about doing that. He says, this is normal business for me. But let's take a look again at that try. Gabriel Aredo, the architect of all the moves there for the Warriors, finds the cross kick for Emmanuel Kinyera to dive over. Nelson Mandela couldn't do anything there as Owen Kinyera was the first on the ball. And it was try time. But what a kick that was for maximum points by Gabriel Aredo.
All right. We are getting now into the business yet again. The main cup semi-finals, the first of two semi-finals being between the Chadondo Big Boys Heathens and the Kings Park Faithful, the Pirates, the Sea Robbers taking on the Green Machine. Who do you think is going to win this? Who do you think is going to walk away with the W in this game so that they can settle or secure their place in the final? Pirates has a lot to play for. Pirates is playing for the Coronation Sevens and ideally for the entire Guinness 7 series. Remember, for them to have a chance to actually even win the overall Guinness 7 series, they need to win the Coronation 7 series in general, and it all starts with the semi-final against an opponent that is very proud and will not just let them have it. Anyone that knows Heathens will know that this is going to be a tough encounter. The Heathens themselves have not been at their best. You could say injuries and a couple of things in the Guinness 7 series, but they will want to maybe sign it off by winning the Coronation Sevens. Who knows? They're a very proud side, one of Uganda's traditional rugby sides. And you can see Michael Okorach there looking very pumped up, getting in position. Nobato Kane, one of the top try scorers in the Guinness 7 series overall, also getting ready. Blockbuster action about to happen. Looking very, very focused. Doesn't usually have a lot of emotion on his face, but give him the ball and you will know how lethal he is. As center referee Wutimbe and Conrad Wanyama with ball in hand, ready to effect the kick to kickstart the first semi-final, and he goes for a different kick than usual, and it's slapped back by Michael Okorach. Heathens is scrambling a bit, going backwards there, but they settle. Can they be able to get themselves out of their half? Remember, the ground is still a bit slippery and the ball is still a bit wet, so teams still susceptible to blunders, especially with handling errors. Ball is open and the Pirates steal it. Moving the ball, Isaac Massa trying to get out of a tackle by Michael Okorach. The veteran showing his brutality against his fellow Sevens teammate. And that is Alex Turinda trying to set up. And you can see every contest is being put on the show and go by Timothy Kisiga. But the recovery tackle is very good. The offload, does Haruna Mohammed have the legs to go all the way? Unfortunately not. Kelvin Balagade patiently looking and waiting. He wants to effect the pick and drive. He's a powerful man. And with the offload, Pirates score the first try through Timothy Kisiga. And Pirates with the first try of the game there. Brilliant stuff. And Conrad Wanyama looking to add the extras. Can he get the extra 2 points? Remember, once you reach such a stage, every point you get matters. And unfortunately, he does not convert. So the score remains at 5 for the Pirates. But very good early pressure there. The Heathens are not a side that is going to just lie down. We expect them to come back and have a response in this particular one. But Pirates in the ascendancy so far. As Conrad Wanyama prepares to set another kickoff, and he's going relatively deeper than usual. That's not his usual style of kick, as Aaron Ofoiroth evades the tackle that came rushing on, and now what is he going to do? Steps back in. He decides to keep the ball. I think that was a wise decision, and they move the ball. Sebuliba with the adventurous kick, and he's a very good footballer, so that he has good control of the ball with his foot, but unfortunately he's unlucky. Wutimba says it was a forward pass that went to Arnold Atukunda, saving Heathens from their blushes and giving them a perfect attacking opportunity. giving them a perfect opportunity. The Chadondo side has conceded. Now they know that they need to score next. Like I said, they're not going to just let Pirates have it easy. They also want to go to the final. They also want to win the Coronation Sevens. They cannot win the overall series, but they are poised properly to be ready for the Coronation Sevens. So the Heathens, being the proud side that they are, expect them to attack as much as possible. But Pirates, knowing what they need to do, their work is cut out for them. As Nicholas Katopix attacks the gain line. And Timothy Kisiga there, that could be a yellow card, the case of obstructing play. And rightfully so, Timothy Kisiga gets a yellow card. Pirates are down to 6 men. In such tense times, you wouldn't want to lose a man when you're playing the likes of Heathens. And this is going to be a test for how Pirates can play with one man less, how good can Pirates defend, how good can Pirates turn defense into attack. And very interestingly there, the scrum is their first bit of test. That means that once the forwards are in the scrum, Pirates has 2 players out wide, so Massa on the far end at the top and Atukunda on the other side, and they are targeting Atukunda. It's going to be Claudio Tema versus Arnold Atukunda. Claudio Tema beats Arnold Atukunda, and it's try time. Try time for the Heathens. And the dance, the comical dance. Yeah, during your training sessions, make some time to learn some dances. It's good for celebrations. And you can see there Claudio Tema skipping out of that tackle from Arnold Atukunda, and the dance had the flavor. And Aaron Ofoiroth, can he add the extras? Unfortunately he can't, so the score is 5-all square, but both sides bringing the game, bringing the heat. How are you guys feeling the heat wherever you were watching from? We hope that you're enjoying it with the Guinness. As you can see, the fans, the music has been switched off as the fan was just getting into his groove, but action is still continuing. And a loose ball there as Okenye was trying to block it there, but then there is a case of the player was already there at the mark, so it's going to be a normal line out affected. Heathens putting themselves in a good territory there, but it's going to be advantage to the Pirates. They are the ones with the ball to attack. If they can win this line out, Wanyama needs to get his throw right. He has been very instrumental to the way the Pirates have been playing. Can he be able to continue in such relative form? And wasting time, Utimbe says, from Conrad Wanyama, who took long to effect the throw. So now the Heathens to play, and it is Norbert Okenye adding the gas, beating the first man, Isaac Massa. It is rare for people to beat Isaac Massa on the tackle, but good contest there as well between the players. Ball is open for whoever wants it. The referees let them contest for it. And finally, he wants to make a decision. Ball unplayable. It's going to be Heathen's ball. Isaac Massa is contesting. He says he had hands on the ball at the breakdown. And why couldn't he get it? And you think he has a case to argue there, because the Heathens are not secured their ruck, and they had come through the gate and they had hands on ball. So why it is a Heathens ball, only the center referee can be able to explain to us. However, the center referee is the sole judge of fact for anything, any decision made on the pitch, and maybe he saw something that we did not. And it's going to be Nicholas Kato feeding, gets the ball comfortably, Aaron Ofoiroth patiently, and the interesting dink behind the defensive line, Norbert Okenye pushing, but unfortunately he shoved Arnold Otukunda off the ball. Timothy Kisiga is back, so Pirates are back to their full complement, and they kick the ball long. They have not been a stranger to using that long ball, and you can see the ball. Does it find touch? No, it just falls dead there, just ahead near one of our cameras, and it's going to be a try. As the referee consults, Referee Utimbe consults with Gonzalo Mayanja. Very good kick there. What happens? Try time for the Pirates. Very, very good kick. And you can see Nicolas Kato is very, very unhappy, and Michael Okorach not happy with the assistant referee, arguing something. And the fans are in party mood here at Legends Rugby Grounds. Good to see the sun coming back out after that shower by the heavy, heavy rain. And the far corner, the Heathens are watching this game with particular interest as they wait for their semi-final. Conversion successful there, taking that one to 12 for the Pirates. Heathens still at 5. As you can see, the Cobs at the far end waiting for their second semi-final, but they are closely watching this game. They know whoever they face in this particular one is a hard opponent. Heathens is there, a long-time adversary, and Pirates has given them a run for their money in the Guinness 7 series. So they are closely watching as they're getting ready for their semi-final. Action-packed here at the finale, the Guinness 7 series. And the teams go for halftime. Halftime with Pirates in the lead. They'll be the happier side, but they will know that it is not over yet. It's not over until the final whistle. 12 for the Pirates. Very good kick there at halftime to from Haruna Mohammed, who put the Pirates in a proper position. They scored a try, they converted it, and they are now 12 up. And with the Heathens having 5. Heathens don't have much to talk about. They know what they need to do, and they just needed to maybe just get a couple of a breather and then just tell themselves, you guys, let's focus. Now they are back ready to play. Pirates has the more conversation, and you can see the referees as well deliberating a couple of conversations. Gonzalo Mayanja with a very, very big call there for that second try. And Wutimbe was not in a proper position to see what happened with that second try, but he consulted his assistant referee, and he trusts him enough to make the right call, and he gave the try. As the second half is going to be underway very soon in a couple of seconds, Wutimbe, the referee, just making sure that everything is set, his assistant referees, and making sure that the teams are all set for what should be an epic second half. Aronofoy Roth with a very, very long kick that goes deep to Conrad Wanyama, who's tackled by Trevor Chan. And that is Alex Aturinda knocks the ball on at the scrum, and Nicolas Kato pounces and scores. What a try. What a try. Big games, Navi moments, every mistake is punished. This is where you earn your money as a player. This is where you earn your money. You have to be on the money as you are playing. And I don't think Aronofoy Roth is going to make a mistake with this. And the score is 12-all. And you can see there Alex Aturinda looking at the referee. But it was Nicolas Kato there being very, very alert to the mistake Alex made, and he scores a try. And you can see the fans having a good time, regardless of which team you support. Rugby is the winner. And like I told you, the Heathens do not give up. The Heathens never give up. And another long kick. They are targeting that space where Conrad Wanyama is. And yet again, another loose ball. Conrad Wanyama with a knock-on. But no, it's gathered by Haruna Mohammed and Kelvin Balagade trying to go out wide. Yes, he beats the first man. Being hounded by Lawrence Sebuliba and the rest of the team. And you can see Haruna Mohammed, does he have the legs? It's not usually the go-to man for speed. As a high tackle is being effected there. High tackle by Aronofoy Roth. Penalty. Haruna Mohammed ready to play. Offloads Conrad Wanyama. And Desire Ayera. Does he score? Very just short. Just really, really short. Penalty there. Penalty there. Norbert O'Kane thought he had actually gone the right way. As Navi moments here, Navi moments. No team wants to consider this certain point because it could be the last score, the final score in this particular game. Any minute now we could be hearing the hooter, but Haruna Mohammed stands on the ball, and he's always up to something usually, and yet again he tries to dummy and get the score, but very good defense there by Lawrence Sebuliba. They try to recycle. Good defense. Referee says whoever has it can play. And who has the ball? The Heathens have the ball. Trevor Chan passes it out. Claudio Tema beats Conrad Wanyama. Desire Yera covering in the tackle. Navi moments here. Navi moments. Sebuliba passes it out wide. Michael Wokorach with the stool, but the tackle is there. Nobato Ken releasing and playing. He's taking his time and buying his team some time. Both teams are clearly exhausted. You can see them. Their tempo is slowing down as Aaron Ofoiroth kicks a very high and long ball, and the bounce will be tricky. Gathered by Desire Yera. Beats Claudio Tema is able to hold on. The ball is still on. Anola Tukuna looking for space. The offload to Isaac Massa. Isaac Massa keeping the ball. Isaac Massa, today's captain for the Coronation Sevens in the absence of Ivan Magomu, trying to lead from the front. And Heathens stand the ball over. Trevor Chan, Michael Okorach. You would think the Heathens are few, but it's just fatigue. And everyone is defending for their lives. A good tackle there. And Kelvin Balagade with a good pilfer, getting possession back for the Heathens. Surely the next team to score at this certain point will be the winner. As Conrad Wanyama is tackled, we could be also seeing sudden death in this game. Navi moments, everyone is biting their nails here at Legends Rugby Grounds. Semi-final still going on. Lawrence Sebuliba looking for the space, closely marked, and intercept there by Timothy Kisiga. This is what they usually call malaria time in Uganda rugby, where everything is tense, everything is nervy, and Pirates trying to slow down the tempo and organize themselves. Massa passes the ball out. The ball goes back, so that means the Heathens are able to capture it, but Lawrence Sebuliba is trying to battle for the ball with Isaac Massa, who can't be able to secure it. Referee says ball is not playable. It is a Pirates advantage at the 5-meter mark. This game is worth all the interest fee that everyone is paying. This game is worth all the data that you have loaded and all the Guinness that you have with you. As the referee goes to consult with his assistant about something, and time has been called off. Navi moments. What is the call that is going to happen between Gonzalo Mayanja and Utimbe? Mayanja has already made a very, very big call that gave the second try to the Pirates. What is going to happen? As we're seeing, Kelvin Balagade is down there, but he has played a very influential role to keep the Pirates in this particular possession. At the far end, we're seeing the Cobs getting into the tunnel where they wait for the Mongers. But one of their, of course, part of their focus right now is on the pitch to see who they are going to face. It's one thing to play a final, or to want to focus on how to get into the final. But when you don't know who your opponent is going to be, sometimes it's a bit tricky. The scrum there, and Stephen Allure feeding, and Timothy Kisiga usually trusts himself from that range, and the offload to Joshua Ngwao. Surely this must be the one that ends it all. Joshua Ngwao off the bench to score the try, but that brilliance from, and you can see the fans. But you can see as William Nkore also comes on to put the extras, and that takes the score to 19 for the Pirates. Heathens on 12. Do they have enough time to make a comeback? They need to score and to convert, and they need to gather and effect it immediately. There is no opportunity for mistakes. But Joshua Ngwao, off that individual brilliance from Timothy Kisiga there, brilliantly doing his role, and then the offload just to let Joshua Ngwao walk it in. And you see the long kick gathered by Nicolas Kato, looking for the space. Beats one tackle. Alex Aturinda is hounding him like as if he has a debt to pay. Lawrence Seboliba to Nobato Kenji. Nobato Kenji and Lawrence Seboliba have been marked so tightly in this game, and with that knock-on by Claudio Tema, that could be one of the last actions in this particular game. We're yet to hear the hooter being sounded, but wow, what a game, worth all your money. And for the players, this is where they earn the big money. This is where they earn it. Scrum there to the Pirates. What happens to the Pirates? And the hooter sounds. Pirates have their destiny in their hands. All they need to do is win their scrum and kick it into touch, and they will be into the final. One step short, and Stephen Allure kicks it into touch. And the Pirates are into the Coronation Sevens final, waiting for whoever is going to come from the next semi-final. But they are one step into the result they have been trying to get. The result they are trying to look for is a Coronation Sevens win, so that they can go into the mathematics of who wins overall. They will be, to a certain extent, hoping that the Mongas can be able to beat the Cobs. Mongas have had a very good Coronation Sevens prior to their other circuits where they have been a bit lackluster, I should say. They have been better today, and they find themselves in a semi-final with a chance to go into the final. But see those dance moves. See those dance moves. Heathens had their chance to dance, but they say the one who laughs last laughs best. And you can see Desire Ayera very happy, dancing and laughing. And you can see the contrast in emotion between the Heathens and the Pirates. Big moves. And I think there's going to be a change in jersey for the Mongas, because Mongas and Pirates both have blue jerseys. The Mongas who carry the second kit will put on their alternative red jersey. The Cobs will remain in their usual blue. Actually, their alternative jersey also has blue, just with a shade of black. So I don't know how alternative that is, but they remain in their blue. Mongas in their red now, and they are now going to get into the second semi-final of the main cup at the Coronation Sevens Day 2.
That was an epic clash as they come between Heathens and the Black Pirates. On paper, it doesn't look like it will be an equally intense match between the Mongas and the Cobs. But we know that there can be some drama that happens. Hopefully, Cobs have seen the statement that Pirates have sent by going into the final, and they will need to match that so that they can keep their title hopes alive. It is the Mongas against the Cobs. Cobs in their customary blue kit, they are the Blue Army, and sail strong they have, fight strong they have in the 2021 Guinness 7 Series. Today, in the Coronation Sevens and yesterday, they've not conceded a single try yet, which will go a long way in keeping them in the front foot in this one. Cobs led by Justin Kimono, the legendary Justin Kimono, and Mongas in their alternate red kit led by Captain Abba Patrick. A quick prayer there by the Cobs. Certainly they will need the best of luck in their favor. But they know they have the upper hand in this one, without a doubt, against the Mongas, who scraped their way through the pool stage. They needed some calculators to go through as the top team in Pool D. Fought their way over in the main Cup quarterfinal, and now they're faced with Cobs who have been flawless and nothing short of superior to their opponents in the Coronation 7 so far. Joseph Aredo to get us underway as usual for the Cobs with a short kick that will be chased by Ian Munyani. He regathers, but he loses it forward, and now Mkalazi Jimmy to attack for the Mongas. Goes to the floor, releases, and ball well secured at the halfway line. on to Edgar Cairo, and now Captain Abba Patrick faced with Pius Ogena, fends him off, is brought down by Byron Oketayot. The ball has been lost fat by the Mongers. It is advantage Cobs now for Raji Odugo to Joseph Aredo with support running there. The ball has been lost forward after that pass by Joseph Aredo, and the players appear to be playing the referee as opposed to the game, with the referee's hand out for advantage. We'll go back to the first foul, the first infringement, which was Faraji Odugo's knock forward, and the Mongers now can attack from just at the 10-meter line. A bit of a tense moments of play in there in the first sequence between both teams. Yeah, but certainly they are both hitting the mark in how they would love to play. Cobs being culprits there with the advantage over after the ball lost forward by the Mongers. But now Edgar Cairo running the angle line. There's no sweeper at the back. Mukalazi Jime is chasing. Adrian Casito is there on the cross-covering tackle. It has been regathered by the Mongers. Lost forward it is. The Mongers players are celebrating, and the try has been awarded to the shock and dismay of the Betway Cobs. Consultation with assistant referee Ivan Kabagambe there shows that the Mongers done everything they needed to score. We didn't get the scorer of that try, but Edgar Cairo will convert this one and make it a full complement of points in a rather surprising turn of events early in the first half here. Cobs 0, Mongers 7. What response do the Cobs have as they receive this kickoff? Edgar Cairo with a long and cheeky kick into the path of Joseph Aredo, who is hoping that it goes into the touch in goal area, but it doesn't. He grounds it at the try line, so it will be a half-line free kick for the Cobs. Adrian Casito is quick on the restart, catches the Mongers defense napping. He's going to run around Mukalazi Hannington without a doubt, and Cobs have responded in stylish fashion through Adrian Casito. That is awesome game knowledge, top notch from the Cobs there, led by Joseph Aredo. Ball quickly shuffled out wide through the hands of Ian Munyani, and Adrian Casito had only one man to beat for pace. And it was right time. Conversion to come by Joseph Aredo. And as clutch as the Aredos come, Joseph converts, leveling matters to make it 7-7 between Cobs and the Mongers. It is game on. Good restart there by the Cobs, but this time into the path of Byron Oketayot, who brings down Edgar Cairo. Ian Munyani is the first at that breakdown. He will win the turnover without a doubt. He was the first to arrive at the breakdown. Now he goes himself, sends a long pass out wide to Adrian Casito, who will go himself, offloads to Justin Kimono. It is right time, Cobs. 1 time, 2 time. And Cobs are over 12-0. On the far end of the pitch, Mongers have no chance against the Cobs on that sequence of play after the turnover by Ian Munyani. 3 touches on the ball and the Cobs are over. It is that efficiency that they bring to the Guinness 7 series. There we have Byron Oketayot, who's contested that line out, isolated an attacker for Ian Munyani to effect the turnover. And now Joseph Aredo's kick. This time it sails wide, and scores will remain 12-7 midway through the first half. Joseph Aredo on the restart, this time well gathered by the Mongers. Mukalazi Hannington hitting a perfect line. But if the ball is lost forward, and now Joseph Aredo will attack from the front. He runs outside. Kirende Timothy. It is try time for the Cubs. Joseph Aredo. 17-7 for the Cubs. That efficiency in turning offense into attack. The turnover affected. Ball wide to the sweeper who is in the right place at the right time. The counter-attack is on. There was no one that was going to match Joseph Aredo's pace and skill set there. Beating Ronde Timothy for pace on the outside. And the Cubs are over for their third try in the game. But Joseph Aredo will need to make amends for having missed the other kick, but let's see if he can do better with this one. He does, with the kick, but not with the direction. So the scores will remain 17-7. Cubs with a perfect response, as was expected at the beginning of the game. Perfect response to the Monga's surge in attack. And they're in the driving seat. Justin Kimono putting his shoulder in for that tackle. Cheche Morgan onto Edgar Cairo. Edgar Cairo finds Deran Sewankambo, but Ian Munyani has arrested him very well there. Now Edgar Cairo to recycle. The Mongas are in attack. Some offloads. But that was judged to be a forward pass. And now Cubs. Now Cubs get to feed the scrum for the last play of this game. Do they go for points or do they just kick the ball out for safety and save energy? Let's see which decision the playmakers Adrian Casito and Joseph Aredo will take, with Ian Munyani on the far right, on the far left, and Justin Kimono even farther on the left. They choose to go towards Justin Kimono on the left. Joseph Aredo with ball in two hands, find the chicken wing switch to Justin Kimono. Offload, an optimistic offload there for Adrian Casito is not found, and it has been lost forward. Now Dylan Sewakambo running a short ball brought down by Justin Kimono. Now Abba Patrick on to Joseph Aredo is brought down in very strong tackle by Baron Oketayot. Adrian Casito has his hands on the ball. It is turned over. That's a penalty against Adrian Casito, who needs to release as he was the tackled player, but he's in, looks to have got some contact to the head there, and he's in a sort of some pain. But Cheche Morgan is on the outside, faces off with Pius Ogena. Faraji Odugo is the first at the breakdown. He will win that turnover without a doubt. Referee says it's an advantage for holding on. Faraji Odugo, one of the most efficient hookers we have in the league. Justin Kimono decides we still want to play, even if it is the last play of the game. Ian Munyani, ball in two hands, sells a dummy. On the dummy switch to Adrian Casito, ball out wide to Adrian Casito. He has a straight line for the try. Breaks two tackles. Adrian Casito, try time for the Betway Cubs. 22-5 with a conversion to come under the uprights, in front of the uprights. Adrian Casito is still down on the floor, but he will be picked up by his halfback partner, Joseph Aredo. The game is still on. And there goes Adrian Casito. He's a ferocious runner. Busts through the two defenders there. And is able to stay on his feet. And there's another man chasing on the outside in Chasimba, Sydney. But there's little he could do to deny Adrian Casito a chance to score the try. And with a successful conversion by Joseph Aredo, scores 24-7 in favor of the Cubs. There's never any doubt there that Cubs would go into the final from here. given the style of play that they have and how they've been performing this weekend. But that was a sudden surge in attack and a shock start to the game that had the Mongas take the lead 7-5, but the Cobs have responded in stylish fashion as usual, and they look destined to be meeting the Pirates yet again in the main cup final, where it will be all to play for the Coronation Sevens, not just the Coronation Sevens title, but the Guinness 7 Series title.
Black, it's not dark, it's bright. Black is bold. Black is every color, all together. My thing, your thing, our thing mixed together. Black shines brightest.
Mongas was very confused. They didn't know what was happening.
Edgar Cairo to get us underway in the second half. Final 7 minutes of the main cup semi-final. Cobs leading 24-7 against the Mongas. Will the Mongas be able to put up a challenge like they did in the first minute of the game? Edgar Cairo sends it long, but well gathered by Ian Munyani, well known as the baby giraffe. And ball secured there at the breakdown by Alhaji Manano. A high tackle on Pius Ogena. And now the Cobs are playing advantage. Faraji Odugo goes himself with James Ijongat on his outside. Ian Munani back to the short side. Joseph Aredo looking for the switch. Sells the dummy, finds the gap in the middle. He turns the corner. He sells the second dummy on Dylan Sewankambo. And Joseph Aredo with that signal for pace will find the whitewash under the uprights. But what a beautiful solo try. Individual effort from Joseph Aredo to extend Cobs' lead way out of reach of the Mongas, if it were anyway. And the score is now 29-7. Conversion to come. He makes it a full complement of points and asks for a substitution. So Marco Suna will be coming on, and James Ijongat will be taking over kicking duties. Joseph Aredo, a very skilled and talented player, made his mark straight out of high school in the national team with the Cobs and then the Uganda Rugby Cranes as one of the skinniest fullbacks the country has ever seen, but he has matured into a very reliable halfback and sometimes plays at fullback. Kajimu Joseph gathers the hooker for the Mongas. The ball is open, lost backward, and that looked like a seatbelt tackle by Alhaji Manano. Mongas playing advantage. Kajimu Joseph onto Mukalazi, the younger brother to Timothy, onto Luirika, Benjamin Luirika, younger brother of Timothy, the flashy fly half. Marco Suna there gathers an optimistic kick by Dylan Sewankambo that just gave away possession easily, and now James Ijongat, Munyani back to the open side. The Alhaji Manano, a very skilled back who can play any position, and as you can see, he finds the break in the middle with his dancing feet, sells the first dummy and the second is brought down by Dylan Sewankambo. Ball has been lost forward, the ref says, so it's advantage, but some illegal arrival at that breakdown means that the advantage has not been gained by the Mongas, and so they will play on. Kajimu Joseph loses the ball forward after what looked like was an attacking opportunity for the Mongas. Pius Ogena will pounce on that loose ball for another try for the Cobs. There was no way the Cobs will have been denied an opportunity to go all the way in this game and into the final. It is 36-0 conversion by James Jonga to come. 38-7 from yesterday, struggling with mathematics, and I thought I had got over that one today, but not exactly. And now Cobs lead 38-7, and you can see the disappointment in the Mongas, as we can see, heads down. They gave it their best, but it wasn't enough. And Roma Bryan, a young winger who has now matured into a very good prolific finisher for the Mongas on your screens there. Good restart there by Justin James Jongat, but Conrad Mukwaya arriving at that contest tackled the man in the air, and there was no advantage gained. Benjamin Louis Rika finds Conrad Mukwaya, who is cleared off the breakdown. Is Edgar Kariu with 2 men on his outside. Makes a skip pass to Oroma Bryan. Oroma Bryan is faced with Marco Suna, runs into Aaron Jurua, what looked like it was a high tackle. And the Mongas are playing advantage. Rack secured Edgar Kairu. The Mongas are now making headway, playing the ball on the floor. But the tackler needs to keep his hands away from the rack. And now it's an attack for the Mongas, slowly making some gains in territory. Let tackle there by Conrad Mukwaya. But the ball is shuffled out quickly to the big man on the outside with James Jongat. James Jongat is smart to make the tackle. The ball has been lost forward. Odrua Ruben choosing not to go for the gap, but for the man, loses the ball in contact for James Jongat. James Jongat always says that he will make the right decision when he's faced with a big man, and that appeared to have been the right decision because he forced the turnover ball. And now a quick ball out, not exactly a clean one for the Cobs, but it's good enough to send it out wide to Justin Kimono, a quick winger who was now matured into a center, loses his footing on the carry, but regathers, sends an offload off the floor to Conrad Mukwaya, who will jog over. There's nobody going to catch him. He will walk in for the next try. Cobs are into the 40 points range. It is 44 with conversion to come. Mongas only played in this one in the first minute where they got the try. I've been corrected here by my by my people in the broadcast. What we agreed was not a van, and neither was it a box. It was a tent. That my mathematics is off cue, so it is 45-7 for the Betway Cobs after that try by Conrad Wanyama, and successfully converted by the man with the ball there at the center, James Jongat. And he raises a very good ball there. Well chased by Marco Suna, but yet again lost forward. And Edgar Kairu regathered that ball. He was from an onside position, so it isn't offside. But that's a forward pass as opposed to a knock-on. And so the Cobs will now get a chance to attack from there. It is the last play. We spoke a lot about it last weekend. Alhaji Manano is one of the most skilled players you will find. He is a forward, he is a backliner, and now he's playing the halfback position. You can see he finds James Jongat. The Cobs are looking hungry for even more points. James Jongat carrying deep into the Mongas territory. Alhaji Manano at halfback. Marco Suna to Conrad Wanyama, who plays with a white smile on his face. Conrad Mukwaya, try time for the Betway Cobs. What a game that the Cobs have played. Sending a statement not just to Mongas, but to the Pirates that we are coming, and we are coming in hot. He didn't score the try. Unbelievable. He didn't score the try. But the Mongas were offside, so the Cobs can now attack and make sure that they put extra points on the board. Faraji Odugo fumbles that one. Conrad Mukwaya will need to make a better job on this one. This time he scores the try. Doesn't make any mistake there. For the half-century mark conversion to come, Conrad Mukwaya redeeming himself and scoring the final try of this game. But let's see if James Ijongat can put the cherry on what has been a very tasty cake for the Cobs in this main Cup semi-final. It is an equally beautiful kick by James Ijongat. It is full time, 52-7 for the Cobs against the Mongas. And we are destined for a cracking final. All hands on deck between the Betway Cobs and the Black Pirates. We shall have a break, a 20-minute break, before we have some placement games. And then after, we will have the main Cup semi-final to close off the day.
Black, it's not dark, it's bright. Black is bold. Black is every color, all together. My thing, your thing, our thing mixed together. Black shines brightest. Black shines brightest. Black it's not dark, it's bright. Black is bold. Black is every color all together. My thing, your thing, our thing mixed together. Black shines brightest. Black, it's not dark, it's bright. Black is bold. Black is every color all together. My thing, your thing, our thing mixed together. Black shines brightest. Black, it's not dark, it's bright. Black is bold. Black is every color all together. My thing, your thing, our thing mixed together. Black shines brightest. Black, it's not dark, it's bright. Black is bold. Black is every color all together. My thing, your thing, our thing mixed together. Black shines brightest. Black, it's not dark, it's bright. Black is bold. Black is every color all together. My thing, your thing, our thing mixed together. Black shines brightest. Black, it's not dark, it's bright. Black is bold. Black is every color all together. My thing, your thing, our thing mixed together. Black shines brightest. Black, it's not dark, it's bright. Black is bold. Black is every color all together. My thing, your thing, our thing mixed together. Black shines brightest. Black, it's not dark, it's bright. Black is bold. Black is every color all together. My thing, your thing, our thing mixed together. Black shines brightest. Black, it's not dark, it's bright. Black is bold. Black is every color all together. My thing, your thing, our thing mixed together. Black shines brightest. Black, it's not dark, it's bright. Black is bold. Black is every color all together. My thing, your thing, our thing mixed together. Black shines brightest. Black, it's not dark, it's bright. Black is bold. Black is every color all together. My thing, your thing, our thing mixed together. Black shines brightest. Black, it's not dark, it's bright. Black is bold. Black is every color all together. My thing, your thing, our thing mixed together. Black shines brightest. Black, it's not dark, it's bright. Black is bold. Black is every color all together. My thing, your thing, our thing mixed together. Black shines brightest. Black, it's not dark, it's bright. Black is bold. Black is every color all together. My thing, your thing, our thing mixed together. Black shines brightest. Black, it's not dark, it's bright.
There's the first try of this game. The placement match between the Stallions and the Rams 2. Scored by Musoke Douglas Papi and converted by Ogwang Ronald. For full complement of points, it is Stallions 7 and still 0 for Rams 2 midway through this first half of the placement games in the Challenge Series. Ogwang Ronald raises a very good kick to chase for Mehdi Abdallah, but the Rams are on point to regather. It appears like it has been lost on the floor. No, it hasn't. Referee says it is an open ball. Winston trying to chase down Katongole, but Katongole is quick on his feet. Switch play for Masa Elijah to get behind the gain line. He's held up by Musoke Douglas. Maul has been called, but it comes out on the side of the Rams. Ball out wide quickly by Masa Elijah onto Brian, who finds Kabogoza Ashim. Kabogoza Ashim is quick, but he slips on his feet, gets back on his feet. And the tackler needs to release that contest there. And on a quick ball, Katongole onto Brian, who dances in front of the big man. It's a mismatch in size with Musoke Douglas. And a slow ball there by Katongole. Now, quick out to Masa Elijah. Ball to the boat by Katongole. Wasn't the best of decisions he could have taken, but it is regathered by the Stallions. Panded into touch there is Emmanuel Odong. And it's a penalty for not releasing, Sama Emmanuel says, as the play stopped for some medical attention to one of the Rams 2 players. Musoke Douglas applies some heavy violence to the ball, and you can see him chasing there. He's faced with Masa Elijah, who runs around him and cuts back inside, but he ran into touch. That's a very huge tackle there by Onyango Pride to stop Masa Elijah in his tracks. But Masa Elijah had already stepped into touch there, and after some consultation with the referees, with the assistant referee, it is going to be halftime. Stallions leading 7 for Rams 2-0. want to give it to me now? Back for the second half. A long ball out wide onto the far flank of the pitch, but well gathered by Masa Elijah, who finds Brian. And now Brian sends it out wide to the forwards, and he will be there to receive that ball back in on the loop. He fends off Onyango Pride. He will need to be released because it was a tackle. Musoke Douglas contesting there, but well secured by the Rams, and now back onto the open side. Cuts back inside. Mungu Regan. Now Rams recycling the ball very well. It is Openi Hassana with the ball, looks for the switch and finds it. Now some injection of pace there. The foot race is on. Okello Raymond has the pace go all the way. It is Katongole actually who has the pace go all the way from inside. Rams deep from inside their own territory have scored a try in the corner, but that's some beautiful interplay from the Rams, recycling the ball steadily and surely and finding the gap in the middle after that switch by Openi Hosanna onto Katongole, who had to run over 70 meters for the try with conversion to come. Opileni Hosanna, who provided that try assist, is going to be looking for the 2 points to level matters here in this game. He gives it a good hit. It flies in the right direction, but not accurate enough for the extra points. And so the Stallions maintain their 7-5 lead against the Rams too. And very well intercepted by Kafero. Just on the line, and Uluke Emmanuel there awards the turnover for the line out. Musoke Douglas now, he will not be needing any support runner. He's going all the way, skips over some few tackles, finds Okwera Regan. Okwera Regan will touch down under the uprights to restore some sanity for the Stallions as they were struggling against an impending attack by the Rams, and a conversion by Kafero John makes a full complement of points. It is 14-5 for the Stallions as they look to seal this one in the Challenge Cup playoffs. Kafero John to get us underway again. And this one raises a very good kick, chased by Winston Tumwevaze, who regathers. But it's some miscommunication between the Stallions players. And the ball is lost forward there by Musoke Douglas. He has been a very instrumental player for the Stallions, not just today and yesterday, but in the series every time we have been in the Central region. He's a big man, looked more like a forward, but he has played the part of that enforcer and big ball carrier for the Stallions in the series so far. Quick ball out by the Rams. They need to score twice to stay in this one. Running across is Katongole. is tackled by Guang Ronald, and he is held up. The maul has been called. It will be a turnover ball at the end of this sequence if the Rams are unable to secure possession and play the ball out wide. And Sama Emmanuel feels that the contest has been won by the Stallions, and he turns over possession. He has been called forward by his assistant referee, Ivan Kabagambe, to help with making the decision. And he changes his mind on that turnover and awards a penalty for the high tackle as Brian checks Guang Ronald there, see if he's awake and if he's offside. Rams now making some progress in gaining territory in this play. Quick ball out wide to Brian. Brian sends a long ball out to Katongole. Katongole now. The speedster at the wing does not have the skill set to hop over his opposite man. Winston Tumwevas makes the tackle. And for attempting to slow down play, the Stallions will get a chance to attack from a penalty at the 15-meter line. Kafero John now finds Guang Ronald. Guang Ronald is held up. Does he put his knee down? Yes, he does. The tacklers have to release. Well recycled by Musoke Douglas. Musoke Douglas changes direction onto Guang Ronald. Guang Ronald has Mehdi Abdallah on his outside. Doesn't need him. His tackled, releases and hits the deck. And the ball has now been secured. But Mehdi Abdallah needs to make the contest fair for both teams, as he has been judged for having sealed at that rock. Brian. On to Kafero John again. It is open play, says the center referee. Soke Douglas coming off the line so quickly. But it is Luaga Area who will sprint away for a try. He's being chased by Abdallah, but there won't be enough that will deny him the chance of scoring that try. Scores 10-14 for the Rams. Just 4 points shy. Conversion to come. I have heard the hooter. We have heard the hooter. So this conversion will be the last play of the game, as Rams too may not have enough time to put up a strong comeback against the Stallions. They choose not to take the conversion, and that will be full time, says center referee Sama Emmanuel. To the dismay and disbelief of Batakahwire Brian, the flyer, who says they still had just one more play in them to put up a comeback in this one. But Sama Emmanuel had the hooter before the try was scored, and that was going to be full time. Stallions winning this Challenge Cup playoff match. And now we go to the Challenge Cup final between the Rhinos and the Impis. Impis were very unlucky to find themselves in this situation after the mathematics, but they need to put all their worries to the side and get back to business and play in this Challenge Cup final against the Rhinos, who were relegated last season. They are looking at coming back into the series as a core side when they come for the qualifier tournament next weekend. Ivan Chirabu will be getting us underway in this one. From right to left for the Rhinos, and the Impis will be receiving from left to right. Waiting for Jerome Tasiku to fasten his shoelaces, and a thumbs up to center referee Umar Balikanda. The whistle has gone. Ivan Chirabu will raise a long and high ball for the chase. On to Jerome Tasiku. Jerome Tasiku running straight, sells a dummy. Finds Mwandegu Ran. The ball is well secured and recycled by Impis. On to Henry Sekuye. Henry Sekuye with 2 players in outside. Keith Weraga finds speedster Jonathan Luhoni. And the forward pass there, looking for the offload to Henry, was Jonathan Luhoni after that scramble tackle by his opposite man. And now Rhinos will attack from the halfway line. The mark of that scrum is at the halfway line. Ivan Chirabo to feed. Could have opted to keep the ball or give a better offload, Jonathan Luhoni, but it was the break and he felt the better decision was to go for the offload, but that wasn't successful. And now Rhinos can attack from the halfway line. Quick ball out. Ryan with the ball. On to a Cheng Blaze. Cheng Blaze is tackled into touch by Jonathan Luhoni. Well gathered by us. Well gathered by Musa Bulega. Musa Bulega sends it out wide. There's some interchange of play that finds him with position again. And now, Rhinos are in attack. Here. It is Andrew Lima on the floor. Finds the switch again onto Ball, Zakaria Ball. That's the name of the man at the wing. But the contest at the breakdown is legal by Impis. Another contest at the breakdown by the Rhinos. But scrambled over by Jerome Tasiku. Finds Keith Weraga. Keith Weraga will turn the corner. Gives a short ball to Kennedy Muhumza, who fends off Billy Ochen. Offloads it out wide. Ocheng Blair running a very sweet straight line for the whitewash. Finds some space to score under the uprights. It is try time for Kerry Impis, the university side. And an easy conversion for Henry Sekuye for full complement of points. Impis lead 7-0 in this Challenge Cup final. Henry Sekuye there. There's been word on the street that Henry Sekuye only plays 7 tournaments in Kampala. And he's communicating to his teammates that you need to relax and play to the best of our ability. But with a smile on Keith Weraga's face, needing some medical attention there, leads to a medical break. But this is beautiful team play from Makere Impis. Henry Sekuye to get us underway again. In his heydays, he was one of the best kickers the league had ever seen while he was still at university, where he started his club career with Impis. And you can see he still has it in him, as that kick chase is well regarded by Impis for the attack. Kennedy Mhumzi at the breakdown. On to Keith Weraga, and now Jerome Tasiku finds Henry Sekuye, sells the goose, fumbles it to Jonathan Luhoni, and the possession is turned over by Ivan Chirabo. The experienced halfback is faced by Jerome Tasiku. Offloads it out wide to Luima. Luima is into the Impisten territory. Billy Ochen receives what looked like a ground nut, and Kennedy Muhumza is the first at the breakdown, but he put his hands on the floor there, and Ivan Chirabo will have a quick restart at that penalty. Again, fumbled and lost forward into the hands of Keith Weraga, who offloads to Jonathan Luhoni. Jonathan Luhoni has wheels of steel. He will run to the corner, being chased by Zakaria Ball, who can only deny Jonathan Luhoni an opportunity to score under the uprights. But Impis have done really, really well there to turn defense into offense and run over 80 meters in attack after that loose ball and turnover to score a try in the corner and extend their lead to 12-0 against the Rhinos. Conversion to come by Henry Nsekwe. From the 22-meter line, he gives it a good hit, but it is wide and not enough for maximum points. So the score remains 12-0 for the Impis. Henry Nsekwe, let's see if he pulls off another good restart. Chased by David Aniku, who loses it forward. And now the Rhinos on attack with advantage. David Aniku makes the tackle. Makes the tackle on Daniel Nishimana. But with no advantage gained there, it's going to be a scrum feed for the Rhinos. Ivan Chirawo to feed. And he scatters away. Want to switch to Andrew Luima. Andrew Luima carries the ball over the gain line. It is lost on the floor, but he went backwards. And now Jeremy Tembo attacks. Offloads Zachary a ball. The halftime hooter has gone. And Billy Ochen has found some space in the middle there, looking for the supporting line. He will go himself. No, he won't. Offloads to Ivan Chirabo, who does not have the pace to go all the way. He's tackled by Jerome Tasiku. Quick ball recycled. Jeremy Tembo will find Andrew Luima. It is a beautiful try. Extended phase play by the Rhinos for a score in the corner. 5-12 conversion to come. And the Rhinos will be carrying this momentum into the second half. And that is halftime. Impis lead 12 for Rhinos 5 in this Challenge Cup final. Henry Sekuye raises it high to restart the second half. It is short. And thus the Rhinos can now attack from the halfway line. The momentum that Rhinos carried into the second half, into the break after that try. With Sean Mwesigwa running a very short line for the try. Not released. He didn't release the ball on the tackle. Sean Mwesigwa is playing his second season after some beautiful rugby in school from Ntare School. And he has been thrown in the deep end with the Rhinos in the league and now with the Sevens. As the Rhinos now contest for the ball, it is open. But it has been lost forward by Impis, I think, on the floor there by Calais Stephen. So Rhinos could be staging a comeback here against the core side of Makerere, who have had a very good tournament this weekend, but have been unlucky a couple of times. As Andrew Liman now finds Angie Joseph. Angie Joseph onto Zakaria Ball, who will take Henry Sekuye for a foot race. Henry Sekuye has no response. That's Godwin Abwang, actually. Godwin Abwang asks questions of Henry Sekuye for which he cannot provide any answers. And Godwin Abwang will score in the corner for a 12-10 score conversion to come. Godwin Abwang is a quick man, and he had an equally amazing season in the 15s, but we can see there Ivan Chirabo's conversion sails just wide, so Rhinos will need to score again to take the lead in this one. That missed conversion might come back to hurt them, as after the break Jonathan Luhoni returns the field of play for Mandegu Ryan, and this looks like Impis are shaping up for the counter-attack. Ball has hit the referee, so there will be need for a much cleaner restart that gives both teams an equal fighting chance. I think I would love to get some consulting there, but if the ball hits the referee, I believe could be a scrum for the team that was attacking, but we will do some checking in the law books to see and consulting with the referees to see what the best sequence of play is there. Very good contest from Angie Joseph, but the contest was illegal. That breakdown, and now Impisa with possession. Henry Sekuye dancing his way, feeds, transfers the pressure to Keith Weraga, who knocks the ball forward, who sends a loose ball out wide to Pius Imposa, who loses it forward, and now it's offside after the knock forward. If you're in an offside position and you play the ball intentionally, it turns from a scrum down to a penalty, and now the Rhinos on the quick break. The ball is lost forward there by Godwin Abwang. The Rhinos looking to find a way over the whitewash, because they know the next score might be the winning score, not only for them, but also for Impis. Keith Weraga feeds onto Henry Sekuye. Henry Sekuye will put the ball to the boot to clear his line, find some good touch about 40 meters away. The ball was touched by a man on the outside, so you cannot play the quick restart. Daniel Nishimana, another young man from Western Uganda. That's Karunji from Western Uganda. He played with Barara High School in the West. But in the league, he plays as a scrum half. Though I can see here he's being used as the jumper in the lineouts. Not a straight ball by Ivan Chirabo. The option for the Impis is either a lineout or a scrum, and they make the right choice, given how all the teams in the series have been struggling with the lineout. Opts for the scrummage. There will be need for a restart, for a reset at that scrummage. Stability in the scrum means that Keith Weraga can feed that ball. Quick ball out to Henry Sekuye to Jerome Tasiku to Jonathan Lohoni, the speedster, who will look for space on the outside. Hop step, finds a gap in the middle, breaks a tackle, and he will be taking Godwin Abwang for a ride, but Godwin Abwang has the pace. He makes the tackle, recovers, and effects the turnover as Henry Sekuye is cleared off that breakdown by Karunji. And now the Rhinos are on the attack. Another contest by Makere Impis at that breakdown, but they need to go through the gate, the attacking players, as now Emmanuel Sediabane decides to go himself, a tip tackle, and he loses the ball forward. Very good covering tackle by Andrew Luima to deny Impis a chance to extend the lead. It's a 2-point lead, it's a 2-point game here, and the next score will surely win the game for either team. But Emmanuel Sediabane with options on the outside. He is tackled but not held on the floor, so he's able to continue with his sprint. The last play of the game, Rhinos will need to play over 90 meters from their try line to the other try line if they will want to come out of this game victorious. Makere Impis, on the other hand, will need to squeeze all the attack out of the Rhinos from their own area and force an error so that they can be the Challenge Cup final winners. Ivan Chirabo with Andrew Lima on his outside, finds him, is stopped in his track by Keith Weraga, and then pushed into touch there smartly by Kennedy Muhumza, and that will be full time. Kennedy Muhumza smart in smashing that rack and squeezing Andrew Lima into touch. It is full time. Makere Impis have won. Makere Impis have a celebration that they want to show after this win. They have a celebration they want to show for their fans. Beautiful stuff there from the Coronation Sevens Challenge Cup final winners, Makere Impis. They had a good day one, struggled in the closing chapters of the day, but they have smiled last, as they will be going to the sub-step to pick their Challenge Cup trophy at the end of the day. But now we go to the placement games. It is the Warriors facing off with the Ginger Hippos. That will be the next game as we slowly but steadily head to the business end of things.
And as we build up to the final, the grand final, we have at the 5th and 6th playoff between the Hippos from Ginger and the Warriors. Warriors have not really had a good day too. The Hippos as well have had a mixed couple of results, but their discipline hasn't been their best. As Warriors get the opportunity to start the attack, Owen Kinyera there with a great bust there. And the Warriors seem to ask the questions, and we had this conversation yesterday about the Warriors, that they seem to play well when they are able to keep the ball, but they find it so hard usually to keep the ball in the manner that they want to. They always lose the ball, and they're not the best defensive team, as Owen Kinyera tries to look for a support player instead of going all the way. Miscommunication there, but they gather, and that is Emmanuel Duku, the youngster who has been trying to do stuff, but unfortunately you could say it was a case of poor technique in finishing there. He really should have gone for the dive. The ball was in the right hand, and that momentum would have at least found him dotting down, but unfortunately he's bundled into touch, and Hippos with a try-saving tackle there in the particular moment. But Emmanuel Duku, the youngster in the headgear for the Warriors, has been one of the more improved players in this particular 7th series, because he started off as a very not so confident youngster, but he has been scoring very important tries as the Hippos fumble their possession and Warriors find themselves in a perfect opportunity. Can Samuel Odinga make what should be the try? And Gabriel Aredo is given on the outside, but he's held up. Does he have the energy to put the ball down? Yes, he does. Oh, actually, it's still short from our angle here, but finally they do score. At first, I really thought that Gabriel Aredo had actually made his way there, but from the resulting play, Owen Kinyera finally scores and is going to convert his own score. No wasting time by the Warriors. Conversion good, 7-0 to the Warriors against the Hippos. Both core sides, and you can see there Owen Kinyera, one of those. He's a speedster for the Warriors, but he has not really gotten so many opportunities to express himself. You could say it's a case of maybe the playmakers not opening gaps for him, or just the defenders being well aware of his threat. But in this placement playoff game, the Warriors have the fast ascendancy, and this is a bit uncharacteristic of the Warriors. They've had this kind of trend where they concede first, then they are able to maybe make a comeback if possible. But in this one, they score fast, and I think that's very important for them because they are facing a Hippo side that wants to finish the 7th series on a mark. And you can see there, it is, I think, one thing that is constant, apart from death and taxes, that you'll find a Dave Wako run every particular game day. And that's one thing I really love about Dave Wakon. There he is with the ball yet again, moving it, and with relative ease. And after sucking in all those players, they look like they were going to score, but they don't. And yet again, the Warriors have fortune on their side. Lady Luck is their very good friend, you should say. Ball open, but then it's that is Jonathan Echeru with the turnover. Taufik Bagalana with the kick. Can he be able to finish it up? But no. Samuel Odinga gathers, and Taufik Bagalana winning the battle at the breakdown, grabbing the ball and then ascending to score the try. Try time 5 for the Hippos with a conversion to come. Warriors at 7. Taufik Bagalana there, very, very experienced youngster. He's part of 4 Bagalana brothers that all play rugby. So we were having our couple of brothers there, 3 brothers, the Aredo brothers. There's a group of other brothers who skip my mind. But the Aredo brothers were like the Ugandan version of the Barretts. But now we have the exceptional 4 brothers, the Bagalana brothers, who all feature in the same sport. I heard that Taufik Bagalana, aside from rugby, is also a very good golfer. So he's quite the sportsman, you can say. And Conversion not successful, so the score remains 7 to the Warriors, and the Hippos at 5 in this 5th, 6th playoff. And a high kick there by the Hippos. And they gather their ball, and they could be able to hurt the Warriors yet again. Samuel Odinga and Emmanuel Onen putting Jacobo Chen down, a very, very powerful individual there, as the Hippos try to get some extra meters. Jonathan Icheru trying to exploit the gaps. Does he have the support play? Isaac Tago there, not giving him any breathing space. And Tafik Bagalan there knocking on the ball. Stein, the previous play here, he is, you could say, the villain, killing what was very, very good momentum for the Hippos. And the Warriors yet again, Lady Luck being on their side. If you wanted to get Lady Luck's WhatsApp number, you have to ask a Warriors player probably, or the manager. As referee Wutimbe makes sure that the Hippos in defense are taking the right mark and making sure they're not offside. Henry Musisi with ball in hand, can he be able to feed and gather? They have played in their half for quite long. Ever since they scored the try, they have not really put themselves in a perfect position. And the two bald-headed assassins, Gabriel Aredo and Henry Musisi, they are with a combination that finds them kicking ahead. Henry Musisi is a smaller man, but he will always find a way of putting the bigger man down. Hippos now find themselves having to clear their lines. Tafik Bagalan, not the kind of man that usually likes kicking the ball away, and he takes the contact, but he's being escorted out, but he's able to remain inside the pitch, so the Hippos get another opportunity to do something. And loose play there, but the ball went backwards, so Jonathan Echeru is still safe. And a case of so many intricate passes from one side to the other, and that was a forward pass, and that is going to take us into halftime. The Hippos unable to make anything out of that possession, but Warriors will be happy to go into this 7-5 with a 2-point advantage, but they will know that it is far from over with the second half to play, and the caliber of team that Hippos is, they have the ability to attack, hurt, and punish you. Both teams will be having surely a serious conversation regardless of what side of the score you're on in this particular 5th, 6th playoff. Remember, we still have the 3rd and 4th place playoff. Then we have the big one for the day. But the mathematics might not seem to be in the favor of the Pirates, not to dull your shine for the final. After that 52-point drubbing by the Cubs on the Mongas in that semi-final, they've put themselves in a particularly good position that even if the Pirates win the Coronation Sevens and have to go in 2 points, that the Pirates have to beat the Cubs by at least 50 points to have considerable calculations going on. Otherwise, it might be party time for the Blue Army, but we're yet to see. But anyway, back here, you can see Kevin McMore today in the absence of head coach Charles Onen communicating with the team. He is one of the more experienced backs in the country, played, coached, really done his research on the game in particular ways and understanding the rules and the tactics. And this is his second stint as a coach. Actually, his 3rd stint as a coach. He has coached Chambogo. He has coached the Warriors, who finished 4th in his stint in the 15s league. And he now is the assistant coach of the Hippos. And right now, having the responsibility of being head coach in the absence of Charles Onen. As we wait for the second half to kickstart. Long kick by the Warriors, who are attempting to get territory. Jonathan Echeru looking to let the ball go dead, and it does go dead. That means we come back to the center mark. Yes, you're supposed to play territory, but then you're supposed to be very careful at how you play your territory. So much ground lost by the Warriors. Hippos there trying to create something out of nothing. And knock on there by Taufik Bagalana. He was saying there was a player that wasn't fully back foot that infringed with the ball as he was trying to pick it, but the referee saw something else, and it's Warriors with the advantage. And that is Arajan Kakaire, one of the other rookies for the Warriors, trying to get some ascendancy going. And this is a valuable game time for him with the 15s coming up. As the Warriors try to move the ball from one side to the other, Emmanuel Onen to Marvin Agaba. He has been the biggest enforcer for the Warriors across the series, but at the Coronation Sevens, he has been relatively quiet. And Abdallah Latif gathers, ball moves out wide. Gabriel Aredo with that clutch performance in the previous game. Jonathan Echeru making use of that fend, that handoff, and Dennis Eto'o losing control of the ball, and he was actually in a good position because the ball went backwards, and then he beats Arajan Kakaire to go all the way. That's where experience comes into play. Dennis Eto'o, who has played on the sevens, just shakes Arajan, the rookie, a bit, and once he noticed some bit of instability in the way he positioned himself in the defense, he exploited it, and try time there for the Hippos, who now go ahead 10 with a conversion to come. Dennis Eto'o will have the responsibility to add the extras to his own try. Warriors still on 7. We'll be hoping to keep it at 3 at least, so that they can have a considerable chance. Pushing it to 5 means they have to score a try, a full try, to get ahead. As Dennis Eto'o doesn't score, so the game is just separated by 3 points. 10 to the Hippos, 7 to the Warriors. And Hippos with a very long kick. There we are seeing Elifaze Mong probably looking for some 15s fitness with the season just around the corner, featuring at the Coronation Sevens. Not your average, not your usual sevens player, Elifaze Mong. And there he is, and you can see why he's not a sevens player, failing to cover that gap. And Owen Kinyera with the kick, and the Hippos trying to dot down, but that was very, very good covering from Aziz Bagalana, one of the Bagalana brothers. The first time he tried to kick the ball away, he got, I think, his kick wrong, but he had the, you could say, unusual privilege to have a second chance. You usually don't get second chances in such occasions or such occurrences, but that gives the Warriors an attack at the 5. Can they be able to set up something and do something with the ball? Actually, it's going to be a line out. A contest, sorry for the confusion there. We're trying to assess according to the body language and what the referee is trying to communicate. It's going to be a scrum. Hippos with a bigger scrum, but in sevens the technique matters the most, and you can see the ball is recycled. This time we're seeing Gabriel Aredo at the sweeper role. Arajan Kakaire finds himself at center, lost of ideas, as Gabriel Aredo tries to pick the ball, sends it back to the short side. Marvin Agaba trying to enforce. He's met by the shoulder of Jacobo Chen. who plays absolutely no jokes when it comes to tackling. That was a bit of a hard tackle. Could be interpreted in various ways, but Jacob Ochen there. There was an advantage for the high tackle. Owen Kinyera, does he have the legs to go all the way? The support play for the Warriors has been one of their weak factors. They fail to support their own player when he goes into contact, and there the Hippos are let off the hook. Can they be able to dig themselves out? And Denis Etwao against Emmanuel Duku this time round. Emmanuel Duku has some wheels on him, but it seems like Denis Etwao knows how to maneuver his way to the try, scoring yet another one. The Hippos not really at their best, but the fact that they have a man of Denis Etwao's quality in their squad, they are able now to find themselves in a relatively comfortable situation with a 15-7 score with a conversion to come. Can they be able to add the extras? Leading this one with a gap of 8, the Hippos. Conversion is good, so that the score goes to 17. It is a 10-point gap. And the Hippos, after a very nervous start, they find themselves in a good position there. But I think they can attribute this current position that they are in to the fact that they have defended well. Defense hasn't been one of their best attributes, but they have shown good defense. Warriors being frustrated and starved of any tries ever since that first one that Owen Kinyera made. They haven't had any other response. Taufik Bagalana choosing to kick, and he kicks long. Gabriel Laredo gathering, and it's the adventurous kick behind. And that is Aziz Bagalana trying to gather. Poor handling, then poor kicking there. A combination of poor skills all around, whether it's with the boots. But with the quick start, Elifaze Mong dueling with Gabriel Laredo, the old man. And you can see they're having a laugh about it. He was saying, "You can't tackle me." And Gabriel Laredo was like, "I can't tackle you." As the hooter sounds, can the Warriors at least get one more try to maybe salvage what has been a good series, a fairly good series? Could have been better for them as a core side, but they failed to do better as penalties given to the Warriors. They would like to cap off day 2 of the Coronation Sevens on a high. Marvin Agaba is down, clutching at his knee in considerable pain. Waiting for the medical team to come on and assess the issue. He seems to be in pain, in a lot of pain. It could have been a case of not landing well. He might have landed badly and he's trying to limp off. But if the player gets up and attempts to move and he can at least be able to get himself off the pitch, that is a good sign that it's not a very bad injury. As a high tackle there by Taufik Bagalana on Abdallah Latif. And the rack is set up. Owen Kinyera recycles. And they seem to be playing short there. That is Arajan Kakaire. Ball needs to go out wide. They are playing route 1. And Odinga is the kind of man you want for route 1. But as he attempted to stretch, he loses the ball in contact. Luckily enough, they were playing an advantage. But surely the Warriors must find a smarter way to maneuver this resilient Hippos defense. And a yellow card to Jacob Ochen. Discipline has not been Hippos' thing for this particular. And just some bit of banter here at our media booth with Anne saying that the things that are constant in life, death, taxes, and a Jacob Ochen yellow card, those are things that you can comfortably bait on. And the Warriors fail to get a try. And that is one thing I think they have to go back and work on. The fact that they have failed to finish what they start. Hippos winning this one 17-7 and taking 5th position. The Warriors have to settle for 6th position. As we shall be having... we shall be having the 3rd and the 4th playoff before we have the big one. But you see, rugby is a game of sportsmanship. Rugby is a game of gentlemen. After all that shoving and pushing and tackling, then you embrace yourselves. And that was Gabriel Areda and Dennis Etwao just having a very good moment there. Before we have the third, fourth placement playoff game, there is going to be a presentation. We're here to communicate what exactly is happening. It has been one of those abrupt programs that has been added in the interest of time. So you can see the players here just getting a rest. That is Edgar Cairo and Aaron Oforoth just seated on the on the Guinness logo there. Not really having a conversation, looking like they just had an argument, but they just seated next to each other. Nothing really serious. Waiting for the presentation to end, and then they can come and play their third and fourth playoff. Heathens, of course, they'll be disappointed in themselves. They expected at least worst case scenario to reach the final. They were not willing to give Pirates any favors. Pirates needing all the points they could, but finding themselves in a very tricky situation now. And Edgar Cairo there with his Mongas side back in their normal blue. They played in red in the quarterfinal. The semi-final. If you were a superstitious person, you would think that their form is in this blue jersey. When they put on the red jersey, they got beaten badly by the Cobs, 52 points to 7. But let us wait and see. As the presentation gets done, then we shall have the third and fourth placement playoff. Yeah, and Vicente team is going to be awarded with an accolade of appreciation for his service to the Uganda Rugby Union, one of the organizers of various tournaments over the years. And I think he's, after this Guinness Sevens series, he's calling it quits. Maybe he needs a breather. Maybe he's going to venture into something different. But he's one of those guys that has really been doing something great, as we're trying to get you that footage. But you can see that the players are ready to go for the third and fourth playoff. The one game standing between us right now and the big final, Cobs and Pirates. Regardless of how things are, the Pirates will still want to win the Coronation Sevens for pride's sake. As we come and do the third, fourth place playoff between the Heathens and the Mongers.
Heathens have always played party spoilers at different seven circuits, but no team has come close to the Betway Cobs and the Stanbic Black Pirates, with Heathens still playing third place almost every time. And right this season, Heathens made it to 2 finals in Soroti and at the Henry Rujumba Sevens. They were unable to get the circuit victory. And today it looked like it was on the cards, but it was stopped in its tracks by the Black Pirates. However, the Heathens have all to play for in stamping their authority as the third best team in the series when they face the Mongas in the third place playoff. They have one of the top try scorers in the series on the team. They have a couple of other players who have stood up to be counted for the national team. And as you can see with that restart, shot between Aaron Ofoiroth and Michael Okorach has given the Mongas a chance, now wearing blue, to attack from just the halfway line. And there goes Wagom William Mark after that ball from Edgar Cairo, who is the Mongas' top scorer. Finds a long ball out wide to Chiche Morgan. Chiche Morgan carries, has Trevor Chan as his opposite number, beats him. He's tackled by Lawrence Sebuliba, and the rack is secured. Ruma Brand playing a slow ball, and now Edgar Cairo shot onto Otala Xavier. Otala Xavier loses the ball in contact, and Trevor Chan is there to regather. Recycled quickly to Claudio Tema, who fumbles it. He's brought down by Lukwago Mark William, and Nicolas Kato is at the wing. Tackle made, and now the Heathens can attack off that breakdown. Malcolm Zokelo, the youngster from Stallions, who has stood up and cemented his place in the Heathens lineup. To Trevor Chan through Lawrence Sebuliba to Michael Okorach, who has a straight channel for the try. He will be tested by Oroma Bryan, but there will be no stopping Michael Okorach there. For the first try of this game, Michael Okorach, the experienced Michael Okorach, over for the first try of the game. Heathens lead 5-0 to the Mongas.
Yeah, they're Michael Okorach, showing that he's a veteran, but at the as we approach the end of day 2, he still has the legs to go all the way to score the try, and Okello Malcolm looking for the extras, which he gets. So that puts Heathens in a position of having 7 points, and the Mongas yet to have a response. These are both the teams that lost in the semi-final, and they will want to at least end their Guinness National Sevens Series and the Coronation Sevens in particular, day 2, on a high.
Aaron Ofoiroth raises a high ball gathered by Edgar Cairo. Takes the pocket for Oroma Bryan, who is tackled by Michael Okorach. Michael Okorach is on the contest, but he put his hands over the ball first. And now Edgar Cairo to restart. Finds Chiche Morgan. Chiche Morgan has Joseph Kajimu on his flank, but the Heathens are not 10 meters. And Mongas get some free advancement in territory. Now Chiche Morgan, Kajimu running the short dummy run onto Lukwago William, who hits that gap between Claudio Tema and Nicolas Kato, and then some offloading game with the Mongas in the switches there. Lukwago William is able to regather. Nicolas Kato is the first at that breakdown. But he has lost the ball forward. And it is going to be a scrum feed for the Mongas with a net gain of 20 meters, but across the field with the scrum. Lukwago William to feed for the Mongas. Slow but steady. On to Edgar Cairo. Edgar Cairo finds Otala Xavier. Otala Xavier with Kironde Timothy on his outside. He's isolated. Nicolas Kato will effect another successful turnover this time. 0 net gain for the Mongas in territory. And they've lost possession as Aaron Ofoiroth now looks to hit that gap in the middle. Rack well secured. And a slow ball to recycle by Nicolas Kato to Trevor Chan. Standing pass out to Malcolm Zokelo, who finds Lawrence Sebuliba. Lawrence Sebuliba will carry, looking for Michael Okorach on the switch. Finds him. Michael Okorach bumps off Joseph Kajimu and throws a high offload to Trevor Chan, who transfers the pressure out wide to Aaron Ofoiroth. And it's a 2v situation in the 5-meter area. Another high pass. And Edgar Cairo will force Claudio Tema into touch, but the Heathens have now found a way out in the close quarters there. Trevor Chan breaks Joseph Kajimu's tackle, and he's brought down by Oroma Bryan. And now Aaron Ofoiroth dancing his way through the defense Offloads to Cloud Otema, who hits Otala Xavier. And now Nicolas Cato. Nicolas Cato will slide his way through that tight Monga's defense for the second try of the game. He grounds it successfully in front of Edgar Cairo, and it is the second try for the Mongas, for the Heathens against the Mongas.
Yeah, the Heathens there, very interesting interplay there between Trevor Chan and Aaron Ofoiroth. There literally was no space for them to pass. There was no chance. But the Mongas just failed to make their tackles, and the continuity of the Heathens between Aaron and Trevor, and then Nicholas Ochan found himself very, very open. You could think that maybe the Mongas are out of gas at this point, because the way they played in that particular phase was really without any energy, and Nicolas Cato was able to go all the way, and the conversion was good, so the Heathens will be comfortably leading this one 14-0.
Another smart restart by Aaron Ofoiroth, and he's able to regather that one. He has done it the second time this week. And ball out wide to Trevor Chan, finds the shoulder of Oroma Bryan. He releases the ball and gets back on his feet. Now he's running away for the try, and is brought down by Edgar Cairo. Quickly recycled to Lawrence Sebuliba. Lawrence Sebuliba will find the space, turns the corner, and he will score in the same zone as the first and second try for Heathens to extend their lead to 19-0 against the Mongas.
Yeah, there, Lawrence Sebuliba, he was a bit quiet in the semi-final. I mean, yes, in the semi-final against the Pirates, but he finds his footing in this one. You could think that the veterans are getting a bit tired for the Heathens, but at least he has some legs. Really been tired. And yeah, you can see the trophies. We shall have the Coronation Sevens trophy. We shall have the overall trophy, the big one, and then we shall have the medals awarded to respective teams. Of course, there will be other accolades to be awarded, like the MVP and others, maybe top try scorer as well. We're yet to communicate that, but the action is still going on. We have one big one that is coming after this one, and we have an award ceremony, so keep it Kawowo Sports. Don't go anywhere, just make sure you have enough data, and make sure that you have your Guinness right next to you.
There you have the trophies again. I can see the overall runners-up and overall winners trophy, with the Coronation Sevens plate for the runner-up, and the third place, and the main cup there. So that is the Coronation Sevens runners-up trophy there, with the MVPs next to it. And in the background you can see the overall trophy for the winner, and then the trophy for the Coronation Sevens winner. Those are the trophies that are up to play for in this one. But none of the two will be getting that. None of the two on pitch right now will be getting those, because it's only for the MVP. We may not know where the MVP will come from, but runners-up and main cup winners of the Coronation Sevens, as Edgar Cairo gets us underway. Mike Okorach loses the ball forward, gathered by Benjamin Luyurika. On to Lukwago William. Lukwago William finds some space in the middle, is chased by Zizkan, and to Kajimu Joseph, who runs straight into Aaron Ofoiroth, who does not release after the tackle and seals, stopping the contest, a fair contest between the two teams. And Chiche Morgan restarts quickly. Heathens are offside at that penalty, and the Mongas will advance a further 10 meters towards the Heathens try area. Long ball out wide to Kajimu Joseph with a man on the outside. He throws a bad pass to Michael Okorach, to Mukalazi, to Lukwago William, who is tackled by Michael Okorach. And Lawrence Sebuliba yet again on the break. Offloads to Joseph Oyet. Long ball out wide to Cloud Otema. Cloud Otema has wheels of speed, and he will be taking Odura Robin straight to the try line, dives in the corner in stylish fashion. Heathens lead 33-0 against the Mongas.
Yeah, there. What speed there? What pace there by Cloud Otema for yet another try? And yeah, just you could see from the turnover there a disruption in play. from the Mongas, who are not getting anything right going for them. And Okello Malcolm this time not getting the kick. So the score remains 33-0 to the Heathens. A couple of changes being effected. We are seeing Lawrence Seboliba has really done his time, so he gets some time to rest. Okello Patrick comes onto the pitch as Michael Okorach seems to be in a mood to tackle. Maybe it's what they usually call time again, when the tournament is ending and you want to get your last few tackles in before you probably go and share beer with your teammates.
Yeah, now Benjamin Lirika looking for his time again. Sends it to Kajimu. Hopefully it's out wide to Lukwago William. Puts the foot to the boot, but Aaron Ofoyroth is smart enough to regather. William Lukwago needs to roll away for there to be a legal contest at the breakdown. And as we talk about terms that are going, Michael Okorach is going to go over for the other try for the Heathens, extending the lead to 38-0. And
yeah,
just like you said,
surely Michael Okorach must be on time again at this point, because he seems to have come to life, maybe found his, I don't know, at this point it can't be a second wind, it has to be like a 10th wind or something, but he's really finding energy from somewhere.
And as you can see,
whoever he's waving to, I think he's done.
Michael Okorach's tournament has ended.
He's like, okay, I'm done. That's the funniest thing I've seen today.
Just one power run, and Michael Okorach has said farewell to the Heathens. As
I'm sure he's walking straight to the showers. There is no even team talk for him at that moment.
Lawrence Seboliba is back on.
Lawrence Seboliba wants his time again, I think.
We think we'll be having his time again too. But Heathens lead 38-0 in this one.
Mongas, I'm not understanding what the problem is with Mongas right now. Putting the last two games, very, very big scores after such a very good quarterfinal display and after a good day one of the Coronation Sevens. Now they are really, really opening up. They don't seem to be defending at all. Let's see how they attack with the ball in hand this time. Not any success in attack as they abandoned into touch there. Should be Kironde Timothy abandoned into touch by chasing Patrick Okello, and Heathens can even pound more misery on them with this line out and attacking opportunity in very, very good territory. Chan Emma to throw, Patrick Okello to jump, lifted by Aziz Khan and Lawrence Seboliba, clean ball. And now quickly out to Malcolm Okello and Joseph Oyet, who looks to find some space. Could have used his outside man earlier, but he didn't. And now Claude Tema regathers, faced with Lukwago William. Mark brought down, and a quick ball out wide. And we see Dylan Sewankambo arriving from the side, and now Ochan Emma running some inroads in the Mongas defense. Offloads on the floor to Malcolm Okello, who takes the pocket to Claude Tema. Claude Tema to Aziz Khan. Aziz Khan throws what looked like a forward pass. Yes, it was. Lawrence Seboliba. Now the Mongas can attack finally in this second half. Yeah, they should at least maybe just garner some energy from somewhere and get their time again as well, because at this point they need something to go back. I think this is one of those terms we've had, the oh my god that you have, the iconic oh my god, where I think you should be getting a trademark for that one. Oh my god is for particularly special moments, and hopefully we can use it in the final. And you're giving us a Tamegenda. This is surely it's a Tamegenda for us as well, because we've been together for the 6 rounds. Yeah, but it's just been a beautiful experience of rugby. We have traveled the country, we have experienced culture, different foods, and great rugby as well across the country. But as we are trying to see on the pitch, action coming back, and the Mongas trying to feed the ball, and that's Chironde Timothy there with ball in hand, the youngster. Credit to the Mongas, who have actually given many of their youngsters much needed game time. And they have a development side, Django, who played only in the first circuit, and a couple of their players and that place. And you could see the guys who have gone through that development channel playing for the Mongas now, as they get a penalty for offside, for a high tackle, says Gonzalo Mayanja at the halfway line, as Edgar Cairo sends it out wide to the big man with a big carry into Joseph Oyet. Yeah.
No clear release in that tackle after the turnover won by Lawrence Sebuliba, and Edgar Kairu will be going again. Throws a pop basketball pass to Benjamin Luyirika. Rack secured by Cheche Morgan, and now Edgar Kairu on to Kironde Timothy. Kironde Timothy has Lukwago William Mark on his outside. Back on the side on the pocket, Edgar Kairu running. Very good supporting line. The rack is well secured. Mongas will need that consolation point in this game. Aziz Khan with a very hard tackle, but it has been judged to be high. Slowly and steadily, Mongas advance. Edgar Kairu to Cheche Morgan. Cheche Morgan with the man on the outside throws a loose pass, and that will be the last piece of action in this third place playoff. Heathens, who throughout the series from the Mileke Sevens here around the country and back for the Coronation Sevens, have been the third best team in the country, and they are deserved third place playoff winners in the final circuit of the 2021 Guinness 7 series.
I don't think there is anything that is as befitting as Heathens and third in the 7 series, because they have almost been third everywhere, and they are third overall. So I think it's just very, very justified. It is the position that they have made their own, not really getting there to the top, but not being really bad. But as you can see, Lawrence Sebuliba there walking off the pitch. He has really given his all, the veteran. He has played in the Uganda Sevens, and next to him is Patrick Okello, who as well walking away. You can see they're not really happy with that third place finish. They maybe wanted to have one last hurrah with a Coronation Sevens victory. They have not won a single circuit in the Guinness 7 series, but they will now maybe turn their focus to the 15s. How do they prepare and how do they get ready for their first game? The Mongas as well, at least they had a good Coronation Sevens, got themselves in a quarterfinal, got themselves in a semi-final, and then ideally found themselves performing better than the previous circuits. Now they put themselves in a perfect position to have gotten game fitness, game time, and will be ready for the 15s that will be coming in a couple of weeks. But the next action is the final. We have been saying after this game we're going to go to the final, after this game we're going to go to the final. Finally, the final is the next game.
Ruben,
yes,
let's talk about this main cup final.
Right.
By the quick mathematics that I did earlier and with consultation with the tournament director, Cobs have already done enough to win the 2021 Guinness 7 series. They have a 59 points difference lead against the Pirates, and I've not seen Cobs concede more than 30 points anywhere in this 2021 7 series. So it is almost as good as done for the Cobs. They will be the 2021 Guinness 7 series champions, defending their 2019 title.
Yeah, 7 is something they have made their own, and yeah, you talked about the fact that they haven't conceded more than 30 points, but they also haven't conceded those 30 points without putting any points of their own on board. So it will take something very, very unorthodox for the Pirates to actually pull off maybe like a 60-pointer in that final.
But as you can see them on the screen, the best that they will be praying for is being party spoilers, because like they did, I remember in 2019, I was in the stands here at Legends during the Chitaka Sevens. It was a final where Cobs had been already champions going into the final because they needed to finish third in the Chitaka Sevens to be declared 2019 champions. That Chitaka Sevens final ended, and immediately after that the tempers were so high and the players swung some handbags in the end. But onto the podium, Pirates went and received the Chitaka Sevens trophy after spoiling the party for the Cobs at their own home grounds, at their own circuit, and they quickly went to the sidelines and the Cobs received their trophy.
Yeah, and I expect that to happen yet again. I expect them, they probably know that it's going to be a tall order to win the overall unless they can somehow find 60 points. But they're a proud side, so they are going to want to go for the Coronation 7. They can't let Cobs have everything, and maybe they'll want to put it in writing that, you know what, we won 3, they won 3, and it had to go to mathematics. So it's something that they can play for. It's for pride, really.
There's going to be a lot of pride to play for here. The teams have met in 4 of the 6 finals. This is going to be the 4th final that they are meeting. They met in the final here at the Mileke Sevens. They met in the final in Gulu, where the game was decided by one kick, by one drop goal by just James C. Jongat. They met again at the Chigezi Sevens in Kabale, but they also met again in the semi-final at the Henry Jumba. So they have had 5 meetings. They have had 4 meetings. This will be the 5th meeting in the series, and you could say by a country mile, the two have been evenly matched and far ahead of anyone, not even Heathens, who are deserved 3rd place finishers in the series.
Yeah, definitely. These are the two teams that have really been the standout. And from the beginning, you could see they set the tempo. And I think a conversation that I've been having is the difference between with Brian Odong of the Heathens is of the Cobs, is that these two teams have trusted even their benches. The fact that most teams have good starting 7s, but their benches that aren't as good. But the fact that these two teams can be able to keep their players fresh, keep their players playing, has been, I think, one of the things. But they are the standouts. They have really been standout in the way that they have been executing their play over the 6 circuits from Mileke up to Coronation right now. Surely there is no way you can say that there's any team that has been above and beyond Pirates and Cobs in the way they've been performing.
You mentioned how the two teams have been playing. They have the very good squad depth from Cobs and Box, and then the Black Pirates and the Sailors. Sailors are a core side, so they could not provide that much depth. But from both teams, they had the core and then the substitutes off the bench to maintain that tempo, because we saw Black Pirates and Cobs were scoring an average of 28 tries per weekend. And not all those tries were being scored by the starters. They were being scored by players, both starting and those coming off the bench. So we saw even just today morning, they were still evenly matched because Black Pirates had 1 try difference ahead of the Cobs, but the Cobs had scored more points, had put more points on the board than the Pirates. So it is that ability to balance their squad and use their squad depth from both coaches. I think we need to give credit to both coaches here in Davis Chewalabi, who has played for the Black Pirates before, and and a club legend with Cobs, but also Coach Bobby Musinguzi for
Yeah, definitely. But also another thing that I think I can really note is, especially looking at Cobs' journey, is the fact that over the first 2 circuits, they conceded about three tries overall. And they're in a single point in Gulu, but they conceded, I think, in the Mileke a bit there. But you could see their defense was one of the things that really stood out for them. But then they seem to have lost the plot there in the middle when Pirates was making its resurgence. And you could say that, unfortunately, the bombings were happening in Uganda, but that break came with some time to maybe give them time to rest, reorganize. And also the return of the likes of Adrian Casito was very key to the way that they are now playing today. Because I feel like over these 2 days, it's the Cobs that we saw at the Mileke Sevens. They are fresh, they are hungry, and they are very brutal in defense. Yeah, but maybe just to ask you a question, do you think particularly the absence of Ivan Magomo has something to maybe contribute something in Pirates not winning today? Because I feel like, yes, they have done well, but in the absence of Ivan Magomo, yeah, they've not yet lost, but in the absence of Ivan Magomo, there seems to be something missing. Yeah, definitely. It's going to be a game of egos, and that's what's going to make it brilliant. The fact that these are teams, one, that they shared this ground before Pirates decided to move out and go to Boyogere.
They used to share this was their home.
Yeah.
Legends.
Yeah.
Then when Paris left and went to Kings Park became Kings Park because of the Cubs fans. But then the Pirates, when they started finding their way of winning here, it became Kings Park Legends, now Guru Branch. So the two always...
The banter. It has been crazy. I actually just spoke. Yeah, like I said, it's going to be a clash of egos, and the pride that comes into these guys, whether they are fans, whether it's players. I just spoke to one of the Cubs fans, and he said that he cannot step at Kings Park unless he is the one playing. Like he can't stand Kings Park that much. But yeah. And yeah. Yeah, interesting, the Pirates receiving an ovation there, so clearly some people are already showing their sides. But regardless of who's winning overall, this game is not going to be a walkover. The Pirates have it cut out for them. They know they have to play at least to win the Coronation Sevens, bragging rights, something to take back to Boyogere. So it's big, and the Cubs know that the Pirates gave them a run for their money. So they have to prove that. Was it just maybe, you know, at first they were saying that Pirates fluked them at the Rujumba Sevens. Then it happened again in Cup. So I don't think you can fluke someone 3 times. So that is, they will have to see. But you can see James Jonga there leading the walk towards the tunnel for the Cubs. Yeah, definitely the breakout players for the two teams. Karima United, I have to admit I had my doubts about him. Yes, he's a good player from Namiliango, but was he ready to actually? Yes, wearing the Namiliango shirt. I'm a serious Namiliango faithful, but I was wondering if he was actually ready. But he really has. I think even he has been so comfortable in the position, so much so that he put the likes of Justin Kimono on the bench.
And so, like I was saying there with some loss of audio, it is going to be very nice to see the two of them grow in their careers, Arnold Atkunda and Karim Arinaitu. Karim Arinaitu has made the first steps to the national team. He played at the Safari Sevens and scored a beautiful try there. But Arnold Atkunda, who has been probably the most prolific try scorer for the Black Pirates, will probably get his chance as well. And I could say that for me, those have been the standout players from both teams going into this main cup final. The stage is set. The stage is set for the main cup final here at Legends Rugby Grounds. We started this long journey. Around the country here, and we are back for the final circuit of the 2021 Guinness 7 Series. The more things change, the more they remain the same. It is the Black Pirates against the Cobs in the main cup final. Cobs are already 2021 Guinness 7 Series champions by virtue of some mathematics and a little bit of realistic conclusions, because they have a 59 points advantage over the Black Pirates, and they have not conceded more than 30 points in one game. And as you can see, the picturesque site of Legends Rugby Grounds. Across you can see what used to be the Naguru housing for the police officers, and just close to the background you can see the Naguru Hospital, the China-Uganda Friendship Naguru Hospital, and to your far right is the KCCA football stadium, the MTN Philip Omondi Stadium, and across is the KCCA facility where we have the Fanero prayers for the faithful, the Christian faithfuls. And in the background find you can see the URA towers across as you go all the way from Nakawa, where we are right now, to Bugolobi. And if we could get a better view for clear skies, we would be seeing the shores of Lake Victoria. But it's a beautiful sight here at Legends Rugby Grounds as the teams, Black Pirates led by standing captain Isaac Massa, and the Cobs by legendary winger Justin Kimono. It is a main cup final here as the two teams run on. And there goes Isaac Massa in the foreground, and Justin Kimono leading the Betway Cobs. Ruben Kihumuro, what a matchup we have at our hands right now.
Yeah, brilliant. I'm just very excited to see what these two teams have for us in store. They have been the teams all along from circuit number one that have the stamina, the skill, and the drive to go all the way. And they have to battle one more time before we say bye-bye to the 2021 Guinness National 7 Series.
This is also the final game that we will play in the 2021 season. Cobs won the 15s league unbeaten. They went unbeaten the whole weekend, the whole season, over the 9 rounds. But Black Pirates were able to put up a stiffer challenge against the Cobs, as you can see there, and winning 2 circuits, and are looking for the third to level matters here. But the Betway Cobs will be looking to stamp their authority and complete a season double. Which I believe the last time we saw one was with the Black Pirates in the 2017-2018 season when they won the treble.
Yeah, definitely there. But you can see the teams lining up there just one more time in front of the fans, waiting for the dignitaries to come and the guests of honor to have a handshake with the players or to have a fist bump. And Isaac Massa there just introducing his team to the guests of honor, where we also see the brand manager for Guinness. Guinness has been a part of Sevens Rugby for it's been about 2 months, but it's been 6 weekends, you can say. 6 circuits,
with
6 weekends.
In the middle,
yeah, with a few breaks in the middle there for the Safari Sevens and for some security reasons. And you can see
there's William Blick, the Uganda Olympics Committee, and International Olympics Committee committee member William Blake there, having a handshake with the officials. He is followed by Madame Elizabeth Mutamuliza, the brand ambassador for Guinness Uganda. And then we have some dignitaries from Beyond Sports Organization who have hosted this tournament in conjunction with the Betway Cubs. And that is Isaac Lutwama, the club captain for the
Captain
Betway Cubs.
or the chairman?
Should be club captain because the team captain is Joseph Aredo. So I believe Isaac Lutwama is the club captain. But we will make some corrections in case we have got it wrong there. And at the back is the tournament vice chairperson, Joseph Erasmus Aredo, big brother to Joseph Aredo, who will be playing in this final. And as you can see, the pre-match routine being completed. They have won the series, the Betway Cubs. But they have to put the icing on what has been a very beautiful cake this season.
Definitely. Maybe Erasmus will have to tell his brother, we need one more trophy in the house. For those that have been to their house, they really have a lot of accolades across the whole house, from the sitting room to their bedrooms. But enough of the banter. It's time for the action. The teams take stage. Maybe one last communication between themselves. Maybe a prayer here and there. The teams are going to be able to duel. But just looking at legends from that overhead view, it looks so beautiful. It just makes me want to play rugby again. But
me too. I really want to play rugby again. After this, I think I will be playing rugby again. And if you are the man in that car driving across, you may have arrived just in time for the main cup final. We have center referee.
I hope he gets parking in time because the game is about to kick off.
We have center referee there, Raymond Chiseka, getting the honors of being at the center of this main cup final. He will be assisted by Rosenberg Kanyunyuzi and Ronald Wutimba on the touchline, and the two touch judges in-goal judges, that will be Luke Emmanuel and Sama Emmanuel at the center, at the far ends of the pitch. Black Pirates will be kicking off. It is Conrad Wanyama with the ball from right to left, and we have the countdown for the kickoff. And it is underway, the main cup final of the Coronation Sevens. Very well raised and regathered by the Betway Cubs. Adrian Casito to Ian Munyani. Now Alhaji Manano as Justin Kimono injects some pace in his run, but he has played the ball on the floor. And Isaac Massa with a quick restart loses the ball in the tackle there, but well gathered by Alex Aturinda. It is open play. He breaks the first tackle. Finds Kelvin Balagade on his outside, who fends off Alhaji Manano and breaks the tackle of Ian Munyani, offloads to Conrad Wanyama. And the Black Pirates are inside the 22. Long ball out wide by Isaac Massa to Timothy Tsiga. Timothy Tsiga has two players on his outside. Alhaji Manano with Arnold Atkonda on his outside. Sells the dummy, goes into contact, tackled strongly by Byron Oketayot. And now Timothy Tsiga. Conrad Wanyama now tackled by his opposite number, Adrian Casito. The contest at the breakdown is legal and possession had been turned over by the Cubs. Alhaji Manano now for Ian Munyani. Close contest with Haruna Mohammed. Well secured at that track by the Cubs, and now patient play onto Justin Kimono. Adrian Casito with an injection of pace brought down in a double tackle by Timothy Tsiga and Arnold Atkunda. Recycled by Byron Oketayot to Joseph Aredo now. Ian Munyani again. Long ball out wide. Pius Ogena first with Alex Aturinda and Kelvin Balagade. Looked like it was a high tackle there, but we will be having advantage for the Cubs. Joseph Aredo on the break. Conrad Wanyama is the first at that breakdown. He has won the turnover. And the Black Pirates have one possession again. They were in attack at first. Possession one lost by Cubs, one again by Cubs, and now it has changed hands.
Yeah, patient. Really well. Both teams still trying to size each other up. They know what the threat that one or the other can do. So they are trying to figure out a way to do, as we're seeing Isaac Massa there kicking the ball long, probably getting into touch here, but the ball was ushered out there by Justin Kimono, making sure that it phone touch. But Isaac Massa, who's captain today, has a lot of responsibility on his hands, and there he puts Pirates in a very, very good position, just inside the 22-meter area of the Cobs.
Could it be a repeat of the Gulu Sevens, where the Pirates were putting the ball to the boot almost every time they had possession, pinning the Cobs in their own area? But now Adrian Casito will need to throw a quick ball, a good ball, contested by Haruna Mohamed and Kelvin Balagade. Yes, he throws a clean ball for Alhaji Manano, and he takes the pocket there. Joseph Aredo puts some violence on the ball. A chase by Arnold Atkunda and Justin Kimono. Arnold Atkunda will need to maneuver his way alone because there are no options available for him. He's first with Ian Munyani, breaks the first tackle, finds Konrad Wanyama on the cover. Konrad Wanyama hits that gap in the middle. It offloads to Timothy Siga now. Timothy Siga slows pace back to Konrad Wanyama on the inside. And now Isaac Massa. It's a 3 versus 2 situation. Finds Arnold Atkunda, who is running with Byron Oketayot. Byron Oketayot with a very good cross-covering tackle, who Arnold releases to Alex Aturinda. Alex Aturinda is isolated. Let's see if the rack is well secured. Yes, it is, and the Black Pirates continue in attack. Konrad Wanyama now to Timothy Siga, looking for options. Sizes up that gap between Alhaji Manano and Pius Ogena. He breaks the tackle, breaks the second one. Does he have the path go all the way? He does, and he will dive over for the first try of the game. Timothy Chesiga. Pirates lead 5-0 against the Betway Cobs.
Brilliant stuff there. Brilliant. Brilliant stuff. Wonderful there by Timothy Kisiga. He has been one of the guys that has really stood up. But just look at the way he gracefully goes between the big men, Pius Ogena and Byron Oketayot. Then goes past Joseph Aredo, and Adrian Casito seems to come back to want to put the fight on, but he has just enough energy and enough length in his hands to stretch over for the try. Beautiful.
Conversion successful by Haruna Mohamed. Black Pirates take the lead 7 against the Cobs. Usually we say that against Heathens, the two teams against Heathens, it is more of a neck-and-neck battle. But between the two, it is more of killing by strangling. The first team to land on the other usually runs away with it. This was a slow start from both teams. They were still sizing up each other, and Timothy Chisiga goes alone to take the lead for the Black Pirates. Could it be a repeat of what we have seen all year round?
Yeah, it will all depend on the next play. Pirates know that Cobs is very dangerous, so they need to get the next score still if they want to really have control of this game. If they let Cobs score again, then Cobs will get a lot more comfortable.
Konrad Wanyama deep, together by Adrian Casito, brought down by Kelvin Balagade. Alex Aturinda has made a legal contest at that breakdown and turns over possession. And the judgment is that Adrian Casito did not release Haruna Mohamed on the quick restart. He's running in front of Pius Ogena, finds the gap in the middle, but he's banded into touch there by the Cobs. Very good defense from Cobs to force Haruna Mohamed, even when they were on the back trot, to force Haruna Mohamed into touch. And we have some consultation between the referees there, and we're waiting a final decision.
Yeah, but just going through some of the chats, and Wasaja Alex says that Timothy Kisiga is one of a kind, and I think I have to agree. He's that one player that is not the biggest, not the most scary player, but always finds a way of being the top threat. As we are seeing, it's going to be a penalty to the Pirates.
For not being 10, the Cobs were making their best effort to retreat, but it wasn't enough. And the Black Pirates have a penalty just inside the 22. Restarted by Kelvin Balagade, who sends a long ball out wide. Timothy Chisiga looking for options on his outside. Haruna Mohamed yet again puts the ball to the boot with the Black Pirates. Beaches this time by Joshua Ngwao. And they are playing against the Betway Cobs. Like we said about the Gulu Sevens, they're playing against the Cobs in their 22-meter, 5-meter territory.
Yeah, but one thing I've noticed every time that Pirates plays the Cobs, they have always employed the boot more than usual. There's something they found out about playing against Cobs and putting the ball behind to frustrate them, because the Cobs are a very physically imposing side, so you can't always run at them, but they always find ways of kicking the ball behind and frustrating them and pinning them in their half. And there you see Alex Aturinda off a poor line out, and that is the second try that Pirates needed to really go at this in a considerably comfortable position.
As you can see, the fans there celebrating. It was with some dust was there, the Makere Impis player, but beautiful try and awareness from Alex Aturinda. It was a poor line-out throw with a miscommunication between the thrower and the jumpers. The ball went overhead over Pius Ogena into the hands of Alex Aturinda, and the Pirates are over for the second try. They lead 12-0 against the Cubs. And there we have
who said
former
men
Impis
can't
player,
twerk?
former Impis player, and now with the Heathens with that celebration. And the Black Pirates lead 14-0 at halftime.
But just looking at it, and you see what the process of what has happened. I think it's a conversation we have been having all the time. The set piece, and in particular the line out has been shambolic for almost all teams. And I was thinking to myself, at some point it will come to hurt a particular team, and this is the one time that really the Cubs didn't want to have a line out going amiss. And look at that miscoordination between Pius Ogena and Adrian Casito. The ball goes high, and credit to Alex Aturinda for having the foresight to gather the overhead and scoring what would be relatively one of the easiest tries he'll score.
Yeah, so what is going to be the Cubs' response there as they get some notes from Coach Davis Chewalabye? But we can see Coach for the Pirates, Bobby, taking the back seat as the players themselves, the Pirates, make a way, find some strategy for their own team, and there he enters the center circle, Coach Bobby. As we see across, still Davis Chewalabye giving some final instructions to his team. It is not exactly a repeat of what we saw at the Henry Jumba semi-final. Could be a repeat, similar fashion with what we saw in the, much more similar to what we saw in the final in the Chigezi Sevens. But we know that in these games, it is not over until it is over. 2 tries, especially in sevens, is not enough for you to be comfortable.
Yeah, but one thing you should expect, all sanity is going to go out the window right now. Cubs is coming with a kitchen sink to probably literally throw it at Pirates in that second half.
I think you keep giving me flashbacks of the 2019 final where Cubs had already won the title, but Black Pirates were here to spoil the party. And by the time the full-time whistle had gone, handbags were swinging.
And we can see a couple of handbags in this second half. Cubs is also a very proud side, and they don't want to be, they're not used to being put in the situation. As you're saying,
they are celebrating
the
because
lady
they've
called
already won
Mama
the
Cubs.
series. Yes, Mama Cubs is there.
I think this is the one time where the Cubs fans are at ease regardless of a loss, because they know they already have the overall series. But we said it could be possible. Maybe Pirates could get
Pirates
could reach a 60-point mark.
The Betway Cubs.
Anything
Impossible.
is possible in sports.
That's not possible.
Where
now.
is your faith, Alex? Where is your faith?
I am a man who believes in statistics and figures and trends, and I do not think the Cubs will concede their first 60-point game in the next 7 minutes as Joseph Aredo gets us underway. But the kick is short there for Faraji Odugo to chase. And trying times for the Betway Cubs in this one as the Stanbic Black Pirates pound more pressure on them.
Yeah, that's not the kind of start to the second half that the Cubs would have wanted. A gift of possession to the Pirates, and Conrad Wanyama there with the ball getting ready to start. This is one of the times where they're going to do one of their training ground moves. Yeah,
a perfect training ground move where you have some players running on the dummy, and you could see Kelvin Balagade breaking 2 tackles there to settle just inside the 22, inside the 10, and now Desire Yera with a man on the outside finds Joshua Engwao, who cuts back inside on Marco Suna, settles for the breakdown. No contest by the Cubs. And now Mubarak Wandera to Timothy Chisiga, who scored the first try of the game for some individual brilliance. Goes himself this time. Fends off Adrian Casito. Is brought down in the tackle. Well secured by Kelvin Balagade. Slow bowler wide by Conrad Wanyama, who puts it to the boot for Joshua Engwao to chase. It's not the best bounce for him, but there was no advantage there. And center referee Raymond Chiseka has a word to say to Adrian Casito there. I think that will be a blood bin, a blood sub for Adrian Casito, who has some blood on his face there. So the Black Pirates were playing advantage for offside at the breakdown, and now the Cubs have one of their most important players in Adrian Casito needing some urgent medical attention due to that blood. And I think if it needs a lot more washing and more clear medical attention, he will be going off. for the sub, but there will be no need for that. Adrian Casito is going to stay on to the pitch. He seems to have passed that test in the eyes of his medical officers.
Yeah, but you can definitely see Timothy Kisiga as well in the frame. Himself and Adrian Casito have really been going at it, battling in the tackles and the ball carrying. And interesting, they are very good friends off pitch. But
yeah, they are very good friends. They went to the same school, St. Mary's College, Kisubi.
But right now, with a different color of jersey, I don't think there is any friendship in particular.
Center referee there, Raymond Chiseka, consulting with the medical officers, and in his eyes, Adrian Casito is fit to continue. A loose ball there on that restart by Timothy Chisiga sends the ball out wide to Joshua Engwao, and Conrad Wanyama goes for the drop goal. But yet again, the Betway Cobs, the play has been stopped to attend to Adrian Casito, who, in the eyes of center referee Chiseka Raymond, for the safety of Adrian Casito and the players on the pitch, Adrian Casito needs some medical attention and will not be able to continue in this one.
But you could see they didn't want Adrian Casito to go off, and I think I was about to talk about it, but I just let it be. They let the doctor come onto the pitch to attend to the blood bin. Yet usually a blood bin, you have someone go out and then you have a replacement. As
Timothy
Kisiga,
absolutely.
Oh my God, can he be able to go all the way? But that last ditch tackle, Timothy Kisiga is always a handful, and Joshua Engwao scored an important try in the semis. Can he score another one here that would all but really put Pirates in a comfortable situation? And there they move too much. I think so many things that Conrad Wanyama was trying to do there, but yet again, Cobbs is not. That was a high tackle, a high tackle there, and Alex, that is Desire Yera trying to just go route one. Sometimes you don't have to overthink it. Route one, and Dalagade wants to do the same. He's being held up. Great defensive technique there by the Cobs. Joshua Engwao trying to juggle the ball, and ball lost according to the referee.
Very strong defense from the Cobs there to deny the Black Pirates as they knocked ferociously at their door. A last-ditch tackle by Joseph Aredo stopped Timothy Chisiga in his tracks after he had broken through the middle. And Joshua Engwao, on what looked like he should have dived in the corner, cuts back inside, and he's held up. And then we see Conrad Wanyama losing his footing. Kelvin Balagade picks for the PD, is held up, and the ball is fumbled in the air between Timothy Chisiga and
a bit of confusion there.
Joseph Aredo plays some cheeky mind games, and the Cobs can now get out of their area as
yeah, they
now
have really
Ian
been
Munyani
defending a lot, and yet they need to be looking for the tries. But you can see they have been unsettled, and
Marco Suna there grounds the ball in his own area. It has been taken back into the try area, so the Black Pirates will be having a 5-meter scrum feed.
I think I'm seeing an indication of back chat.
There's back chat there from the
Ian
Cobs.
Munyani, and he's still arguing his case. I don't think he has enough time to be debating with the referee, especially when they need to organize themselves and start looking for tries. There are 2 tries down, and
it's a scrum, but then there's a case of a warning there with the back chat. It's going to be a scrum feed for the Black Pirates. Conrad Wanyama is off, and in his place is Stephen Alul, who plays a slow ball. He's a finisher who plays a slow ball, which usually catches his teams on the back foot. But let's see how he will manage this one as he feeds the ball with just 5 meters shy of the try area. Yes, it is a slow ball by Stephen Alul.
And there moves the ball out wide, and it is Joshua Engwao versus Mark Osuna. Mark Osuna there with the tackle to save a try, but the Pirates still in control of the ball, trying to make sure that the rack is stable before he picks the ball.
Like I said, Stephen Alul with the slow ball there. And now Mbarak Wandera goes back in that same channel. Very good turnover by Mark Osuna, and the Cobs now can attack from deep inside their own area. They've had very, very good defending. Byron Oketayot now throws the long pass out wide to Pius Ogena up against Desire Yera. Beats him, but he's unable to beat Pius. Calvin Balagade beats Calvin Balagade as well. And is brought down on the cover tackle by Timothy Chisiga. And now Cobs will play with the back line. Ian Munyani, long ball out wide to Faraji Odugo, who has wheels, but does he have the wheels to beat Joshua Engwao? No, he doesn't. Joshua Ngao cannot complete that tackle, so Stephen Alul will have to make that support tackle to Ian Munyani. Now the ball goes from Adrian Casito. Now Joseph Aredo in attack with ball in 2 hands, breaks the first tackle. He speeds away. It will be the first try for the Betway Cubs in this one. Joseph Aredo, try time, the Betway Cubs under the upright. Joseph Aredo. I've never seen such good defense and attack from the Betway Cubs, defending their try line for close to 2 minutes and now running away to score a try that starts their comeback under the uprights.
Yeah, that's very, very brilliant. The way that they were patient with themselves, defended, made the mistakes, but were able to recover from them, then got the resultant meters. But credit to Faraji Odugo on the outside there, who got some very valuable meters. And Joseph Aredo, surely he has really put some life back in this Cubs team.
Yeah, and he conversion successful there by Aredo, but he has asked for a substitution, buying out in style of this game with substitution there for James Sijonga to come on. James Sijonga played that clutch point in the Gulu 7, scoring the 3 points for the final circuit victory.
Yeah,
but
we could probably call him Mr. Clutch. Let us see if his services will be needed here today. But first, they need to score another try.
Cubs now. A high kick out to Mubarak Wandera, who gathers well, runs straight into Ian Munyani. And the ball is well secured there. Conrad Wanyama, Ian Munyani, Adrian Castro is told to not have hands in the rack, and Stephen Alul puts the ball to the boot. But we have Justin Kimono covering the backfield with James Sijongat in support there. He runs straight into Desire Yera, is brought down by William Unkore in the middle there, and it's an advantage to Cubs for the high tackle. No advantage gain for the high tackle. Justin Kimono with a quick tap to Desire Yera, fence off Desire Yera, and run straight into Arnold Atukunda. Recycled there. But the Black Pirates were not 10. They will need to get back on side in their retreat.
And as the hooter sounds, it is a case of now, do the Pirates have the defense to win the Coronation Sevens? We have seen the attack, it's great, but can they defend equally as great? And you can see they know it is the hooter has been sounded. They need to take their time.
It is the last play of the game, but we see Justin Kimono also out for the blood bin. I think there is some contact to the head there from on the floor between the two teams, and Justin Kimono will not be able to finish this game after such a very important carry. And now James Sijonga throws a loose ball to Faraji Odugo, gathered by Adrian Casito, who breaks the first tackle, attempts the offload, but there was a knock on there by Timothy Chisiga, and Ian Munyani will regather. Well secured by Adrian Casito. Faraji Odugo picks, drives straight into Timothy Chisiga, and now it is recycled. Pius Ogena to Ian Munyani, and now Conrad Mukwaya with Byron Oketa on his outside. Doesn't need him. He will dance his way past the defense. He has lost the ball on the floor. The referee says it was lost backwards, and it is lost again by Ian Munyani this time. And that, ladies and gentlemen, will be full time. The Black Pirates have spoiled the Cubs party here in the Coronation Sevens final. They have won the Coronation Cup. You needed to throw that in there, didn't you?
Definitely.
You can see the celebrations there by the Black Pirates. They have won the Coronation Sevens. Leveled matters, but Cubs had done enough to win the Guinness 7 Series title. What a season we have had.
Yeah, I can say that really the Guinness 7s have been wonderful. You could say it's a case of two proceedings. We had the Cubs winning the first 3 circuits, and now we have had the Pirates winning the final 3 circuits. Two teams that have gone at it, two teams that have really pushed us. And it's ready to see that the Pirates have
the one that I find first is the one that I'll be speaking to. I can see the Black Pirates in celebration
back
and
to
similarly
the 7th series and making sure that it's very competitive. But you can see what it means to them. Their third circuit in a row after having lost agonizingly in Gulu and having lost at the Mileke, and then they reach the Rujumba 7s, and then they get their first circuit win. They go to Kabale, they get their second circuit win, and they go to the third. They look like just waiting to shake hands.
Today, what's the song that you would choose to mark off this celebration? And we can see there Joseph Aredo leading the Cubs in the post-match brotherhood, show of brotherhood between the two teams. And Isaac Massa there receiving them. It has been a very good final. We have had between the two teams. I have not seen a closer contest between the two teams than I've seen today, as we see the Ian Munyani there with Joshua Ngwawi in embrace. You can see the brothers from here in Lugogo, Haruna Mohammed and Faraji Odugo. And then there's even other players in celebration. You can see it is Cobs have won the 2021 Guinness 7 series, but the Black Pirates have managed to get one over them to level matters by winning the Coronation 7's main cup final. And in my background, as we move towards the Joseph Aredo, the winning captain, I will need to just ask him a few words, and maybe we could have Isaac Massa, who is in celebration with his teammates. We know that the Black Pirates are such a vibe when they are around themselves, and they will go out of this one with some smiles on their faces. As we see there also Dungu Joseph and William Mukore in some rather hilarious embrace with each other. But I will need to find some way of finding the two captains, Joseph Aredo and Isaac Massa, and figure out a way of getting some word from them. Cry by the Black Pirates. They mark the celebrations against the Cops, but then the Cops did enough to win the overall trophy. They have done enough to win the entire title.
Face the sun, direct.
Black Pirates before. How are you feeling right now, coming from 3-0 down to level matters with the Betway Cups? The title has gone, but I can see a wide smile on your face.
It's a really, really great feeling. You can never get tired of winning. Any win acknowledges what a win is. Doesn't matter how it has come, as long as the final result is a win. So we're taking the win. The rest doesn't matter. We came from 3-0. The boys were a bit down. They were a bit down, but we kept our heads up.
Nice.
Didn't matter. Well, we're going to change history, and today we've done it. I don't know if anyone has ever done it from 3 circuits down, and as the likes of South Africa. But we're here, and we're Pirates.
Isaac Massa, if you are a DJ today, what is the song that you would choose to celebrate with the Black Pirates? If you are a DJ today at the party today, which song would you choose?
Redemption song.
Can you give us just a sample for that song? But it's going to.
When it's playing.
I know for sure it's going to be a party for the Black Pirates later today. But well won, well played, and I see you share some brotherhood with the Cobs. what is that bond that the unique bond that you share with them, even when your rivals on the pitch?
Rivalry has a limit. On pitch remains on the pitch. Off the pitch, because these are the same people we still have to represent the country with. And after this is done, when we're at the pitch, it's ruthless fight from beginning to end. But the rest after the games is different. We hold no grudges. We are Pirates. We play rugby to enjoy, to have fun. The rest doesn't matter.
All right, thank you very much, Isaac Massa. I will be looking for the Cobs captain, Joseph Aredo, who, if I could take a quick scan of the field looking for the Cobs captain, Joseph Aredo, and maybe we could find someone who is close by to speak to as we get the captain of the Betway Cobs.
Tuko bagambe bakyuse batu.
Mr. Daniel is around, and also Dan Kawowo as well. Yes, Dan, yeah, you can come. Kindly come. Conrad is there. Done. Daniel Yawasa. Mr. Yamasa is also going to help us out for the break. So Coronation worldwide, like a brilliant tournament this young man has had. We are going to go to awarding the third team in the second for the bronze medal winners, who are the Lions. The Lions, and the award is going to be presented by Brenda Niruma from Standard Bank. She also happens to be the mother to Desire Ayera and Didi Ruiza. So the Lions kindly come over and receive I think Aaron Farouk is here to receive the honor on behalf of the event. Congratulations to the first Rhinos.
The camera, which is up.
Yes, please, receive it for the team. Okay, thanks a lot. Thank you, Marlon. Who is going to stay with us and award the Patriot Cups, a cash prize of 2 million shillings for winning the silver at the Coronation Sevens, the Patriot Cups. Joseph already offers his prayers and he says, please come over. But we now award the winners of the Coronation Sevens. Miss Coffee Asylum from Stomach is going to be an Impis award. But to the Stomach Block Pirates, someone from Stomach awarding the Stomach Block Pirates the Coronation Sevens winners. So to the merchant ships. to sing. Thank you to the Pirates. And now, songs, all I ever had, redemption songs, these songs of freedom, songs of freedom. Thank you to the Pirates. We now move to the overall awards. We move to the overall awards. Kindly get that photo moment done. And the overall awards, we are going to start with
no kids in this bottle.
100,000 shillings cash and a trophy as well. Our overall MVP is Joseph
sound wabola ningana kamera yange wabota deko wagulwa button 3 au wodize on walo alo bwamuka wafurunu wabusa wansi akambuka akongeza akala atakana. The 7th series, and we now move to the second best team overall for the Stanbic Black Pirates.
And now we move over. And Dan Kagwa, kindly come over. Godwin Kayango, kindly come over as well. I see Debbie. And also DJ, just hold on a bit. DJ, just hold on a bit. DJ, just hold on a bit. You'll play that song. Godwin Kayango, the president of the Rugby Union, will help us hand over the medals. And Dan Kagwa will help us hand over the 3 million shillings in cash. And the Amy Shakimana from Guinness, that's the marketing director, will also help us hand over the award. Amy from, he's here. I think we'll hand over the trophy. Amy, William, and Godwin, together with Dan, are going to help us hand over the medals to the overall winners of the Guinness, and that is Bedwell Cobs.
Modern vampires of the city, and in blood.
Yo, Dre, thought I was dead. West Coast, see the doctor's advocate. Nigga Dre shot you, brought me back from the dead. That's why they call him the doctor. The mask gon' drop him. If 50 ain't rockin' with him no more, it's okay, I get it poppin'. Whole club rockin' like a 6'4 Impala. Drink Chris, throw it up. Call the shit hydraulic, then piss in the cup. Call the shit hypnotic. I bleed confident, spit crack and shit chronic. And you new niggas ain't shit but new niggas. Bathe the naked shoe niggas. I'm talking to you niggas. Bouncing in 6'4, throwing up West Side, man. Sell another 5 million albums, yes I am. Fresh like damn, this nigga did it again. 100,000 on his neck, LA above per gram. Inside the Lambo, shotgun with Snoop. What was the motherfucking West Coast? And
after the Cubs have received their medals, Amy Shakimana from Guinness as the marketing director kindly head over and award the cash. Okay, we received the medals. Eunice Waweru will now come this side and hand over the trophy. That's the acting managing director.
All I need is one reason I'm the king.
Guys, just push back a bit. Eunice Waweru, the acting managing director from Uganda Breweries, will hand over the cash prize to the Betway Cubs. The acting managing director of Uganda Breweries, Eunice Waweru, handing over the trophy and the cash prize to the overall winners of the Guinness Sevens. The trophy is yet to come. And the trophy is now coming, still to be handed over by Eunice Waweru, who is the acting managing director of Uganda Breweries.
destiny. I have waited patiently. I have vision, oh I believe. I know I can count on me. So stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up. For the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up. For the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up. Here we go, it's getting close. Now it's just who wants it most. It's just life, that's how it is. Cause we have our strengths and weaknesses. Oh, I have vision, can't you see? I'm on the move, make way for me. So stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up. For the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up. For the champions, for the champions. Stand up.
Don't let nobody tell you you can't do it, man. DJ Khaled! Yes! Yeah! All I do is win, 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 no matter what. Got money on my mind, I can never get enough. And every time I step up in the building, everybody hands go up. And they stay there, and they say yeah, and they say there. Up, down, up, down. Cause all I do is win, win, win. And if you going in, put your hands in the air, make them stay there.
Ludacris going in on the verse, cause I never been defeated and I won't stop now. Keep your hands up, get them in the sky, for the homies that ain't making it, my folks locked down. I never went nowhere. No. On that con.
The biggest boss in the biz, Ricky Rose. You are now rocking with the biggest DJ in the city, DJ Lambo.
Some confusion, the photo moment. Everyone wants to take a photo with the main trophy. DJ Tozikiza. A bit.
All I do is win, 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 no matter what. Got money on my mind, I can never get enough. And every time I step up in the building, everybody hands go up. And they stay there, and they stay there, and they stay there. Cause all I do is win, win, win. And if you going in, put your hands in the air, make them stay there.
Ludacris going in on the verse.
Shout at church band, do it now, sad. Well, holding on, yeah. What you know about that? What you know about that? What you know about that? Hey, I know all about that. Know it, hey, wanna know where the cheese at? Fresh out the jet, to the jets, where the cheese at? What you know about that? What you know about that? What you know about that? Hey, I know all about that. See me in the city, drilling on shining down. You know how we ball.
You wanna know my story? Wow. My story. This is my story.
Yo, Ben, you ready? Man, let's rock and roll. Just play. No, turn me up. Hey, I think we got one. Here we go.
Yes, asusa. Haya, wakati ya malaba, adikemo because you guys are too much. Sisi hapa tusengompita eh. Haya, tambula wanabule.
Is here to receive his ticket. From Korea.
Short. Hello. Yes. Yeah?
Moses has run the predictions and he receives
we are finalizing. Are you with Victor, touch again, Master. Talk to me. Touch again, Master.
You, the fans, make this game special. And of course,
so,
sponsors, our title sponsor, Guinness, the partners, Coca-Cola,
all
the other sponsors of the teams, we cannot thank you enough. Thank you so much for growing the game for rugby. We hope to continue with you even for as long as possible. Our team captains, please hand over to the counter. Find Erasmus and you see every tournament was called like one or no choice. Robert, Alan, and Early guys here on the social media.
The funny shoes are on town right there. The funny shoes are on Puma, you feel me? Puma. Veio.
Black, it's not dark, it's bright. Black is bold. Black is every color, all together. My thing, your thing, our thing mixed together. Black shines brightest.